1959, the 12th lunar month, and the snow falling on Tuanjia village in Heilongjiang came down wicked, the wild north wind dragging ice through the vast dark forest of the Dexing Range, sweeping everything before it. I lay curled in the timber camp lean-to, my belly so hollow I could feel my own spine through it. 3 days without a proper grain of food, my legs swollen and shiny, a fingerprint dinning the flesh. The thin bedding did nothing against the cold, and I was shivering when the wood door shoved open. Through panicked breaths, a trembling voice came. "Ziyuan, go look, quick. I think your brother's not going to make it." I lit the lamp and froze. It was by Yakin, my sworn brother Zhang Tieju's wife, my sister-in-law. She had a patched-over jacket thrown on against the cold, scratch marks raked down her where nails had caught. "Don't look," she said, flushing. "Hurry, your brother really is dying." A sent-down city girl, she had a softness the hill women didn't, and a lilting southern accent. I came to myself and grabbed the grimy quilt and wrapped her in it, asking as we went what had scratched her. Her face went redder. Dying as he was, Taiju had rallied suddenly and grabbed at her, wanting one last thing, and she'd refused, afraid he'd drop dead in the act, and he'd clawed her. I understood him, in a way. Yakin was the prettiest of the sent-down girls, a city young lady, married to Taiju only because he'd once saved her life, and crippled himself doing it. A lifelong bachelor with a flower of a wife he could only lie there and look at. Any man might want one taste before the end. In the next lean-to, Taiju lay on the straw, eyes shut, barely breathing. I felt his pulse inside. "Big brother, it's Ziyuan. Anything you want to leave behind?" His eyes flew open with a last surge of strength. "Let Yakin come to me. At least leave the Zhang line a seed." He fumbled at his waistband. His lifted hand fell, and he was gone. Yakin dropped to her knees, wailing. She hadn't loved him, but a widow now, what would become of her? I took her hand, and as I went to say something, a chime sounded. A message hung in my mind. A system was being assigned to me. I went rigid. I was, in fact, a man from a future parallel world. I'd come over 3 days ago and been waiting for this. Then, Affinity Draw System activated. Kindred Soul by Yakin detected. Link? I gripped her hand and willed it. Link now. A strange red thread joined us, and a value appeared beside her name. 40. What it was for, I had no idea. Surely not some game's affection meter. I gave a bitter inward laugh. I was too starved to think about women. A way to eat would have been more use. The system explained. Each kindred soul who reached 50 granted one draw, to a maximum of 100, 2 draws per soul. So I can have a lot of these, I realized, and that lit me up. Yakin pressed into my arms, choking out that she couldn't even feed herself, let alone bury Taiju. I rubbed her back. "Don't worry, I'll do everything I can for his funeral." Gratitude flooded her face, and her value rose. Then it reached 50, and the first draw unlocked. Draw now. Divine Trap Art, and a first-time bonus on top of it, a Soldier King Constitution. The trap art flooded my mind. Every kind of snare, capture rate 100%. The Constitution I didn't need to check. Strength already roared through me. I had Yakin change Tieju's clothes and wrap him in matting, and carried him out to the camp straw stack. I was about to test the trap art when a cry came from her lean-to. I tore back like a leopard to find a scrawny man, leering, backing Yakin into a corner. Zhang Taiju owed him, Zhao Laosi, 200 caddies of grain coupons and the price of 2 ginseng roots. So why not remarry to him? He'd treat her well. I crossed the room without a word, hauled him out by his dog fur cap, and opened his face with one fist. He thrashed, "You dare hit me, my nephew's on the production team." 2 more blows from the Soldier King body, and he went meek, kowtowing his apology. I knew the game. He'd stall, then come back with his cadre nephew. "Lousy, the coupons I'll clear in 10 days. But come back for revenge, and I'll vanish into the mountains and pick off your whole clan when the chance comes." Believe it. His eyes went round. He'd never marked the city boy for this kind of cold, and he gave up the plan and kowtowed for real. "Get out." He fled on his mule, and Yakin looked at me with eyes near brimming over, her value leaping. The system showed me its tiers then. 40 lets you bind. 60 is closeness. 80 is deep reliance. 100 is wholehearted. I patted my own face to be sure I wasn't dreaming, then went back in. "Sister, you're hungry. I'll go get food now." She stared. Out in this cold, where? There was a little cornmeal, the household's last grain, and I asked if she didn't want meat instead. I went to the forest's edge, the trap art surfacing snare by snare in my mind, and picked the simplest. A slip knot off my waist rope, a sapling bent for spring, pine cones in the loop. Then I crouched to watch, half testing whether the 100% was real. The snow rustled, and a grouse waddled up, fat and bright-feathered, the Dashing's finest eating, and walked straight into the loop and jerked its neck, and it swung up, an egg dropping from it onto the grass. I wrung its neck, hung it on my belt, reset, and took a hare too. Fine eating, its pelt worth trading on the black market. By the time the sky paled, I came home humming. 2 hares and 3 grouse at my waist, 2 eggs in hand. Yakin's chimney was smoking. She'd guessed I'd be back and heated water. I pushed the door and stopped. She sat in the big wooden tub, pouring hot water down her back, half turned. Ziwan, you're back. Turn around. Half scolding, not quite angry. I laughed, turned, set the game down. She dried off and saw the kills, and near went wild with joy. Out so short a time, and grouse and hare both, the best eating there is. She shooed me out to clean them herself. You hunted, you rest, just wait to eat. Soon a pot of grouse stew bubbled, smoke roasted hare beside it. The 2 eggs boiled and peeled and pushed in front of me. Eat them yourself, sister. They're nourishing. Her eyes reddened. Why are you so good to me? Eat. Eat first. She ate her fill for the first time since coming down, and stored the leftover broth and ingredients in a snow pit behind the straw stack. A newly widowed woman can't be seen feasting. When she came back, I was bathing in her tub. She lingered at the door a long while, then fetched half a bar of scented soap from a canvas bag under her bed, brought from the city, too precious to use, and came over to wash my back. The night went on from there, the 2 of them growing close, the warmth their own. The snow stopped at dawn, sun in the lean-to. We'd cleaned both huts, and Yakin had changed back into her patched coat, hair loose, the picture of grief, because the brigade had heard and sent people. Production was tight, revolutionary tasks heavy. No funeral for Comrade Zhang Taiju. Bury him in the camp's common ground. Cremation wasn't pushed here yet, and hill folk preferred earth anyway. Taiju had no kin, a known old bachelor, so no one objected to the plain rites. They made a quick coffin, pinned a red star, hung a turn grief into strength banner, and the women walked the weeping Yakin to the grave. That night a study session by the fire, then 2 corn buns and a piece of pickle each. The next day it was decided Yakin would carry on Tieju's work and stay at the camp with me. A Dashing camp, large or small, answered the call to be self-sufficient. And this one sat tens of li of mountain road from any town, far from any authority, a paradise so long as you could feed yourself. The villagers wouldn't come precisely because there was no grain and you'd be gnawing bark. I was more than satisfied. I swore to meet the self-sufficiency quota and protect camp property. Come spring, the logging season would start. Until then, Yakin and I had 3 quiet months. The brigade encouraged us and tried to leave some cornmeal, which I declined. But as they left, a woman of about 30 came into my lean-to with paper and pen, all smiles, wanting me to write a letter to her soldier brother. Aunt Chui was a known beauty, married well, her husband the team's deputy leader, and she came in smelling of vanishing cream, the kind only the county black market sells, a jar worth 10 caddies of corn. Ziyuan, your aunt can't read. It's all on you. As I wrote, I wondered why she hadn't asked Yakin, who could read too. A chime. Kindred soul Wang Tsuehua detected. Link? Link. Her value already at 50, granting a draw. When had that climbed so high? She took the letter, her finger brushing my palm, and said come by in a couple of days. The scholars needed for more. I saw the red thread on her and saw her off on the ox cart. When everyone had gone and the camp went quiet, Yakin pinned up her hair and pushed open my door, very serious. What did Aunt Chui say? To leave you grinning like that. Just to come help her in the village. Oh, I thought she was matchmaking you a wife. I caught the tone and pulled her close. Jealous? She tucked against me, shy. No, but I really do want to introduce you to someone. I was startled. Who? She gave a half smile. What do you think of me? Sister, don't. Tieju's barely cold. Ha! You took it seriously. She laughed, poking my forehead. No one was about, so she was bright and easy. I have two cousins, sent down 2 months back, city university students, twin sisters. A twin pair, city students. But I said, I'm only one man. Two doesn't sit right. You misunderstand. Pick one of my sisters and build a good life. They grew up in the city, can't adjust, can't keep up with the work, and they're near being driven out of the village. With Taiju gone, I can at least help one of them, but both, and I'd work myself to death and still not feed them. I thumped my chest. Your sisters are my sisters. Bring them, and I'll see them fed and warm. That was the realest promise there is. Her value rose to 90, and that noon she rode the camp's one horse off to fetch them. She'd learned riding from the village militia and had ridden often to get Tieju's medicine. Watching her go off bright and capable, I felt good. Then, system draw. Divine rifle art. And because it was 2 divine draws running, a bonus, an indestructible Laohaishing rifle with unlimited ammunition. Aunt Chui's value had paid out gloriously. The divine rifle art, 100% hit on any target in plain sight, double damage to humanoid and large game. With the Soldier King body, in clear light, I could pick out game 1,000 meters off with the naked eye, 3 to 500 easily through open woods. I asked whether the sight range included a scope's view. It didn't, naked eye only. A pity. I thought of history's Sniper Kings, the longest kill near 3,540 meters by some foreign soldier's luck. The system added, this was only the rifle art. A divine sniper art might come, and that one would count scope vision. The future looked bright. Beside me gleamed the Laohaishing, a local make of this era, a pistol rebuilt by the Dashing hunters with a black star carved on it, a long barrel and wooden stock added for roe and bore. Strip those off, and it's a standard pistol. I went out to test it on the snow-bright forest edge, and there, a fat black and white bird ducking for the trees. One shot at 800 meters dropped it, a hazel grouse, what the hunters call flying dragon, the top wild delicacy here. One worth 5 caddies of coupons and 2 bottles of liquor on the black market, and so wary no hunter gets close, so small no one hits it far. I went back and kicked up. Yakin would bring the sisters soon, and I needed food stored, and I needed to clear Yakin's debt. For Tieju's medicine, she owed Zhao Laosi a full 200 caddies. Crossing the camp's woods, I met hunters coming the other way. Old Lu, out tramping the hills too? With your girl? Her mother's got dysentery that won't mend. Thought we'd try our luck for a flying dragon to trade for medicine. They greeted me warmly, fowling pieces on their backs, a girl beside old Lu carrying a bow. In a worn flowered jacket, she gave me no good face. What's a man who's never been in the mountains doing out here? Old Lu caught her arm, and mind your mouth. And she huffed that city good-for-nothings ate grain and did no work, and her own mother had wrecked her health wading in to save some of them. I just rubbed my nose and said nothing to the pretty, black-braided girl. Old Lu sighed and took her north. The others invited me along, but I wanted to work alone and ducked into the forest. A chime, special kindred soul detected, value under 40, can't link. A kindred soul is a woman, and I'd seen only one. I asked what a special soul was. The system answered, value very hard to gain, but the draw always yields a transcendent item or ability beyond divine. I ran north and caught old Lu and the flower jacket girl. Stop. What do you want? She snapped knife out. Old Lu. And I put it down. Old Lu, you're after flying dragon. I shoot well. Let me help. She near laughed. You? Carrying a Laohaishing doesn't mean you can fire it. Without a word, I raised the gun, turned, and shot. She jumped. Old Lu's eyes went wide at the distance. The boy dropped something at 300 paces. Dropped what, Dad? Go north. Unless I'm wrong, a roe deer. She stomped off and came back red-faced, dragging a roe, still stubborn. Dumb scholar got lucky. Her value ticked up by 1. Old Lu, split the roe, and whatever we take in the mountains, 50-50. Old Lu went wary then. A marksman like that. Why split even? Was the boy after his daughter? The old hunter was no fool. A free gift means a catch, and his girl was treasure. He smiled it off. Hillmen don't take such favors. He couldn't keep the roe, better to hunt apart, and turned and left despite his daughters puzzled. Why not together? His shooting's divine. I marked a tree, lashed the 100 caddy roe high in the branches, and wished idly for some kind of storage treasure. then trailed the old hunter's prince, a transcendent special soul. How could I let her go? The prince vanished mid-stride, an experienced Dashing hunter. He'd known I followed and wiped his trail. A shame. I went hunting flying dragon instead and got lost in the forest. All that constitution and an endless rifle, and I'd forgotten the most basic skill. Finding game, reading direction. I was a rank novice. I was retracing my own tracks when a cry came. The flower jacket girl, Chunny? Then gunshots, then the cry again. I gripped the gun and came through two big trees to see a tusked boar charging. Old Lou in the brush with one leg sunk deep in snow, frantic, Chunny circling as the boar ran her down. The tusks near reached her. I fired without aiming. The boar dropped, its momentum grazing her and slamming into a tree. She stood drenched in cold sweat. Old Lou pulled his leg free and stared at the blood hole in the boar's skull, shaking. A fowling piece might put 10 rounds into a boar and not pierce that mud-caked, iron-tough hide. And he'd put 4 in for nothing, while this had dropped it with 1 to the head. That shot, he'd seen it. I came up. Uncle and all right. Chunny looked at me changed now, full of gratitude. Her value reached 40. Link, a red thread joined us. Old Lou, ashamed of how he'd acted, came over awkward and thankful. He'd fallen in a snow hollow and nearly cost his daughter her life, and I'd come back despite his coldness. Boy, but for you, the two of us would have ended here. I cared nothing for his opinion, only Chunny's heart, and comforted her gently, but no value rose. A hard nut. Uncle, what medicine does Aunt need? Mom needs the little white tablets. Can you get them? Chunny put in eagerly, eyes shining. The little white tablets. This era's antibiotic. I can't get medicine, but if Flying Dragon will trade for it, I'll shoot you some. Her voice softened. Thank you, big brother. Found it. Her heart's in healing her mother. Old Lou. Gloomy. Flying Dragon's hard to take. Too seen here and gone. Point me the way. West, 200 paces, he said. They don't leave the nest. Find it and squat 2 days. 2 days? I smiled and went west. 200 meters on, 1 shot, and the flying dragon didn't even react. I picked it up, turned, 2 more, and had 3 at my waist. Then set 7 snares. If they don't leave the nest, there'd be dozens here. With no proper materials, I built loop snares and 2 stone deadfalls and went back. Chunny stood at the brush, anxious. Old Lou chuckled it'd take luck even with that shooting. Flying dragon hide behind the branches, and a bullet can't turn corners. Then I appeared, 3 at my belt. Old Lou sprang up, dropped his pipe. Heaven above, 2 pipefuls time, and he's done it. Chunny stared, brimming with joy. Seeing her face, I was glad too. The special soul draw was near. I handed her 2. Bad luck, only 3 this trip, but the snares'll give 10 or so. We'll split even. Old Lou near dropped his pipe again. What does the boy take Flying Dragon for? His backyard chickens. But 2 real birds were in hand, and 40 years hunting had him doubting he dreamed. And take them. The Lou house will repay this. She took them gladly. Old Lou offered his rations, hard corn cobs, coarse buns, and I, who'd eaten meat, had no appetite, though to a hunter here that was a feast. We've a boar, let's roast it. He hesitated. Not being camp registered, his kills had to go to the collective to be shared. Then I'm better off. At Red Star I'm self-sufficient. Nothing handed up. A sent-down man like me, but a frontier cadre, counted as employed staff at a self-sufficient camp. Taiju had earned the same post by saving a life. Then move your family to the camp. I'm short of hands. Chunny laughed. You're talking nonsense. That's not for us. Unless you earn merit, become a real cadre. You couldn't bring us over. Different age, same truth. Something to work toward, slowly. I took her knife and clumsily dressed the boar. The constitution's a body, not a skill, so I couldn't even skin it. She took over deftly, cut 2 hind legs, and Old Lou built a stone hearth and roasted them. The boar was lean and stringy, almost no fat, no meat fragrance, only a faint pine and acorn taste. I gave Old Lou most of mine and sat chatting with Chunny, who'd come to see me as a capable big brother and warm to me, but the value wouldn't climb. Then it struck me. The value is the affection between a man and a woman, and a girl like Chunny had no such notion. She'd taken me for an elder. I couldn't push it. I drifted off to dig pine cones and gather wild fungus, old Lou pointing out which were edible. We grew easy together. At last he asked, Ziyuan, you got a wife? Someone's offered to match me, but I don't want to settle young. He nodded and let it lie. I went to check the snares. Old Lou scoffed. 40 years hunting, and he'd never heard of a snare taking flying dragon. I'll grant your shooting's freakish, but the traps, no. If I bring some out, what'll you say? He laughed. If you can snare flying dragon, you're an immortal. I'd give you my daughter. Dad, Chunny flushed, unhappy. She'd meant to claim me as sworn brother, not talk marriage. I waited on a chime that didn't come and went to the snares, and old Lou's cry caught in his throat into a coughing fit as I came back hung with flying dragon, 2 more in hand, like a man wearing a coat of them. 7 fat birds hit the ground. Chunny, take what you need. That should trade for plenty of medicine. She stood stunned, and as I waited for the system's good news, 2 figures with guns appeared. Nobody move. This is state forest. No hunting. Who let you? Chunny hid behind her father. I sized them up. A fat man in front with a real old 5.7. The Type 57 semi-auto, carried only by county militia, and that gut spoke of corruption. Beside him a triangle-eyed, sleazy sort. Comrade Zhao. Accountant Lee. We truly didn't know. Old Lou faltered. These were the camp inspector and the commune's workpoint keeper, neither to be crossed. Their eyes went straight to the birds. Surrender the gun. These are state property. Hand them over. I went hot, but stayed still, watching. Old Lou, near weeping, set down his gun. Chunny flared. My brother shot those. What right have you? And who says no hunting? I'll go ask the team leader. She'd skewered the lie. The fat man squinted at her. The Lou girl, grown so big, and stepped up grinning. Let Uncle have a look, and she slapped him staggering. Old Lou went white. Accountant Lee snatched a stick and swung at her. I leapt in front and took it square. Brother Ziyuan. Chunny cried, clutching me, eyes red. Her value reached 50, and a transcendent draw unlocked. I'd taken the blow on purpose, and it worked. No need for courtesy now. I spun a kick into Lee that brought up blood, leapt and hauled the fat man up by the fists, and beat him bawling. Old Lou rushed in to hold me, but the value chimes kept coming, so I worked the fat man over, pulling my force, since this era shoots killers, until Chunny's value hit 60, then stopped. The fat man, face swollen, finally remembered his rifle and raised it. I backed in front of old Lou and Chunny. Take the birds, but if you want more flying dragon, don't do anything stupid. Only I know the nest. Hundreds of them. They're for the taking. Greed steadied him. The things were worth a fortune and made fine gifts to cadres. I'm scared now. Take me there. Lee climbed up cursing. I helped old Lou and asked low, Uncle, where's the black bear's den? The big bears, hibernating now. A hibernating one woken being a horror that runs a man to death. He caught my meaning, hesitated. I'll carry all of it. Think of Aunt's sickness. Think of Chunny. These 2 will come back to ruin us. He decided. Northeast, 2 Lee, Black Bear Ridge. The fat man and Lee bagged the birds, set them by old Lou. Watch these, don't move. And the fat man, who knew me by sight from his rounds, had me lead them to the nest. 2 Lee of Hard Mountain Trail left the pair spent at a great pine by the ridge. I nodded at the bear cave behind it. Flying dragon nest up there. Kick the tree and they'll fly out. The fat man raised his rifle. Lee kicked the trunk. I slipped behind. A roar. A 200-kilo black bear, woken starving and lean, 300 or 400 kilos in summer, came out on the man scent. Lee screamed once and went down. The fat man froze, dropped his gun, ran, and a bear outruns a man. He didn't get far. The bear turned then for the next quarry, and I rolled, grabbed the fat man's rifle, heart hammering. I'd not known a hibernating bear so terrible. Raised it, and under the rifle art fired again and again. The bear charged the last meters dead on its feet, the large game bonus carrying it down. I stood gasping, checked the 2 bodies, and made to leave. Something happened over there. Chief, sounds like a bear, and people, form up, go help. My eyes flicked. I rolled myself once in the blood, draped over the bear with the gun, and feigned a faint. Footsteps, a hand. Little brother? I gave a shudder and opened my eyes on a powerfully built old man. 2 young men in uniform beside him. a chief and guards, a real personage. I played frightened and set the gun down. Don't fear, the bear's dead, he smiled, handing it to an orderly. When I'd drunk the water they offered and calmed, he asked, You killed it? Yes. How'd you get up to Black Bear Ridge? So dangerous? Comrade Zhao, an accountant, heard a bear was harming people and brought me to deal with it. He grew stern. Good intent, but reckless. Report up, prepare, fight only sure fights. I nodded along. You've the words of a man who's seen war. An orderly snickered. Our chief's done more than see war. And the old man's glare cut him off. Then, kindly, brave lad. The result's good. I'll see you commended myself. Commended? Who was this old man? We talked, and the more we talked, the better it went. An orderly came back by tractor, and the old man asked if I wanted the bear. I said give it to the production team, so the whole village could eat meat. I'm self-reliant at the camp and don't need it for now. He praised my consciousness, had the bear hauled off and the 2 bodies after, and had an orderly note my name and post. He meant the commendation seriously. My heart jumped. A commendation, an activist mark, a bear-killing hero title, and I'd have standing at the camp, and a way to bring old Lou and Chunny in. The chief, it turned out, was out hunting himself, curious how flying dragon tasted. I offered him some, and he, careful of discipline, had an orderly produce 20 caddies of coupons to buy 2 of the fattest. We went to the brush, where old Lou and Chunny waited anxious, and I quietly told them the bear had killed the 2, ridding the people of evil. Old Lou was stunned, then warmed to me more than ever, ashamed he'd ever feared such a son-in-law. I gave the chief 2 fat birds. Delighted, he put down another 20 caddies, which I passed straight to old Lou. The chief chatted with him, where he lived, the harvest, the household, how life was, then mounted and rode off. I checked the snares again for more flying dragon. Old Lou, 12 left, split even. That should buy ants medicine. They were too moved to speak, but I was anxious to get back and draw, and they'd not let me go without a meal at their home. I fetched the roe from the marked tree and shouldered it. Old Lou bagged the boar. Chunny carried the birds. We caught a mule cart partway to Twanjia. Chunny's mother lay in a damp mudgrass house. Old Lou cut half the boar, sent the rest to the team, and Chunny cooked soybeans, sour cabbage, my foraged mountain goods, all stewed with boar. I couldn't stop eating, praising her cooking. I didn't linger. I said I had someone to find and left, secretly leaving the roe and all the flying dragon with Chunny, with the rifle and snares I'd never want for game, and reset the snares at the nest before going. Then a familiar voice. Bai Yakin still owes me 200 caddies, and now she wants to sneak her sister off. Zhao Laosi, with a pack of kinsmen, was bearing down on the sent-down youth's dormitory. I've been a bachelor all these years, finally fancy a woman, and she dares refuse? I followed. Inside the big wood dorm, chaos. The young people were off at winter labor, but 2 lovely girls knelt bound in the snow outside, and Yakin, worse, was lashed to a wooden frame in the cold, her face frighteningly pale. Zhao Laosi, smoking, interrogated her. Why try to take the Bai sisters away? She ground out. The village wanted to drive her sisters out, so she'd take them back to the camp to be self-sufficient. A slap. Self-sufficient? How many can Red Star feed? You mean to run? Bai Xiaolan and Bai Xiaomei stay. I've asked the team. I'll take one to wife. Yakin, marriage is free and protected. This isn't the bandit days. You want to break the law? The kin paused. They'd heard the cadre's lectures and knew the policy, but the centuries-old custom was bone deep in them. The 200 caddies were a debt and a bride price, and by Hill rule Zhao Laosi could pick one of the widow's sisters. So they laughed and helpfully explained the mountain rules to her. Yakin cursed them and swore to take it to the team for justice, while the sisters wept themselves hoarse. City girls undone, sent here only for their bad class background. This before the great sent-down movement, the first frontier support youth being the worst-class capitalist children, exactly the tender flower Zhao Laosi dreamed of. As she kept defiant, some kinsman urged him to choose one now, and his eyes lit. 200 caddies and no woman? He looked the 2 over, identical but for hair, one short, one braided. He reached for the plumper, Bai Xiaomei, ripping at her coat as the kin pressed in to watch. Every one of you, stop. I stood there, gun in hand, glaring. It's that bastard again. Zhao Laosi hauled his trousers up, pointing. He hit Uncle at the camp. Kill him. They came with hoes and clubs. I fired once skyward, the Lao Haishing's report rolling through the trees, and the lot of them dropped cowering, heads down. Bandit country for a century. They knew gunfire. Where'd you get that? Zhao Laosi gaped. I crossed and drove a kick into his groin. He howled and rolled. I turned and shot the club from a man's hand who tried to rush me. Cold and careful, wounding and killing weren't allowed. So I'd take this feud slow. I cut the 3 women loose. Yakin sobbed in my arms. The sisters stared, survivors of the brink. We'll talk at the camp. I hauled Zhao Laosi up by the ear. Move aside. All of you, wait, he wailed. We'll settle it at the team. You've no reason. No reason? Publicly assaulting women. You ought to be shot. Thinking of his cadre nephew, he turned righteous. By Yakin owes me 200 caddies. That's bride price by our rules. She's a widow. Can't pay. So she gives up a sister. The kin nodded along, and my temper slipped. 200 caddies, on my account, paid in full in 10 days. He blinked, eyes rolling. Who said 200? There's the ginseng, and interest. Name it. 3. No, 500 caddies, not one less. Scheming that I could never raise it, even selling stolen camp timber, and that once I owned the debt, I'd be in the trap. I did the sums coldly. The coupons didn't worry me. What mattered was stopping his mouth. Write it, thumbprint it. I tapped his cheek with the gun. No tricks. He near laughed. The city fool wants to sign? And 2 copies were made and signed. Then I leveled the gun. Every man here signs too. This isn't between me and Zhao Laosi. It's between me and the Zhao clan. If I was going to offend the lot of them, I'd offend them all and pull the whole route up later. They signed, sneering, and grudgingly opened a path. I didn't go. I pressed Zhao Laosi's head to the ground. What are you? Yakin's my dead brother's wife. The 2 girls my sisters. We've cleared the old account, not the one from just now. The muzzle to his skull. My sum's wrong. He wet himself, agreeing fast. Right. Yuan. What do you want? Put that thing away. Yakin, watching me stand a one-man wall for her, looked near to melting. Her value reached 95. I patted his face. Now apologized to my sister and the girls. Under the gun he had to, head down, while the Zhao shook with rage and stared murder. I kicked him off and walked the 3 women out fast. The sisters had long been unable to bear Tuanjia, assigned to the team of Zhao Laosi's nephew, who was worse than him and had tried to drag both onto his Kong. On the road, they told it through tears, and Yakin's jaw clenched. Enough. At the camp, with Ziwan looking after you. You'll never suffer that again, she said, then smiled. And there's grouse your brother shot waiting. Go fill up. They drooled. They'd not had meat, barely cornmeal cakes. Brother-in-law's amazing. They beamed, and now Yakin flushed. Don't get it wrong. Ziwan's my younger brother, no brother-in-law. The 2 weren't fools, though. Something had clearly passed between their sister and the handsome man. I found a tractor, half a liang of coupons, and we rode home laughing. Red Star was newly built, and with Taiju dead, it held only me and the 3 sisters. That night, after sweet grouse stew, Yakin sent me off and told the 2 girls plainly she meant one of them to marry me. They went red and scuffed their feet. What? You don't fancy Ziyuan? It's not that, sister. How could they not? His bearing and ability. But we're 2, and brother Ziyuan is only 1. Sisterly love, neither would take the advantage. Yakin, stuck, both girls' flesh of her palm, couldn't decide. Then marry him yourself, sister, isn't that better? He's even carrying your 500 caddies. Such a good man. Aren't you tempted? Her heart stirred, but she shook her head. A just widowed woman couldn't. They sighed. One lucky one would be blessed. Outside, heading to check the snares, I stopped at 2 pleasant chimes. Kindred Souls by Xiaolan and by Xiaomei detected. Link? Link. Bound, each at 40, and an achievement. 2 birds, granting 2 draws. And because they were twins, the system explained, every draw qualifying event paid double. 8 draws across the pair. Find quadruplets, and I draw at will. How many draws have I now? Chunny's transcendent draw, and the twins too. I fixed on Chunny's. That one now. It took a long while, until I'd reached the forest edge, space treasure, Peach Spring Village. A hit. The thing I needed most. Game, future supplies, weapons all need a secret store, and a camp piled with kills draws envious eyes. I bound it, and a small world unfolded. Green hills, mist, a hidden village, a stream, a flat little square, though for now I could truly access only one thatched hut. The system noted Peach Spring had many wondrous functions yet to be discovered. Good enough. I didn't need to explore it. A thought, and the Laohaishing appeared in the clean hut. Nothing in Peach Spring spoils or degrades, so game could be kept long-term and come out fresh. Another urgent need solved. I couldn't stop. The twins 2 draws 2, all of them. Holographic map. My worst weakness was getting lost and not knowing where game was. And here was a freakish fix, more useful than a divine ability. Then another chime. 4,000 graphene self-heating women's thermal tights, sizes XL/L/M/S, random colors, and drawn materials auto-transferred to the space. I stepped into the hut in my mind. It was nearly buried in packaged tights. Move it all to the square. Done, sorted by size and color. I tore one open. Black, gauze thin, graphene self-heating, winter tights, leggings, the kind worn under trousers. The square was stacked with black, white, flesh tone. Out in the space, a thought, and an XL black pair fell into my hand. One piece, no separate socks, skin clothes. Night had come, the wind howling, a bigger snow coming, the temperature heading past 30 below. I found a windbreak, peeled off my ragged cotton trousers. Barely any good cotton in them, black and wadding, thin, drafty, cutting like a knife, and worked the leggings on. XL stretched well and fit. If they looked odd, I went red and pulled the cotton trousers over to cover most of it, skipped socks, and put on my woolagrass shoes, and was suddenly warm. In this freezing country, legs and feet matter most. You can swaddle your top in furred hide and sweat under a bearskin cap, but ordinary hide trousers leak wind, and even old Lou's best hide shoes are miserable to walk in. The leggings were the answer, and for the women, perfect. I checked the new map. 300-meter radius, auto-terrain, key resources marked. The whole circle bloomed before me. Terrain, trees, snares, pits, and countless points of light. Different colors for different resources, the search reaching underground. Plants, animals, fungus, ginseng, beast dens, bird roosts, everything. It extended as I walked, remembering where I'd been. That point, a hunter's snare. 7 of them that way, mine. No more groping through the wind. I reached the flying dragon woods, checked the snares, 4 birds, and the map showed no more hazel grouse points. I'd cleared this patch. The blizzard was starting. I sent the birds into the hut and ran for Red Star, eager to give Yakin and the sisters the leggings. Back at the camp, snow-plastered, I found Yakin and the 2 girls outside with a lamp, shaking. Inside. Why are you out here? The lean-tos leaked, but a wood fire gave a little warmth. The sisters, with no winter clothes, huddled under a torn quilt, faces red with cold. Ziwan, you scared us. This blizzard, I thought you couldn't get back. Yakin's eyes wet. Her value was 95, near the top. I'm back. I got you some trousers. I went to my hut, brought out 3 colors, stripped the packaging and tags, rolled them up, took 2 grouse, and came back, setting the birds down and the leggings on the comm. So pretty, where from? Black market, through a contact. I waved off. The county black market, hard against the Soviet North, had everything. Yakin felt the soft, strange fabric, finer than anything she'd seen as a city young lady, but so thin. In this forest warmth mattered, not looks, and she felt a pang. The 2 younger ones, though, cradled them eagerly. Sister, can we wash first, then put them on? I stood. I'll wait at my place. Once you're changed, we'll have a flying dragon feast. Yakin, who knew their worth best, protested. Trade them, not eat them. Cornmeal cakes will do. I wouldn't have it. I can take more. Tonight the girls get nourished. All 3 looked moved. Back in my hut, I weighed next steps. The 500 caddies had to be cleared fast, sooner than 10 days. The Zhaos were the village's tyrants, and delay bred trouble. What earns 500 caddies quickly? Flying Dragon ran 10+ caddies each, but dumping 50 on the black market would get me reported and crash the price. No. Ginseng, a 3-leaf and up old root, could trade for 100-odd caddies. I remembered a four-leaf, third-grade route under the county rail bridge market once going for 600. That was it. The map shows key resources. Explore far enough, and I'd find ginseng. The door opened. Yakin came in shy. Do you want? These are unbearable to wear. Warm butt. I turned and couldn't look away. She'd picked a black pair, and all I'd brought were smalls, so it clung. These are mortifying. Should I put cotton trousers over? Wait, let me rub the fabric loose. It's tight now. A few rubs, and it'll give. The two of them stayed close a while, warmth their own, and later she pinched me softly. So they're underlayers, to wear cotton over. And you let me think otherwise. I grinned that I'd not been clear. She couldn't stop praising them. Like a hot water bottle, no socks needed, just slip on the old shoes and work, and poke my forehead. Wicked. Wear them freely. I can get more. I told her that once the snow stopped I'd go deep for ginseng. For Zhao Laoxi's debt? It's my fault. I'm useless. Don't. You and the girls are family now. She rose, remembering. You have to choose one of my sisters. We'll do the wedding come spring. That's not mine to choose. Let them decide. She was stuck again. She'd asked, and neither would take advantage. Step by step, then, the two came in from bathing, in white and flesh-tone leggings, shy. Sister, brothers Yuan, these don't fit right. Yakin watched, gauging which sister I favored, short-haired, white-legged, slider Xiaolan, or braided, flesh-toned, fuller Xiaomei. But my eyes spread the rain and dew even, lingering more on Yakin herself, which sweetened her, and she pushed the girls back. These are underlayers, cotton goes over. Come, let's cook for Zuan. A pot of flying dragon and soybean stew, good enough to swallow your tongue. Even I, who'd eaten delicacies in another life, had 2 bowls. Xiaomei wept with happiness mid-meal. From the city to this wilderness, sure she'd never taste meat again, and here she was well-fed and warm. Grateful past words, she got an impulse. If she could marry Brother Zuan, she'd never want again, but she couldn't be blessed alone. Unless, wiping tears, Brother Zuan, what if Xiaolan and I both marry you? Yakin startled, I did too. Her value rose to 50, the twin bonus adding 2 more draws. I laid meat in her bowl. Eat, eat. We'll talk later. But I felt the weight on my shoulders. A man with a system owes his women happiness. Red Star was the start, not the end. My ambition was to take the women I cared for and conquer that empty forest. While we ate by the snowlight, the Zhaos held a table of their own in the village. The fat camp inspector and accountant Li were both dead under the bear's claws, 2 clans in mourning, and Zhao Laoxi's cadre nephew controlling the village stores skimmed 2 pork legs, half a sack of flour, for caddies of liquor for a secret feast with a few kin. Fed and drunk, he raised 2 matters. 1. The inspector post mustn't fall to the lease. A Zhao must take it, and he'd push a Zhao youth through cousin Chunxing. 2. That Qin Ziyuan of Red Star. I have to kill him. A kinsman. Didn't he sign for your 500 caddies? Zhao Laoxi sneered. He'll never save 500 in his life. He's stalling. And owing isn't a capital crime, but I can't swallow this. It's not the grudge you can't swallow. It's those women you can't forget. He laughed, and his triangle eyes went to the brawniest man, Zhao Erlu. Erlu, can you settle this for uncle? Erlu, chewing peanuts, hedged. A sent-down city youth. Kill him, and the county joint defense, no joke, the whole clan goes down. He was a slick one, said to have run with toughs in Tianjin once, trained in fists and guns, one of the Zhao's best fighters. Zhao Laoxi poured for him. The inspector post would be a Zhao's. He'd push Erlu up and lowered his voice. You're 30 and wifeless. Killed Chun and Red Star's left with Yakin and the 3 women. I'm old. I'll take one, and the rest are yours to pick. Erlu's eyes lit, and he drank to it, and the 2 muttered on. After the blizzard, a cloudless day, the mountains trick, clear but plunging cold after the melt, fire not enough in the lean-to. The 3 sisters huddled together through the bitter night on my 3 leggings and the torn wadding. I, with the Soldier King body, held up. We need houses, fast. After the Zhao debt, building first. Timber's no problem at a camp, and Tuanjia has men who can build. I stuffed the rest of the game into Yakin's lean-to, kept only some jerky in the space, and set out west to explore deep. Today, I'd find top ginseng. Past the forest edge and Black Bear Ridge, I met a self-styled inspector. a big, rough-faced man who stopped me asking where I went. I said I was checking timber for the spring cut and shook him off, taking the west trail into the seldom-trodden ginseng ridge, which had yielded top roots before. Guarded, they say, by a ginseng spirit grandfather you must offer to first. I set out a piece of meat as offering and tied a red thread round my wrist. Custom says cord the ginseng or the spirit root will run. I went on the map, but in the hills you keep the custom for luck. Deep in the white ridge, green points bloomed on the map, but all immature seedlings, worthless even in a few years. 3-leaf and up isn't found easily. I pressed deeper, and a blood-red point sprang up behind me. No detail, only a danger signal, moving, following. A beast? Why no information? I stopped, climbed a big tree, hid in the branches, and watched. The red point closed, and a powerful man in a white sheepskin coat appeared, gun ready, head darting, the white coat blending into the snow, his crouch and tread practiced, a hard air to him. The inspector who'd stopped me on the trail. A start. Clearly he'd tailed me, and his weapon was an old 5.7 like the fat man's. A Zhao, come for me. In a place this empty, you needn't even bury a body. Beasts strip the flesh, wolves drag the bones, snow covers all. Then I can be the hunter. I called up the Lao Haishing, sighted his head, then changed my mind and put a round through his arm, then his left leg. His gun dropped. He screamed and rolled. I slid down, pinned him, drew the knife from under his coat, and laid it to his thumb. I ask, you answer. Lie, and you lose a finger each time. He spat, defiant. It took a few fingers before he broke and gave it all. Zhao Lu, and then the truth. Zhao Laosi had set the whole clan on me. This an ambush and a quiet killing. He tried threatening that the clan knew he was out and would come looking. I finished it there, swept his body and the bloodied snow and the spent rounds into the space, where a thought turned it to fertilizer for Peach Spring, while the coat and knife and gun collected themselves in the hut. A small interlude. I went on after ginseng. Far on, red warnings crowded the map. I'd reached the ridge's deepest edge, mist rising ahead. The no man's land even old hunters won't enter. Can't explore that yet. The Dashing's deep places hold not just terrible beasts, but things beyond understanding, and the rifle art alone wouldn't guarantee a way out. After I draw something stronger, I turned east, and a brilliant blue point flared, top ginseng. Under a century-old red pine, its back bare of snow, 6 green ginseng leaves stood clear, dark red half-translucent berries beneath. I corded it, dug carefully, and drew up a snow-white old root, forked like a figure, a single dragon whisker hanging, a faint face at its center, a 6-leaf top old root, grow 3 mutant whiskers, and a full face, and it'd be a true spirit ginseng. Into the space, then several 4-leaf roots besides, a full haul. Nothing else around. I turned to go, and a wolf howl. I called up the gun, and it steadied me, and crossing a wood I came on an open clearing and dropped flat. A pack of gray wolves was tearing into each other. No, they were mobbing a snow-white wolf king, larger, finer-furred, almost beautiful, fluffed like a great gentle dog, and savage. It killed for in moments, taking only vitals. Such spirit, why doesn't it flee? Then I saw, slung beneath it, a just-born cub, eyes not yet open. A mother wolf king, and she couldn't run. Protecting the cub, she fell behind, mobbed, bloodied. I couldn't watch. I raised the Lao Haishing and dropped 7, and the rest tucked tail to flee, but meat is meat. 19 down, 2 escaped. I gathered the wolves and looked at her, lying spent, weakly licking the cub. I felt a respect for that great mother, set out 2 pieces of jerky, ate one and tossed her the other. Her gold eyes flickered and she ate 2 bites and had no strength for more, the mouse-sized cub nursing fiercely as she nosed it into place. I sighed, looked at her once more, and turned to go. 10 steps on, a howl. I turned. She was carrying the cub, coming, a trail of blood behind her. A great mother, on her last breath, reaching me, and at a meter she fell and died, her paw still lifting the cub forward. I was shaken. You're entrusting it to me? I lifted the cub without hesitation. System, can Peach Spring hold living things? No, living creatures can't enter. The effect is irreversible. A pity. I tucked the cub into a pair of leggings and hung it at my neck. Warm as a mother's hold, It curled and settled. I buried the Wolf King and went on, exploring the ridges southeast. Lively even in deep winter, game everywhere. And took 14 grouse, for roe, a dozen plus hares, a great find of hazelnut mushroom, the hill folk snow gold, one worth more than half a caddy of ordinary mushroom, plus pine nuts and a buried patch of snow algae. With the grouse and hare it'd feed me and the 3 women a month, decently balanced, if short on staples and real vegetables. I got back to Red Star at nightfall, and 4 women stood with the lamp at the lean-to. 4? I rubbed my eyes. The flower jacket girl, Chunny, beside Yakin, face red with cold. I'm back, inside all of you. I set out part of the hall. Fat gray wolf, grouse, hare, mushrooms, nuts, algae, and they cheered. Even Hunter's daughter Chunny was thrilled and full of admiration, the hunting master her father praised. For chimes ran at once, all 4 women's values rising as they watched me come laden. It struck me. Bring Chunny over, and her value would climb alongside the bays. They crowded the cub at my chest. Found it. Raising it as a hunting dog, I smiled. Yakin said she'd kept dogs young, bottle-feed it, 10 odd days to open its eyes, then pulled Chunny forward. She came all this way with grain for us, her eyes asking, and she says you helped a lot? Nothing. Her mother's ill. I gave old Lou a flying dragon to trade for medicine. She let it be, glad, and set the sisters cooking. I took Chunny to my hut, where her sack held flour, soybeans, frozen tofu, potato strips, cornmeal, millet, and precious vegetables, fern, sour cabbage, frozen cabbage, cellar radish, even dried eggplant. Delighted, I drew a few things from the space. Chunny, warm underlayers, and this, ginseng. I wrapped them up. Try the underlayer at Yakin's, cotton over it, remember. She laughed. Thin thing, you'd freeze solid outside. Put it on and see. The ginseng she was shy to take, until I pretended hurt. You'll stand on ceremony with me? And she took it gladly. Then her good news. The flying dragon I'd left had all sold at the black market, a windfall. Old Lou had bought medicine and stocked up besides. My heart sank. He sold them all at once. Yes, while the railbridge market was busy. I frowned. I'd forgotten to tell him. Never all at once. Split it, send different people, or you'll be marked. Done was done. I let it go. When's the next market? 4 days, the big fair. Late, around Owlie hour. Roughly 1 in the morning. I noted it, patted her head. Go try the trousers. She, all her sharpness gone, nodded meek as a cat, and ran out. Next door Yakin worked distractedly at the meat and mushrooms, ears straining at my hut, nearly cutting her hand. Shiome rushed over. Sister, what's wrong? You keep drifting. Yakin set down the knife, grave. I'm worried for you too. You're like blocks of wood. Didn't you see how close Chunny is with your brother Ziyuan? If he gets carried off, you'll have plenty to cry about. Shilon blanked. Shiome, whose value was higher and feeling deeper, panicked. Then tell us what to do. Yakin leaned to her ear and murmured. Shiome flushed crimson, squirming. Sister, must we? That's shameless. Yakin pointed at the spread. Without Ziyuan, you'll never eat like this again, and you couldn't stay at the camp. Shiome clenched her fists. I'll do it, just as you say. Then Chunny's voice. Sister Yakin, I'm coming to try Brother Chin's underlayer. Chunny bounced in, lively and bright, the black leggings in hand, and Yakin tightened again. Even those he gave her? She told Shiome low, you two need to try harder, but it's up to Ziyuan's heart. And remember, it's like learning to read or paint, a friendly contest. Compete, but no scheming, or Ziyuan would dislike it. So while Chunny tried the underlayer, Shiome carried a bowl of fresh stew. I'll take it to Brother Ziyuan. Yakin nodded, pleased at how quick she was. Shilon, oblivious, was making the cub a nest. Shiome pushed open my door as I'd just changed out of my own leggings and tossed them into Peach Spring. I'd found the space auto-cleans whatever goes in and comes out, a remarkable thing for long hunts where you might be gone days, rolling through snow and rivers no problem. I wrapped the ragged quilt round me, but she'd seen the muscled frame and went red enough to nearly drop the bowl. Brother Ziyuan, I brought you food. Eat while it's hot. Braided, fuller than her sister, I knew her at once. Thanks, Shiome. I ate hungrily. She quietly heated water and set a basin at my feet. Sister, what's this? You hunted all day. Your feet must be frozen. Let me rub them. Head down, neck red. My pulse picked up. Value only 55. Why so forward? But I put my feet in, and she crouched and rubbed gently, careful and grateful, until I near dozed. When it cooled, she dried my feet and rose to knead my shoulders, which set a heat going in me. I caught her hands. You're tired, sister. Let me rub yours. She shook her head like a startled deer. How could I let you serve me? Her value reaching 60. I held her still and changed the water to wash her feet and stopped at the one-piece white leggings. Then Chunny burst in, happy, in the black underlayer. Brother Chun, this is so warm. She tugged the elastic fabric, like sitting on a hot Kong. I love it. Her value ticked up. The heat in me burned hotter, but Chunny, all innocence, just showed off the trousers and dragged Xiaomei off to eat. Xiaomei whispering past me, Brothers Yuan, when you've time, wash my feet again. Soft southern words, and I nodded. As they left, I remembered. Has Yakin eaten? Long ago, Chunny grinned. I swallowed. Tell Yakin the storehouse needs a patrol. I'll go ahead. She can come help me check. They went off chattering. I wrapped the quilt round me and hurried to the storehouse. Stored timber, soft straw stacks. Cold, but I ran warm. And after a while, Yakin came with the lamp, a spring softness in her brow. What's there to patrol in a storehouse? She'd caught the message at once and brought bedding. The big door shut. We looked at each other, and silence said it. Her value reached 100. A first full value achievement, 2 more draws, a first wholehearted kindred soul found. The system could chime all it liked. I wasn't listening. What was between us that night was our own. When the heat passed, warm as spring, Awan, your sister gave you a clean body. Only, to everyone's eyes, I'll always be a widow. And she wept softly against me. Yakin, I only wish I'd met you sooner, that it had been you who saved me. I stroked her hair. It doesn't matter. Aren't we together now? Her eyes brimmed. Yes, never apart again, though they jeer at me or drown me in a pig cage. After a while she pressed, My 2 sisters, you have to decide. I didn't hide it. Let it be natural. Yakin, don't tear the window paper, go slow. Next morning we made a show of checking the storehouse and came out one after the other. The sisters were up cleaning, and Chunny, who'd made do a night in my hut, had ridden home at dawn. I was thinking of another hunt when I heard tractors, more than one. Coming to Red Star now meant trouble. I signaled, Yakin, take the girls to the storehouse, bring the meat. They tucked away in silence. The tractors appeared, a band of riders behind. All Zhaos. Where's Chen Ziyuan? Get out here, you bastard. The Zhaos came piling off the tractors, dozens of them, and circled the camp. I stayed cool. What's this, you all want to die? Zhao Laosi blanked. What's that mean? This is Red Star Camp, not the Tuanjia Brigade. You come roaring up with this crowd and surround the place. What are you after? He shrank back, and a man spoke from behind. Uncle, stand down. Everyone stop crowding. We're not here to arrest anyone. A wiry, strong man stepped up. Chunsheng, don't be soft with him. Last time in the village he had a gun, Zhao Laosi warned his nephew. It was the team's deputy leader, Zhao Chunsheng. He greeted me civilly. Then, the team's Zhao Erlu has gone missing. We've come to ask after him. What? The team's donkey ran off. I said loudly, on purpose. His face darkened. Don't play dumb. Chen Ziyuan, someone saw you talking with Erlu yesterday. I scoffed. We talked, sure. He's the camp inspector. I was out hunting. What's odd about running into him? His eyes flickered. But Erlu never came back, and you were the last to see him. Zhao Laosi, all grief. Erlu's a fine hunter. Chen Ziyuan's done him in. Some fool in back took it up. He followed Chun into the mountains. And now there's no man, no body. Chen killed him. We'll have revenge. I cut them off. On what grounds is it me? Erlu and I have no quarrel. And tell me, why was Zhao Erlu following me into the mountains in the first place? Zhao Laosi, guilty, rolled his eyes and couldn't answer. Chunxing cursed the lot of them inwardly, a hillman himself, but he'd been to the county literacy night school and outclassed these bumpkins. Comrade Chun, Erlu's an inspector and a strong laborer. With winter production this tight, we have to find him. Same answer. On what grounds suspect me? Chuanxing's face changed. Give you face and you get cocky? Uncle, search the camp. then marched Chun into the woods to find the man. Zhao Laosi rubbed his hands, looking at Yakin's lean-to like a petty man come into power. He lives with the three Bai sisters. Who knows what they've got going? I'll go question Yakin, still fixated on her. Then a few hotheads came back flustered. Nobody in the huts. I understood. The missing Erlu story was a pretext. They were here for the women. Killing intent flickered in me. 2 tractors, 7 horses, 20-odd men. At range, with the endless rifle, I could drop them all and turn them to fertilizer in Peach Spring, never a trace. But I held off. The fallout was unpredictable. 20-odd people vanishing would turn Tuanjia upside down and bring the county joint defense to investigate, and everyone knew the Zhaos had come to my camp. Whatever came of it, my hidden paradise would be lost. Chunsheng, sharp from his night school, barked, "Search the storehouse." And as they made for it, I ground my teeth, ready to call up the Lao Haisheng and do it the bloody way. Then a motor sounded up the mountain road, and a jeep came climbing, a little red flag snapping at its front. Chunsheng froze everyone. A jeep was Soviet aid. Only a few in the whole county. Only the big cadres rode them. Zhao Laosi, still hot for Yakin, stamped. "Nephew, what are we standing here for? Don't let the Bai women slip off." Chunsheng glared him quiet and lined the Zhaos up. The jeep pulled in. An old man got out with a guard, and with him, the Tuanjie Brigade secretary. I took one look at the old man and went to meet him. "Little Chun, we meet again," he said warmly, shaking my hand. From our long talk last time, I knew only that his surname was Wang, so I called him Uncle Wang. The secretary, grave, fixed on Chunsheng's crowd. "What's this? Why are you all at the camp?" Chunsheng explained the Erlu matter. The secretary's lids lifted. "Is Zhao Erlu actually dead? You found a body." Chunsheng shook his head, awkward. "You don't even know if the man's dead, and you bring a mob to ransack the place? And what's any of it to do with Comrade Ziyuan?" Chunsheng kept explaining. "Nonsense," the secretary snapped. 2 men met in the woods. "So you suspect Comrade Chin? Has a donkey kicked your head?" Chunsheng had nothing. Watching me grow warmer and warmer with the old man, he asked low, "Secretary, who's the old fellow?" The secretary scoffed. "Old fellow? You've a nerve. I'd call him chief. He's a county heavyweight. You know nothing. Then why's he so friendly with Chun?" The secretary smiled mysteriously. "You'll see." Just then the guard drew a red silk banner from the jeep and shook it out before everyone. For gold characters blazed, "Bear-killing hero," and a line beneath, "Learn from Comrade Chen Ziyuan." The Zhaos gaped. The secretary launched proudly into the tale of how I'd dealt with the black bear and saved the camp. The old man smiled. "Ziyuan, I said I'd see you commended. The county's approved it, a hero's title for you." Then, with regret, "Pity you're not army, or it'd be a third-class merit. No trouble." In this era, only the military could be ranked in merits, but a hero's title was near as good, above model worker or outstanding pace setter. I held the banner, a great red flower pinned on me, flushed with delight. "The ceremony's a bit plain. In a few days, a county reporter will come interview you, and we'll hold a commendation so the nearby camps can come learn from you," he said easily. I grew uneasy. I'd killed 1 bear, and here was all this. How had I become a celebrity? Then it struck me. Uncle Wang seemed to be deliberately cultivating me. I bowed in gratitude. The secretary glowed too. Red Star nominally belonged to Tuanjia, and a bear-killing hero out of his village was a credit to him. He rounded on the Zhaos. "Chunsheng, apologize to Hero Chun now." Chunsheng's face was a sight, near bringing up blood, because I was already the Zhao clan's enemy. Erlu had surely died in the Dashing forest. Last night, they'd sent their best hunter and dogs tracking to Ginseng Ridge, and though they found no body, they found 2 different sets of prints and a patch of blood soaked under the snow. Hillmen aren't joint defense investigators, but a Blackwater hunter's instinct told the Zhaos what had happened. Chun killed Erlu and destroyed the body. Chunsheng's heart hardened. Erlu was his cousin, a brother he'd grown up sharing trousers with. "Chunsheng, we still have to apologize to Chun? What kind of sense is that?" Zhao Laoxi's eyes went red. Chunsheng gritted. "Uncle, we swallow it for now. But rest easy, the Zhaos will never let Chun off." So they came over, false and humble, and made their grudging apology, and left hating. The secretary wanted to stay for the fun, but the guard headed him off with a smile. The chief wanted to chat with Chun, and he reluctantly climbed onto Chuanqing's tractor and went too. The camp fell quiet. Uncle Wang clasped his hands behind him and smiled at me. Boy, know why I had you commended. Now the real talk. I played dumb. He scoffed. Still playing the fool with me? The Zhaos near took over your camp just now. Lucky you came when you did, uncle. Though I don't fear those village bullies. Right you are, the Zhaos are bullies. But Tuanjia has more than one. Besides the Zhaos, there's the Lys. If the Zhaos are a sitting tiger, the Lys are a river-crossing dragon. He grew serious. This Tuanj is no small thing. A village in name, but it covers a city's ground. Look at its lay. North it fronts a Soviet city, and when the river freezes you can walk across. South it's a narrow throat road, and past the county a highway runs straight to the provincial capital, Ice City. West is the Dashing primeval forest, almost all no man's land still. East is the sea. I listened, dazed. Why was he telling me this? Ziyuan, the commendations only step 1. Step 2 is to convene a meeting and recommend you as director of Red Star Camp. The camps around Tuanjia are all carved up by factions, Zhaos, Lys, the brigade secretary's a figurehead. But your Red Star's newly built, no one's eyeing it yet. I understood. From now on I'll do whatever you say, uncle. He nodded. No rush. I'll tell you what to do after spring. Use these winter months to build Red Star up, and whatever you lack, come to me. I lack nothing. I'll be self-reliant. We've a mountain of treasure at our back. He grew happier. Good. That's spirit. Judging the time right, I ducked into the hut and quickly drew from the space 3 grouse, a roe deer, 2 hares, fresh as just killed, bound them, and brought them out for Uncle Wang. He took me for his own now and didn't decline, though he had the guard hand over 30 caddies of coupons. I saw him to the jeep, and he said, I've a granddaughter coming to the county, spoiled in the city. I mean to send her down to toughen up. Your camp would do nicely. I said a woman might find it inconvenient here. So much fuss, he waved. I'll have her sent over. You've a few women already, haven't you? The jeep went down the mountain. I ran to the storehouse and called out Yakin and the sisters, who'd been terrified, and the 3 flung themselves at me like startled deer. I comforted them, showed them the banner, and told what had happened. Yakin was overjoyed. The 2 younger ones looked at me with worship. Xiaomei's value rose, and Xiaolan's reached 50, granting 2 draws, putting me at 6. I set them to rest and shut myself in my hut. Drawl 10 polar-grade cold-weather hunting suits appeared in the space, auto-transferred. I took one out and clenched a fist, head to foot, top kit. A windproof snow cap with camouflage value in the Blackwater forest, gloves thin and warm without spoiling a shot, waterproof anti-slip polar boots with wool socks built in, wool underlayer, hunting fleece, polar shell, fitted stretch hunting trousers. Best of all, light. Beside the village's padded coats and heavy cotton shoes, you felt swift as a swallow. I pulled a set on and felt half my weight gone. Draw again. An indestructible super-modified bicycle appeared, an off-road conversion of a heavy roadster. 4-inch knobby tires, reinforced frame, shocks, and an assist drive that made 100 kilometers easy. A bicycle, but in Tuanjia a treasure, for getting to the village, the county, the other camps, more convenient than a car or tractor. I kept the remaining 4 draws banked, meaning to save up for a 10-draw run. I came out, looped around for show, and rode back in the polar suit. The 3 sisters came out chatting and near didn't know me. The clothes are from Uncle Wang. The bike's a prize for my merit, I said, and gave Xiaolan a ride on the back, 2 circuits round the camp, her laugh like a silver bell. Her value rose. Xiaomei pouted, I want a turn too. And even Yakin watched enviously, so I took each in turn, riding sharp, and spent the afternoon playing. That night Yakin and I patrolled the storehouse. At dawn I changed to plain clothes and rode for Tuanjia, leaving the game with Yakin. With Chunny's vegetables and grain it'd feed the 3 well. I meant to stay in the village 2 days, until the railbridge black market opened. In Tuanjia the winter production push rolled on, turning manure heaps, weaving sacks, picking corn kernels, digging mountain goods, stacking firewood. But the biggest task was digging trenches, the county having ordered underground war trenches as the priority, which had even pushed back the winter logging. I rode to Chunny's house and handed old Lu a ginseng root. He rubbed his hands, protesting he couldn't take it, while Chunny bounced over to stroke the bicycle. Brother Chun, the village all says you're a bear-killing hero, and there's to be a commendation meeting. She looked at me now with shining admiration. I smiled and asked old Lu about the market. Tomorrow the big fair breaks up, then the black market opens, under the rail bridge, same as ever, he said, on his pipe. I'll take you. Your old uncle knows the place well. That set me at ease. The black market ran on quiet barter, and you needed a trusted man to lead you in or no one would deal. After eating, I rode Chunny along the river outside the village. She loved it. Tractors weren't rare here, but a bicycle was. The brigade's two old wrecks the only ones around. Her value ticked up, slow, but worth it for the transcendent draws her value could yield. Riding back, I saw a slim figure ahead. Brother Chun, bad. It's the Zhao woman. I'll go first. Don't let her see. And Chunny jumped off and ran. It was Wang Tsuhua, the village beauty who'd had me write that letter, already at 50 value when we'd barely met. Ziyuan, lucky to run into you. Annie was just looking for you. I greeted her, and she rolled her eyes prettily. Didn't I remember she'd said so at the camp? I followed her home. Clean, as befit a deputy leader's wife, white flower buns on the table. Then it struck me, Wang Tsuihua's husband was Zhao Chunxing, a pillow brought to a sleepy man. She lit the Kong, undid her coat. Chunxing's off supervising the team. I'd no such chore, so I came back. I didn't buy it. Only hunters like Chunny had free time. The rest were all at hard labor. She came and went as she pleased because of her husband's rank. She poured me old brick tea, sat across the warm Kong, and took up needlework, humming, while I drank and watched her value. Still 50. So she'd no real feeling for me yet, meaning either she was setting a trap or her husband couldn't satisfy her. I drank half a pot and went out to the latrine by the pigsty and caught a pair of eyes peering through a gap in the stones. Wang Tsuehua, watching. So that was it. I made a show of fixing my trousers and came out to find her playing innocent, gathering dried fern root from the line. Auntie, what did you call me here for? If it's not urgent, I'll go. She blinked, then beckoned, come with Auntie, and shifted a stone in the yard to reveal a cellar. Every household had one, and climbed down with a lamp. I checked the map, confirmed nothing amiss, and followed. She pulled the cover shut. Below, she drew out a cloth bundle, a hand-copied book, a manuscript. The sent-down movement hadn't fully begun, only frontier support youth, so such copies weren't yet common, though hard conditions and scarce books had started them appearing. Ziyuan, this is something Chunxing copied out. Annie can't read, so read it to me. Tell me what it means. Her voice trembled, the book damp with her palm sweat, her heart pounding. The first page was two crude naked figures, the text below frankly obscene. I understood at once. Wang Tsuhua was no illiterate. The manuscript was thumbed nearly to pieces, brick tea leaves fallen among the pages. The same tea she'd said only her house had. She'd read it many times over. I cleared my throat and read a few lines, and low laughter came, and she opened her coat. Yuan, there's a place on me that's burning. From there it went on, the two of them, the warmth their own. By dusk, I helped a weak-kneed Wang Tsuehua up out of the cellar. Through her I'd grasped the value's true meaning. It stood for real feeling, not appetite. Hers had jumped to 80. She came out with a cloth sack, shy, and pressed it on me. Half a sausage, 2 bricks of tea, a jar of honey candy. Go quick. Chunxing's back soon. The things were nothing to me now. Her heart in them was the gift. I gripped her shoulders, kissed her hard, and left. At old Lu's, Chunny had been waiting anxiously and rushed to cook the moment I returned. Brother Chun, where were you just now? She asked over the meal. Round the village, trying to find goat's milk. I said. The cub was on cornmeal gruel and needed better. Old Lu laughed. We're in the village? Only the black market has it. Soviet tin stuff. I thought of frail Xiaolan, who needed milk and eggs too. Next day, Chunny took game to the fair, and I made a trip out and came back with a hide sack stuffed. 10 leggings cut into strips, stacked, the 6-leaf top ginseng laid on top, 30 caddies of coupons besides. At dusk, old Lu took a lamp and led me 10-odd li to the rail bridge. Under the arch, a few people drifted about, big sacks in hand, opening them silently to anyone who passed. Everything inside, even black-wrapped chocolate. I traded 10 caddies of coupons for 4 bars. Old Lou shaking his head. What's good about that? Wait, the crowd's not all here yet. By the small hours I saw what he meant. The bridge was packed, lamps everywhere, sacks open, silent but staggeringly stocked. A man crouched with tins at his feet, Soviet powdered milk. By old Lou's method, I held up a strip of legging cloth. He felt it, gestured. 5 strips a tin. I had over 100 strips and took all his milk. Pleased, he dug up a buried tin box and opened it on a row of cigarettes. Soviet White Sea filters, expert special issue. I haggled and traded the rest of the cloth for them, which actually cheated him, since back home the cloth pieced into 10 leggings. I browsed on. Much remained, but nothing I wanted. No rush. Old Lou said the bridge market peaked at month's end, when goods from everywhere appeared, and the biggest market of all was in the county graveyard. Having learned the trade, I drew out the ginseng to try my luck. The moment it showed, everyone crowded in. A fur-hatted brawny man's eyes went strange. Old Lou shuddered. Was the boy mad, flaunting a snow-white 6-leaf top root with dragon whiskers in a black market? I wasn't fazed, the stripped Lao-Haishing at my waist, and pitched low. Coupons only, 600 caddies. A fair price. A 4-leaf had gone for 600 not long ago. But no one here could meet it. The fur-hatted man muttered, and 4 men ringed me. Trade in gold. He grinned, producing a shiny copper lump. I drew the pistol and put it to his head. Don't, you're bluffing. I ejected a round, forced it into his mouth, and slapped him. Bloody mouth, he spat it out, felt it, and lowered his head meek, not a peep. I holstered, swinging the root. 550, rock bottom. The market wasn't busy enough. I'd take less, and clear Yakin's dead at dawn. They stared and swallowed, but by daybreak the crowd had scattered and the root unsold. Only old Lou and I remained. I sighed and made to go, when a horse cart came down off the road, and a girl walked up breathing white. I blinked. She wore a navy wool coat, rose-red wool trousers, new leather ankle boots. Too stylish for Twangia or even the county. Plainly a girl from a big city, skin milk white, an army green bag in hand. I hear you find ginseng? A southern big city accent. Comrade, who told you? Everyone at the county market's talking. I've been hunting ginseng, so someone tipped me. She sized me up. For 100 caddies, sell it to me. No, 550 at least. She didn't haggle, smiling slyly. You can't sell it. I've already reported you to the Joint Defense. Hand it over or wait to be arrested. Fury hit me. The black market was tacitly allowed countywide. No one ever reported it, because cutting it off would mean people starving and dying. This woman would ruin a whole village for her own ends. Not for sale, I said cold, and pulled old Lou away. 3 Leon, the cart clattered up. The girl, purred. Oh, you, fine, fine, name a new price. 600, not a fun less. She hopped down and handed over the whole bundle. 485 caddies in there, plus this watch, a new Shanghai watch. My face eased. I checked the coupons, put on the watch, and gave her the root. She had me wait while she examined it, then waved and rode off. A likable sort, really. Then a chime. A special kindred soul detected. Value under 40, can't link. Another special soul, another transcendent draw, and no question, the stylish city girl. Back at old Lou's I kept thinking, who was she? Old Lou went to turn in game and told me to stay for a meal. Chunny couldn't bear to see me go. I didn't mean to stay. I crossed the rundown yard to Chunny's door, pushed it open, and froze. The room was steaming and sunbright, and the girl stood facing the door drying herself, having just bathed after her sick mother had thrown up medicine on her. The door left unlatched, not expecting me back from the market. She froze too, then clapped a hand over her mouth and dropped fast into the tub. A few seconds, but enough. Slight as she looked, she was strong and full with health, a hunter's child, healthy and lovely. I backed out and shut the door for her. Through it came her trembling voice. Brothers Yuan, you mustn't tell anyone. I saw nothing. You're lying, you saw it all. Boo-hoo, now I'll never marry. I rubbed my nose. Wrong thing to say. But a chime followed. Her value rose to 70. Good. A little more, and at 80 I could grow closer with Chunny. I went out and smoked, pleased, then squared the 500 caddies and walked to Zhao Laoxi's, taking it slow. Near midday, I came on the brigade secretary and Chunxing together, the Zhao's behind. Good. The more witnesses, the better. Clear the debt clean so Laosi couldn't weasel. If it isn't Comrade Chun, the secretary came up warm. Chunxing said nothing, blank-faced, but Zhao Laosi jumped out. The bear-killing hero. In our village. I don't care what hero you are. When do you pay that 500 caddies? Why the hurry, Laosi? Can't get a meal. Daring to call me Laosi to my face. Claiming seniority with me? In the Zhao clan, he was uncle rank. He fumed. Don't think being a hero lets you welch. Everyone's here. Give a date. He produced the debt note, signed and thumbprint by the Zhaos and me, the clan jeering behind. I smiled. Anytime's fine. It's only 500 caddies. They roared laughing. Who didn't know how poor Red Star was, a place that couldn't feed itself? Chin's year of work points wouldn't fetch 200. The secretary, frowning, snapped them quiet. Comrade Chun hadn't said he wouldn't pay, not wanting to offend a county heavyweight's favorite, nor the Zhaos. Then Wang Tsuhua appeared and stood by Chunsheng, spring still in her eyes, pointedly ignoring me. I played stranger too, though my mouth twitched. When the laughing died, I said slow, Laosi, what if I pull out 500 caddies right here? The needle didn't work on Chunsheng, but on Laosi it was sure. He laughed. If you can produce 500 caddies this minute, I, Zhao Laosi, will call you a real man. I'll call you grandfather whenever we meet. That's what I'd waited for. I opened the army green bag, stacks of bright new coupons. Laosi choked mid-laugh, stunned. Chunxing lunged to feel them, his eyes changing. Where'd you get these? Step aside. Let Laosi come call me grandfather, and we'll settle. Laosi leapt up. Chunxing, you make this right for uncle. These coupons are dirty money. Who knows if he stole or robbed them? Explain yourself, Chun. The Zhaos closed in. The secretary moved to speak. Chunxing grabbed him. Secretary, the team's waiting on your speech. This is Zhao family business. Don't take an outsider's side. Cornered, borrowing to pay a debt is only right. Yet the bright new coupons, so unlike Tuanjia's worn old ones, plainly had a problem. The secretary gave me a helpless look and turned away. Wang Tsuehua, anxious, tugged Chunxing. Stop meddling. Come home with me. He shook her off. A woman prattling now? Can't you see I'm busy? She bit her lip and stood aside, all her worry for me. The warmth of it touched me. The Zhao started up again. Unafraid, I stepped over and kicked Laosi flat. Kneel and call me grandfather. Don't you understand speech? He howled, then sprawled and played the shameless cur. Tie him up. Chunxing roared, and the Zhaos snatched up clubs, hoes, picks, stones. This was their own quarter of the village, not last time. They came snarling, and a county horse cart tore down the lane. Stop, all of you. The stylish city girl jumped down again, and this time 2 tall, armed women militia came with her. Laosi shot up off the ground, eyes glued to her. Chunxing stared, then managed. Whose woman are you? She lifted her chin proudly. I'm no one's woman. I'm here to inspect Tuanjia. Inspect? Laosi didn't know the word. Chunxing did, and his eyes shifted. Comrade, you're from the county? Of course. I'm the new camp inspector, Wang Xiaoshuang. At that, Chunxing relaxed. He'd feared a leading cadre, but a mere camp inspector, a job even adult like Zhao or Lu had done. Still, her dress and look, and those 2 tall armed militia, said she wasn't to be trifled with. Maybe some county connection. He smiled. Comrade, there's nothing here, just the Zhaos collecting a debt. Xiaoshuang stamped mud off a boot. Collecting a debt? Why the fight? Isn't the bag full of coupons? The army green bag was hers, the coupons hers, brought from the city. Chunxing, impatient, pointed at me. We suspect his coupons are dirty. Look how new. Who knows where he stole them? She scoffed. Cut the nonsense. I can witness right now they're fine. Chunxing, eyeing her militia, pressed his temper. On what proof? We hill folk aren't so easily bullied. She walked over, took the bag from me. Listen well, folks. These coupons I brought from the city. I gave them to him. Chunxing gaped. A militiawoman stepped up, grave. Will witness for Comrade Wang. Doubt it? Asked the secretary. The county can certify. That sealed it. Red-faced, Chunxing finally took the bag. I came up. Take the coupons. Give me the bag back. Gritting his teeth, He had a crushed lousy counted out, surrendered the note, and before all announced the debt cleared. I handed the bag back to Xiaoshuang with a smile. She thanked the two militiawomen, said a few words, and the cart left. A strange girl, down from the county, but no car, no tractor, a horse cart instead. Then she came to me. Comrade, I'm going to Red Star Camp. Is there a horse in the village? My heart jumped. Why name Red Star? What do you want there? You're nosy. I'm going to find a bastard named Qin Ziyuan. I rubbed my nose. Funny, I'm from Red Star. I'll take you. You don't look like you ride. I can learn. No chance in the city. First thing here I rode a cart. Once at the camp I'll ride a horse and hunt too. She shouldered the bag. Let's go. Right now? Of course. I'm in a hurry to find that bastard Chun. I led her toward Chunny's. Skip the horse. I've a bike. I'll take you. You can ride? Let me take you instead. She fell in behind, laughing. You're no hill man. Your way of talking's like the city loafers. Say, can I have my watch back? No, you sold it to me. Stingy. Behind us, Chunxing brushed mud off lousy, dark-faced. Uncle, keep your head down. Chin's planted his feet now. The debt's cleared. Don't go provoking him. Lousy, sullen. I can't swallow it. Chunxing scoffed. Nor can I. When's the Zhao clan been bullied like this? But here's the play. We start with Old Lu's household. Old Lu the hunter? Lousy thought of Chunny and swallowed. Uncle, Old Lu sold a dozen-plus flying dragon at the market a few days back. Lousy's eyes went round. Where'd the old man get those? Doesn't matter. The county calls it speculation and profiteering. Reported at the market, the old man can't escape it. And he's gotten thick with Chun lately. Grab him, and we smear Chun. A vicious plan. The Zhao clan schemer earning his name. Nephew, the Lu girl Chunny's unbetrothed. What about? Chunxing glared. She's spoken for by the Li family's full son. We can't cross the lease now. Don't get ideas. The Bai woman's yours sooner or later anyway. So the trap was set as I wheeled the bike out of Chunny's gate. Xiaoshuang gawked at the bike. She'd seen plenty of roadsters in the city, but never one so odd. Uglier the longer she looked. Those iron lumps bolted on so jarring. I mounted. Get on, it's a long way. She'd meant to ride me, but lost interest and sat sideways on the back. Go slow, don't bounce me off. You'll fall like that. I pedaled off through the village paths. She was in fine spirits, exclaiming at everything. Rabbits, look, so many. Wow, a yellow goat. Fast. And when I called back, there's wolves too. She laughed like a bell. Wolves come? We've got rifles. And burst into a marching song. The road got rougher. Even with the bike's shocks, she couldn't keep her seat. Stop a sec. She switched to straddling the back, gripping the two struts. There, ride faster, I'm steady now. She couldn't sit still. You're from Red Star, so you must know Qin Ziyuan? I almost laughed. Of course, I see him every day. Humph, that bastard, he's nasty, isn't he? Why say so? Don't get me started. My grandfather sang this Qin's praises in the county, made me come down to toughen up and do everything Qin says. I talked back and got a lecture. My heart jumped. Uncle Wang's granddaughter, spoiled in the city, sent down to toughen up. What luck? Comrade Wang, I don't think this is Qin's doing. Your elder means well. True enough, but grandfather made it sound like Chun had me posted as inspector. I thought he was some great hero. I looked into it. A green kid, a frontier youth. And somehow grandfather thinks the world of him. You don't look old yourself. Why fault him for being young? It's not that. I, Wang Xiaoshuang, mean to do big things. How can I be under some young fellow? So that was it. I went quiet. The sun was setting. She grew a little afraid. How much farther? I checked the map. 10 li, almost there. She sang again. Then she remembered. Hey, we've talked all this time and I don't have your name. My surname's Chun. Oh, you're Chun too? What's your name? Qin Ziyuan. Her breath caught. A mortified silence. Then, flushing angry, stopped the bike. I braked. She hopped off, red as cloth, fiddling with her bag. Her value still showed no link. Under 40, but a stint at the camp would change that fast. She turned, red-faced. Comrade Chun, don't tell my grandfather what I said. He'd lock me up. I won't tell Uncle Wang. But, niece, at the camp you follow orders. Her eyes went wide. Niece? How am I your niece? I call the old man uncle so. She glared. No comeback. Got back on furious. Then, Uncle Chun, can you take me hunting? The form warmed me. I agreed at once. I'm going into the woods tomorrow. Come along. And she brightened and sang the rest of the way to Red Star. The sisters came out happy, then tensed at the stylish Xiao Shuang in her wool coat. Yakin most of all, eyeing her with suspicion. Xiaomei fretted. She'd grown close to Brother Ziyuan, and here came another woman, dressed like a city fashion plate. But Xiaolan took Xiao Shuang's hand at once, chattering about the city, and Xiao Shuang was delighted. All three sisters city girls, common ground. She introduced herself to Yakin with a smile. Sister Yakin, I'm down to toughen up, the new inspector. I'll be troubling you all. Yakin warmed to her, though the term anti-Jarrett. Uncle Chun told me on the way the camp has no director yet. You two run it all. Yakin smiled. The girl called Chin uncle, plainly a junior, no threat to her sisters. Dinner was ready. Over roast yellow goat and grouse soup Xiao Shuang ate till her tongue thickened. Mountain delicacies, can't get these in the city. After, Yakin drew me out. Where's Xiao Shuang to sleep? I couldn't put her in the cold, rat-run storehouse. Let her have my hut, get the girls to tidy it. And you? I'll sleep in the storehouse. She just squeezed my hand. The sisters fixed up my hut and brought over the camp's one whole quilt, patched all over. Xiao Shuang, after eating, wanted to bathe. Xiaolan heated water and took her in. Seeing the tidied hut and the best quilt, she was moved and pained. I'll go to the county for bedding and coats. I called from outside. Don't go pulling strings with Uncle Wang. Bear a few days, niece. I'll get you fur bedding. She laughed through the door. Don't boast. That's a lot of game. I found Yakin instead. She smiled. These 2 days Xiaolan, Xiaomei and I boiled and dried the hair pelts. Enough for 2 or 3 coats. Don't make any for me. We'll make fur bedding instead and get Chunny to fetch more hide. Weave the roe pelts too, for bedrolls. Why not coats from the hair? I smiled. I had 10 polar suits, layered. With the leggings, a few wool underlayers and fleeces would be warm and not bulky. I went out and came back with 4 cold weather sets. Heavens, where from? Hush, the black market, Soviet. She hugged me joyfully, and with the others away, pulled me into the storehouse, 2 days apart, and she couldn't wait. After a long while we came out. Xiao Shuang had bathed and was chatting with Xiaolan. Yakin took 3 sets to the sisters to try. I gave the last set and the black leggings to Xiao Shuang. The most complete, shell, trousers, gloves, snow cap. Feeling the suit and the leggings, she was struck speechless. Uncle Chun, you've got glass silk stockings here? Well-traveled Xiao Shuang guessed near right. Glass silk meaning nylon, half translucent when stretched. She'd seen them in the city, but no one wore them in deep winter, and these were different. Thicker feeling yet thin to the eye, fiercely warm. They're an underlayer, not glass silk. I smiled. She ducked into the hut, shut the door, no peeking. Uncle Chun, I'm changing, and soon opened it, the snug leggings on her, her skin finer than the sisters in the lamplight. Say, this really is trousers. I stared. Xiaolan rushed over and pushed her back in. Trousers go over them. Xiao Shuang put on the hunting suit and came out striking, Xiaolan watching enviously. Sister Shuang, you'll go hunting with Brother Ziyuan? Of course, I'm the inspector. I must learn to hunt. Xiaolan cupped her face. I want to go too. Once I learn, I'll teach you. While they talked in the hut and Yakin sorted pelts in the storehouse, Xiaomei came up with a basin, flushed. Brother Ziyuan, will you still wash my feet? A promise from before. I nodded, and the two of them stayed close, the warmth their own, her value climbing to 80. Next morning I rose refreshed and walked the cub round. And at the latrine by the storehouse I stripped and rubbed myself down with cold snow, a kind of training. The Soldier King body and these days' work had made me hard and full of vigor. Then odd sounds came from the latrine. The map showed a blinking point. Not Yakin or Xiaomei, Xiaolan or Xiao Shuang. I turned toward it on purpose and did calisthenics until my skin glowed red, then dressed and readied for the woods. Out of the open latrine, legs cramped from crouching, Xiao Shuang crept along the wall, red-faced and cursing under her breath. A city girl's first wild game had given her a night of stomach trouble, and when I'd come she'd been too embarrassed to stand, only peering through the plank gaps, and had seen what she shouldn't. She went back to the hut, hugged a startled Xiaolan with cold arms, and couldn't sleep. That Chun, shameless, exercising naked at dawn. Was that how hunters trained? Just as drowsiness came, my knock. Niece, suit up, time to go. She got up dark-eyed and sour, not slept and weak besides. Niece, what's wrong? Nothing. I'm full of energy, she said, chest out, declaring it a fine hunting day. I shook my head. Rest, no rush, you've no gun. I didn't want her falling ill on me. No answer for Uncle Wong. She panicked. A frontier youth can't flag now. The new generation's spirit not to be looked down on, least of all by me. I'll ride to a nearby camp and borrow a gun. See, I'm already suited up, and swayed, dizzy. I patted her shoulder. Remember what I said? At the camp you follow your uncle. Here, I've a glorious task for you. Embarrassed and weak, she asked what. I took her to the lean-to by the storehouse, where the white wolf cub was lapping the black market milk. She crouched, delighted, stroking it, a dog. A wolf. She snatched her hand back, then couldn't help petting again. Don't worry, raised and trained here, the wildness may leave it. I gave her the cub to mind, and back in the hut laid out the market goods. Yakin was sorting the camp stores, having dug a square pit in the hut to serve as a cellar. Plenty remained, but none fresh. She'd saved the flour and beans, and the cellar radish, the camp's only fruit. I brought out Wang Tsuewa's sausage and tea, the honey candy, chocolate, and remaining tinned milk, keeping the cigarettes. Yakin hugged me tight. None of them had tasted chocolate in who knew how long. Outside, I shook my head at the hut and the wreck of a storehouse. Next, the housing problem. Rebuild the storehouse, add a storeroom, swap the lean-tos for cabins. But could I and 4 women manage such heavy work? I'd save up another 50 value for 5 draws and try for a building-related ability or resource. Failing that, stockpile and find help from a nearby camp come spring. I capped on my snow hat, rode out to the Flying Dragon Woods where the road ended. No village here, no one about. So I just took the bike into the space and crossed the woods, skirted Ginseng Ridge, and explored north. From Old Lu, I'd learned much hunting lore, especially game habitats, all marked on the map, and soon found his Flying Dragon Slope, a sunny rise edged with hazel thickets, the Flying Dragon's great roost. In the polar suit, the Laohaitian called up, I set 30-odd snares, then circled firing. The shots startled the first birds, and I dropped them one by one, 20-odd quickly, into the space. Next, sable wood. The sable my biggest target. One of the Blackwater's 3 treasures with ginseng and deer velvet, its pelt, golden fur. A luxury, even in later times. Old Lu said you can't shoot sable. Around ruins half the pelt. And they're cunning, treeing at the man scent from 2 li off, quicker than monkeys. So I prepared sable snares, find red pines with vertical claw scratches, then tree hollows and rock crevices nearby, and set wire loops baited with roe fat. An ordinary hunter takes few a year. The sable licks the fat clean and slips round, but my divine trap art's 100% capture is the trick. I marked 4 or 5 hollows on the map and circled back to Flying Dragon Slope, where nearly every snare held a fat bird, more than I could count. No hunter could have believed it. This wasn't hunting, it was grabbing chickens from a coop. I cleared the snares and dismantled them. Having found the roost, I wouldn't wipe it out, the hunter's way Old Lu had pressed on me. The great forest is sacred, and wiping out game makes it exact a price. So with these 50-odd Flying Dragon, I'd not hunt this patch again this year. Into the space they went, and back at Sable Wood another astonishing sight. 5 hollows, 7 sable, all sleek and fat. Winter's stillness and fat-laying made their pelts prime. I gathered them and pulled the snares, finding at the last one a sable half dragged off by a fox, pelt ruined, meat gone. No time to hunt the fox today. On the way back, I took a few more roe, grouse, hares, and gathered fungus, and rode home laden under a dark sky, to a familiar figure waiting, tear-streaked, peering anxiously. Chunny. Seeing me, she burst out. Brother, my dad's been taken by the team. Old Lu had been called to a meeting the day before and not come back. By midday, Chunny ran to the brigade and learned the Zhaos had taken him to a cellar on a speculation and profiteering charge and were interrogating him through the night. In this era, a production team that pinned a charge on a man wielded a court's power. I heard her out, killing intent flickering. I'd only wanted to avoid a big fight, and the Zhaos came rushing to die anyway. Taking old Lu was plainly aimed at me. "Stay at the camp, Chunny. I'll go get him." "I'm coming," she said, snatching up the family gun, ready to throw her life away. Yakin caught her. "You'll only die. The Zhao's ancestors were bandit chiefs. Every house has guns." Chunny gritted. "They took my mother too. I'm saving my parents." Her mother seized as well. Bullying passed all bounds. Xiao Shuang flared. "Neither of you move. I'll get my grandfather from the county and bring him back to arrest these animals." "Don't make it worse," I said. "Justice for the people is making it worse." "The Zhaos have already pinned the charge. By the time the county comes, they'll have finished. Far water won't put out a near fire." She thought on it, seeing for the first time how cold and clear I went under pressure, and, still unwilling to be useless, asked what she could do. I laid it out. At first light, Yakin would ride her to the county. By then I'd have old Lu out, and the county's arrival would hold down the unruly Zhaos. Why wait for light? There's a shortcut now. Yakin looked at me, anxious for the man she loved. I nodded, and the steadiness of it gave her courage. So I set the tasks. Yakin and Xiao Shuang to fetch help, Chunny to guard the camp, and the sisters with the gun. 5 girls like a little women's army taking my orders, got the seller's location, and rode for Tuanjia, a startling plan already forming by the time I neared the village. In the big cellar northwest of Zhao Laoxi's vegetable plot, for lamps lit old Lu, unconscious, and beside him, Chunny's mother, already dead. Zhao Laoxi felt for her breath and shuddered. "How's she dead?" 2 clan nephews shrugged it off. Zhao Laoxi, leading this without Chunsheng, was terrified. A death was a big matter. "Go, get Chunsheng," he said. And the plank above opened. A figure dropped down the ladder, the plastic sheet cover snapping shut behind. Before he could see me, a hand edge took his neck, and he went black. The 2 young Zhaos jumped, one for a knife, one for a fowling piece, but a muzzle was already on them. The cellar's plastic cover deadened sound. That's why it served as the Zhao's private interrogation pit. A hard elbow each, bloody mouth, silenced. I looked at the old woman dead on the ground and at old Lu, knifed and wired through hand and foot, and the blood went to my head. "It was Uncle Zhao. We didn't touch them," the 2 said, shaking. I put the fowling piece in the unconscious Zhao Laoxi's hands and arranged what followed so the deaths would read as his doing. The 2 clansmen down, no lingering on it, and put Zhao Laoxi back under with another elbow when he stirred. Old Lu opened his eyes, looked at his wife, and made a low animal sound in his throat. I freed him. There was nothing to say to a man whose wife was murdered. But the plan needed him steady, so to the blood-eyed old man bent to bite Zhao Laoxi to death, I said only, "Think of Chunny." His mind cleared. "Give me the gun. I'll take the blame, and Chunny's yours." I shook my head and told him the plan low, and he kowtowed in the cellar, holding his wife. "I'll do whatever you say, boy. One thing. The Zhao blood debt I take back, all of it. Don't worry, uncle. The Zhaos I will end." Then I carried Zhao Laoxi out, took a mule from his shed, tied him to it, and in deep night rode off, pulling the mule into the dark forest. And behind me old Lu, covered in blood, climbed from the cellar and let loose an earth-shaking wail. "Help! Zhao Laoxi has killed people. The madman Zhao Laoxi has killed people." Deep in Ginseng Ridge, I dumped Zhao Laoxi in the snow and kicked the mule off through the trees. He woke. I searched him and took the 500 caddies of coupons off him, then left him wounded and exposed in the misted snow of the ridge, where a man in his state couldn't crawl clear of the forest in 2 days, and finished it there. That timing the cleverest part of the plan. I cleared the woods and reached the shack by dawn. Chunny stood frozen at the door with the gun, waiting. I sighed, went to her, held her, and told her of her mother as gently as I could. She shook her head, refusing to believe it, then wept herself raw, and made to run for the village. I set her on the bike and rode back to Tuanjia. At the village mouth, the familiar jeep, Uncle Wang himself, down from the county. The loudspeaker was calling a mass meeting. The team yard was packed, Yakin and Xiaoshuang among them. 3 bodies lay shrouded on planks. Old Lu, bound in cloth, was telling the county workers what happened. That Zhao Laoxi called his flying dragon sales speculation, that he'd said it was for his wife's medicine, and Zhao insisted she wasn't ill, that they dragged her to the cellar, and she died in their custody. His hoarse voice turning even some Zhao clansmen furious. Chunchang, Ashen, cut in. And how did my two nephews die? Biting his own tongue to weep. The Zhaos lost people too, two strong laborers, and the Zhaos set up a wail. Uncle Wang stood grim. The county joint defense man pressed old Lu on. He said Zhao Laosi, panicking at the death, told the two young men to take the blame. They panicked too and said it was all Zhao Laosi. That beaten near death, he heard the three of them quarrel, worse and worse. Then shots, and saw it was Zhao Laosi. You saw him fire? I saw it for shots. The wounds match. Chuanxing's heart sank utterly. He didn't believe Zhao Laosi would shoot, but everyone believed old Lu now. Which way did he run? Old Lu pointed at the mountains. The suspect fled to the woods. The man frowned. Then I arrived with Chunny, who pushed through to her father, the two weeping in each other's arms, the hill folk around them seething. Our village has hunters. Go get the dog. Take the dogs. Are the Zhaos going or not? The Zhaos didn't dare make a sound. Chunxing stepped up. Righteous. We Zhaos will send men. We have to catch the old animal. The county men were delighted. No need to mobilize a force into bandit country. Uncle Wang spoke. Mind your safety. He has a gun, and a beast this evil may be shot on sight if necessary. The Tuanjia hunters geared up at once. Everyone knew a county heavyweight was presiding, and whoever took the fugitive would earn merit. Then someone cried, "Look, the bear-killing hero, Chen Ziwan, is going after him too." My name had spread. A man who dropped a black bear alone was a real one. I had a quiet word with Yakin and fell in behind the hunters. I saw Chunxing. The Zhao hunters formed their own party, muttering, wanting Zhao Laosi alive, since Chunxing didn't believe he'd killed, and a live Zhao Laosi could wash the clan stain off. Go on and look, find him if you can. A few young hunters, hero-worshipping, fell in with me. Then the Zhaos cheered. They'd found the mule, over on Luoxia slope, opposite the ridge, and charged off the wrong way. I smiled coldly and turned for Ginseng Ridge. 3 young hunters stuck with me. Mist rose ahead, wind shaking snow from the trees, my night tracks buried, but I had the map and my own marks. Stop, I signed. You see him, Brother Chin? 2 li off, where I'd left him, Zhao Laosi had crawled into a tree hollow, a gun in his hand. The young hunters could make out only a figure and raised their guns uselessly at that range. I raised the Lao Haixing, 800 meters, through gaps in the woods, into a hollow, and ended the man with one shot. The young hunters checked the body, spat on it, and looked at me with naked awe. 800 meters into a tree hollow through the trees, the aim and the nerve of a mountain hunting god. We came out, fired the signal skyward, and the parties gathered on the trail. The Zhaos hadn't returned, having gone too far. The hill folk are plain people. Ability is ability, regardless of age or background, and they carried me back to the village laughing. Uncle Wang and the joint defense men, still directing a search nearby, were stunned. Caught already? Uncle Wang quietly let out a breath. What he cared about most was me. Wang, I'd worked out, was a city cadre demoted down to the county, landing alone in a place of tangled factions with no one of his own but a few orderlies, which was why he'd resolved to cultivate me the moment he found me. He kept his face stern. This is Comrade Chun, the bear-killing hero. The joint defense men were impressed, and they came to receive me, asked after the pursuit, and examined the body, finding in Zhao Laosi's fowling piece shot matching the 2 dead clansmen's wounds. The case was essentially closed. Uncle Wang praised me, and I took the opening to ask that Chunny and old Lu be moved to Red Star. Entirely reasonable, and he gave the order to the secretary on the spot, then clapped my shoulder. 2 commendation meetings together in a couple of days. Name your requests. No need to think. Uncle, I want greater responsibility to build Red Star up. Good. You'll be Red Star's director. I'll announce it at the meeting. It needed a county vote, but Red Star was small, remote, deep in the forest, and unwanted, so he was sure of it. His first red flag planted in the Deshing. He found Xiao Shuang. Now you see why I sent you to Red Star. Learn from Comrade Chun. He has real ability. She seemed oddly distracted, started to speak several times, looked at the grieving Chunny and at me, and said nothing. Chuanxing's party straggled back, saw Zhao Laosi dead, and heard the village praising me, and near brought up blood. For funerals in Tuanjia that day, the Zhaos throwing theirs lavishly under the villagers' cold eyes, old Lu's plane, all of it run by me, as if I'd become the family's son-in-law. When Chunny's mother was buried and old Lu sent to the county hospital, Chunny packed up and climbed without hesitation onto the tractor back to Red Star, leaning against me on the road, her value at 90. After all this, she'd no need of any system. Her heart had settled on me, but I made no improper move. She was a kid I cared about, and I'd never take advantage. Back at the camp, I put Chunny in Xiaoshuang's hut, the Bai sisters squeezing in with me for now. That night, Yakin stewed a big pot of sausage, sour cabbage, and grouse soup, but few ate much, Xiaoshuang least of all, frowning, stealing glances at me. After, she pulled me out to the storehouse. "What's wrong, Xiaoshuang?" I had a bad feeling. "Did you get old Lu out of the cellar? He never once mentioned you, but Yakin and I both know it was you who went down there and freed him. Why would he lie?" I stayed silent. I can about guess what happened in that cellar. I was weighing whether to call up the gun. No fear in me, no panic, only pain, and she seemed in more pain than I was. She turned away. "I know you were ridding the people of evil and saving Chunny's family, but this isn't right. I'm so torn. Should I tell my grandfather?" A chime, special kindred soul detected, value reached 40. Link? Link. I holstered. Looking at her back, I said sincerely, "Give me 2 days, and I'll tell you everything myself." She trembled. "Everything I did, I'll never regret, because I believe this world has to have justice. You'd be right to report me. That's a kind of justice too. You're a good girl. Dying at your hands, I'd die content." She turned, pressed a hand over my mouth, and after a long moment said only, "One day. And you tell me first." Her value rose to 50, granting a draw. I was elated. Unlike Chunny, Xiaoshuang's value rose fast, especially after linking. And that was my great leverage now. Reach 80 within the day and the bind would resolve perfectly. 5 draws remained. 5 draws. One of them Xiaoshuang's special soul draw, certain to yield a super reward. That night, I didn't go to Yakin's hut, but moved alone to the storehouse. First, a 4-draw run. For chimes, a second Soldier King constitution, now doubled, strength, reflexes, all passed twice over. A divine sniper art that replaced the rifle art, with an indestructible modified Siberian sniper rifle. A Mosin Nagant with a new PU scope and Soviet rough styling, 7.62, heavy recoil, but under the art range out to 1,000 meters and doubled killing power. A 200 square meter automated vegetable greenhouse, position to choose, and a map upgrade to 500 meters. I sighted the greenhouse first. The map's reach had jumped to 500, and I saw a red star ringed in gold lines. Not inside the camp. The women would see it, and there'd be no explaining. So I had to extend the camp's reach. A gorge west in the forest, hemmed by tall trees, sunk in the middle, buried in snow. A played-out logging cut abandoned after an accident. Hidden and safe. The white greenhouse dropped neatly into the gorge and blended with the snow. You'd never see it without walking up, and the camp's mapped territory pushed out hundreds of meters. Power roared through me. The doubled constitution, strength and body, and reflexes all up past double. I took up the new sniper rifle, a true Mosin Nagant. The PU scope carrying its range to 1,000 meters under the divine sniper art. Doubled vision, 100% hit, doubled power on all targets. I suited up and ran through the starlit wind to the greenhouse, its automation all Soviet lettering. The most advanced collective farm automatic greenhouse tech, still experimental even there, which gave me a cover story. Blame the Soviets, since the county black market does sell their machine parts. The problems left were groundwater and light. The top let enough sun in, so water was the thing. I sat a while and wondered whether the whole greenhouse could go into peach spring, but the system said seeds won't sprout or grow in the space. Storage only, no growth. The space's powers yet to be explored. A pity. As for water, the Deshing's permafrost beats hand digging. So the answer was a catchment fed by meltwater. Red Star itself still ran on melted snow. I had only the idea and would wait for old Lu, and decided the greenhouse would be his, a hunter, but no hill family can't farm. Then the last draw, Xiaoshuang's transcendent. Like Chunny's it took long, and paid out a beast taming art. Bind a beast companion soon. I was let down, that's it. But the system bristled, the taming powers no lesser than the space. I'd been hasty. I should have banked it. Venting, I tore into the woods and shot something at 1,000 meters without even seeing it, and walked up to a sicked deer, out of season, with ginseng leaves still at its mouth, and dug 3 6-leaf top ginseng nearby. Then pulled with the red thread 1 7-leaf spirit white root, 3 dragon whiskers, and a clear infant face at its center. A spirit ginseng. Into the space. And the antler velvet, which should be bone-hard in winter and worthless, was full, tender, fresh blood red. The deer's ginseng diet soaked into its flesh, maybe. I cut the velvet, shouldered the deer, and got back to camp easily on the doubled constitution. Wiping sweat, I saw at dawn the white cub trotting up, eyes open and furred already, days from the kits. I lifted it, triggered the beast-taming art, and bound it. A faint mind link opened, and a single thought set its ears up like a pet's. And that only the art's first effect, more to discover. You're something, system, worth having. With the binding, the cub's body strengthened, less a newborn wolf than a husky pup, a gold blade-shaped tuft at its brow. I'll call you Daofoam Blade's Edge. It butted my leg and gave a small howl. Then Xiao Shuang, rubbing her eyes, stared at the deer and the gold-eyed white wolf and said the last thing I expected. No, I have to hunt today. Hunting's good. It warms a bond, and the crisis wasn't past. Xiao Shuang at 50 was a time bomb. If I didn't reach 80 soon, she might run to the county. I smiled and told her not to rush. I'd make a feast first. You need a full belly to hunt. She blinked. Fine, but don't forget what you promised. Tonight you tell me everything. I'll plead your case with grandfather. I sighed inwardly. A simple city girl's sense of right doesn't change overnight. And she was being generous, not reporting me, still trying to help, not knowing that any hitch in the Zhao Laosi affair would finish me. She'd already changed into the suit I gave her and ridden to a nearby camp to borrow a gun. As inspector, she had only to ask. She hadn't brought one from the county. I guessed old Wang wouldn't give her one, loving his granddaughter and not wanting her risking the woods at all. I sliced fresh velvet thin. The blood-red velvet gave off a fragrance like ginseng leaf. The deer's diet soaked into it. Brother Ziyuan, what's this? Xiulan bounced in and startled at the velvet. Good stuff, Xiulan. I'm cooking today. Wait for something tasty. I soaked the slices, then cut fungus and radish, took a grouse, stewed it for soup, added the fungus and radish, and finally the velvet. Soaked or not, it kept the blood's essence, and the soup turned sweet and rich as if soy sauced. Xiulan couldn't wait and had a small bowl, her eyes curving to moons. So good. Even the grieving, listless Chunny took an extra half bowl. Yakin, the eldest and wanting to save more for me, had only one bowl. Xiaomei, lately copying her sister's thrift, held back too. Only Xiao Shuang, back with a borrowed gun, threw off her city restraint and downed 2 bowls in a rush, worn out from riding. I laughed that I hadn't known she could ride. She said proudly she'd played at the cavalry unit with grandfather as a child. Yakin, frowning at the leftover soup, quietly ladled it all into my bowl. Only the wholehearted Yakin, body and soul on her man. I'd made the velvet to test something. In my memory, velvet not only fortifies a man, but has an effect on women too. The Qing emperors drank deer blood, and palace-prepared velvet was granted to the consorts, a recorded thing. If it worked, Xiao Shuang, who'd eaten most, should show it first. To my disappointment, she seemed wholly unaffected. Finishing and going to ready her hunt, I watched Xiulan and Xiaomei clear the bowls, deflated. Then Yakin tugged my sleeve, her eyes full of spring fire. Why was it Yakin it worked on? Ziyuan, shouldn't we patrol the storehouse before the hunt? Right, we should. With the double body, I didn't fear her invitation, and we patrolled over an hour. Yakin loath to let me go. Did the velvet only work on the married? The guests seemed near right. Of the camp's 5 women, only Yakin was at full value. I came out, called the eager Xiao Shuang, and we ducked into the woods. In the hut, meanwhile, Xiulan and Xiaomei had gone red and feverish, itchy and restless without knowing why. Yakin came in, flushed too, and rubbed them down with cold snow at face and underarms until the heat passed. Then went redder still, thinking. Xiao Shuang ate 2 bowls, and half the velvet. This could be trouble. I took Xiao Shuang toward Flying Dragon Slope. The day was freakishly warm, a rare bright sun, a warm current up the slope, what the Dashing calls a snowmelt day. I didn't know its danger. Under melting snow lie snow caves, some overflowing groundwater. I'd picked the slope for being near, familiar, and full of only small game, all for her safety. She sighted a hare and didn't fire, watching it run off. Why not shoot? She wiped sweat, flushed wrong, and said, "It's not grown, it's cute. Somewhere else. Is there a weasel here?" We found no weasel but a wolverine, wolf dog, the hill name. A fierce thing, dog-sized, vicious-eyed. She fired. It took the round, bloodied, and bolted up the snow slope, and a heat burning in her. She charged after it heedless. Fast, that girl, and I'd barely shouted careful when she vanished. Cold sweat. A deep hole in the half-melted slope. She'd fallen into a snow cave. I jumped in after. A racing underground river swept me down a dark channel. I let it speed me, the map up, and caught her ahead, hauling her over my head, then braced my feet on a rock to stop us and dragged us, spent, onto a silt slope. She was shaking. Though it was above freezing down here, the channel's draft had her lips white, and without the waterproof polar gear I'd given her, the cold would have killed her already, water having soaked through. Strip the wet clothes, get a fire going. I keep matches in the space. The little silt slope was built up over years by the river, driftwood and branches among the sand. I built a damp fire, helped along by 2 pairs of leggings for tinder, then cut a few more to pad the warming ground, and stripped to my wool underlayer, my own gear soaked too. Then I went to strip her wet clothes. "What are you?" she said, dizzy, hungry, cold but clear-headed. "You want to freeze to death down here?" What did I say before we left? She'd genuinely dragged me into this, so she went quiet and obeyed. "Above us they can't find us. We self-rescue. Wet clothes pull heat. The fire won't be enough soon." She was frightened. "Then what?" "Dry the clothes, then follow the river down." "Won't I be colder?" "2 people together aren't cold." And, raising my voice, "But no funny business." She blinked, dazed. "I'd never bully you." And, half-frozen, actually comforted me. "We'll find a way out." She got out of the soaked clothes herself, down to a white shift and the leggings I'd given her. I pulled up the dried shell, lay down and held her, and covered us. Warm. She turned, her back to my chest, feeling my heartbeat, her own racing. I had the map open. Upgraded, it reached 500 meters and even above the cave, and I saw our slope, and that the exit lay under 10 meters behind it. A few more seconds in the current, and we'd have washed out a lower snow slope on our own. Lucky to land just here and build value with Xiaoshuang. The girl in my arms was warming now. By firelight, I could see the flush rising on her snow-white neck, even her breath carrying a fragrance, the velvet. So the velvet had taken effect after all. Her value rose to 60, and she shivered. I couldn't be sure what stirred in her, but the chimes said much. She liked being held by me. A girl who'd known no man, perhaps her first such closeness. The feeling of this era was sweet and simple. The city folks courting no more than hand-holding, a kiss at most. The hill women were warmer, bolder, ready to take a man into the woods once they'd settled on him. A just-down city girl was blank as paper. I smiled and held her closer. Her heart was a churn. Not only the man's warmth at her back, but the velvet blood racing in her, and the past few days replaying. The man her grandfather praised, who shot like a hunting god and dropped a sika, who walked into the forest with a handful of youths to take a killer. Whatever happened in the Zhao cellar, Zhao Laosi was an armed desperado, and who dropped a black bear alone. A young hero indeed. Fire flickered in her eyes, and things came clear. The Zhaos hadn't spared even a sick old woman, so why pick over what happened in the cellar? The result was good, and Brother Ziyuan was a champion who'd cleared evil for the people. She smiled, and her value reached 70. Half asleep, I caught the chime, glad and surprised. 60 was closeness, an anchor. 70 meant she'd surely not pursue the cellar. Xiaoshuang asleep? Not yet, she answered after a while. I ventured. Actually, about the Zhao cellar. She turned suddenly into my arms, propped a hand on my chest, and said shyly, "Don't tell it. The bad man's dead. The good people saved. I believe what you did was good." My heart leapt and stirred a little. She caught it, humphed, turned back. "No funny ideas. Try anything, and I'll tell grandfather." I had to hold off. We rested a while, the suits dried, and dressed back to back at the fire. Brother Ziyuan, do we follow this river? Her flush had faded, the velvet had passed. Why call me brother? I call your grandfather uncle. She grinned. From now on we each reckon our own way, then frowned at the dark water. I was sure. Don't fear. By the wind's direction there's an exit not far ahead. Half believing, she volunteered to scout, stepping over the rocks, heedless again, while I quietly gathered the cut leggings, good for trade. I see light. There's really an exit, she cheered. I followed her out, looked up, and was startled. This was Red Star's western gorge, under 30 meters from my greenhouse, hidden by snow so she didn't see it. Sun's near down. Let's hurry. And I pulled her toward the camp, laughing inwardly. Glad of two things. First, the greenhouse's water was solved. 30-some meters, a channel would carry it, and come spring the meltwater cave might become a river. Second, I'd found a hidden passage. Through the gorge along the water cave you could reach Flying Dragon Slope, an escape route in a crisis. At the camp a white shape shot out, Daofeng, and I scooped him up, the bond carrying his attachment through. No milk tonight. I'll get you something good. The cub was growing far past an ordinary beast. Before long he'd have a wolf king's bearing. The women came out. Xiaolan, close with Xiaoshuang now, asked eagerly what she'd caught. Xiaoshuang flushed. My level's no good. I have to keep learning from Comrade Chun. Xiaolan, it's all right. First day, no harm done is fine. And Xiaoshuang, redder, fled into the hut. Yakin, just done washing a quilt, caught a woman's instinct that something had happened on that trip, and her heart tightened. Last time squeezed in together those midnight sounds had told her Chen surely fancied Xiaomei. But lately it had cooled. Had the stylish Xiaoshuang taken his soul? She bit her lip and sighed inwardly. She herself was wholly devoted, no second heart, yet full of care for her sisters. Whatever happened, we Bai sisters can't lose to Xiaoshuang. Still, Xiaoshuang's background outranked theirs. The Bai's a capitalist family, the kind everyone reviles, while Xiaoshuang's grandfather, Yakin had learned in Tuanjia, was a soldier, seemingly a big official, a true army young lady. She looked at Xiaolan, whose stylish short hair had grown out, less like Xiaomei now. Maybe send Xiaolan to try. It was Yakin who'd first proposed finding Ziyuan a wife, and she meant to seize the lead. She pulled Xiaolan aside and murmured. Xiaoshuang shut herself in and wrote in her diary, faulting herself for underestimating hunting's difficulty and resolving to learn properly from Comrade Chun. I found Chunny, still raw from losing her mother, and slipped her a ginseng root. Tomorrow I'll go to the county to see old Lu and bring him this. She came into my arms, grateful. When my dad's well, we'll work like oxen to build the camp with you. I stroked her hair. Don't talk like that. You're family to me, and I'll see your father cared for in his old age. She was stunned, moved to tears, among hill folk. Vowing to support a man's parents in age is a thing only a son or a live-in son-in-law does, and my words plainly took her as my own. Brother Yuan, I'm not worthy of you, she murmured, low on herself beside the city girls. I told her she's a treasure, true, and left the warmth there, a brother's, and nothing past it. That stays the line with her. Her value reached 95, and she kissed me once, red-faced, and went off to mend the storehouse's holes, restless as ever. That evening, another fine meal, no velvet this time. The girls all shyly off it. Roast venison with white flour cakes and fried dried eggplant, better than the velvet. After, the six split into 2 huts by Yakin's arrangement, and I found Xiaomei, Chunny, and Xiaoshuang sent to mine. The sisters swapped. Yakin's sly little smile told me why. Checking values, Xiaolan's was lowest at 50. She'd always taken me for a big brother, no such mind in her, and I'd not rush her, let it be natural. Yakin said don't sleep yet. She and Xiaolan hadn't bathed. I went out to play with the cub, and after a while she came out, poured the water, and said gently, your turn. Let Xiaolan scrub your back. I'll go see to Xiaomei and the others. Inside, Xiaolan was honestly set to do it. Go play with Chunny. I'll scrub myself. No, sister said I must do my part for the camp. Embarrassed, I got into the tub in my shorts, and she scrubbed, asking about the hunt. Want to be a hunter, Xiaolan? Her hands pressed harder, excited. Can I? I turned serious. The camp will grow. Your sister Shuang's no hunter, but you might try. She flushed and scrubbed harder. Her value rose to 60. So Xiaolan was the type whose value rises with work and a job. I smiled. After the bath, Yakin came in, saw Xiaolan's excited face, misread it, and looked gratified. But that night Xiaolan went off to the other hut, leaving only Yakin and me. Squeeze in. Yakin, skip the storehouse patrol tonight. She blew out the lamp with a smile, lowering her voice. Quietly, the hut's drafty, and those four are night owls. Next day I rose refreshed and walked the cub round. By the time Yakin's breakfast was ready and the four girls were up, the sun was high, and the camp had begun to look like the hidden paradise I'd imagined. I was about to send Chunny off to eat before the county trip when a tractor roared up, and the village secretary appeared with a crowd, gongs and drums beating. Comrades Yuan. Good news. The county's issued the document. You're promoted to director of Red Star Camp. The news of my promotion to Red Star director was no secret. All of Tuanjia knew it. The bear-killing hero, the chief credit for gunning down a murderer. My name now rang through Tuanjia and the county both. And word had already gone round that a county reporter would come, that I'd be recommended to the provincial capital as the year's production pace setter, a title near a second-class military merit, scarcely one awarded a year in the whole county. The brigade secretary, beaming, came with a crowd and pinned a great red flower on me without a word, gripping my hand. Boy, you're really something. So young and standing on your own, a director known across 10 villages. When you've made it, don't forget the folks of Tuanjia. I said quickly that without the villagers there'd be no Red Star. He had the grain and vegetables unloaded from the tractor. A thoughtful man. He knew what the camp lacked most. I noticed not one Zhao had come, and asked after them on purpose. Comrades Yuan, I was just getting to that, he said, lighting his pipe. Zhao Laosi was high in seniority, a criminal, but killed by you all the same. The Zhao clan's closed ranks. They won't stomach you as director for a while. But the rest of Tuanjia is behind you. Then he introduced a man with a smile. This is Director Li, of our village supply co-op. Director Li, past 50, came over warmly, brother this and brother that. I shook his hand. In this era, the supply co-op was no small thing. The only store there was salt, oil, firewood. Every necessity of village life ran through it. Beyond the black market and the county department store, there was nowhere else to buy anything. Whoever held the co-op held the village's economic lifeline. And this director's surname was Li, of Tuanjia's other great clan. So the Zhaos held production and the Lis held the economy. No wonder Uncle Wang called them the village's two bully houses, one a sitting tiger, one a river-crossing dragon. The secretary added that I could sell mountain goods through the co-op. Director Li's daughter-in-law was the co-op accountant, and Li thumped his chest in promise. Then he had his people unload his own gifts: quilts, straw mats, cloth sheets, wash basins, and a slab of county-made lye soap big as a basin. Yellow soap, washing soap. No luxury, but not in every household either. And soap was a real need of mine. The Lis knew how to do a thing, far more open-handed than the Zhaos. The secretary handed me the appointment papers and told me to be in the county at dawn. The county's holding a commendation just for you. I hear Commissioner Wang named it himself. Commissioner Wang. Uncle Wang. Then, but commissioner of what? Holding down my excitement, I pressed everyone to stay and laid a table by the storehouse for whole flying dragon, plus venison, grouse, hare, the women making a feast of it. The secretary and director Li ate with full praise. Even Li had rarely tasted a flying dragon spread. When the eating peaked, Li sent a tractor back to haul a barrel of home-brewed melon mash liquor from the co-op, fierce stuff for home brew, and I drank with him to dusk, talk warming as we went. The secretary long since flat on the ground, oinking like a pig, while we two carried on. Only when Li was swayingly loaded onto the tractor did it break up. I drank a mouthful of Yakin's brick tea, and the haze cleared. The doubled constitution had put my capacity well past any man's, and the drinking had let me read the Li clan's situation. Li's son had died young, leaving a very capable widow to whom the director had handed the clan's power, which set the rest of the Lis grumbling. Li could hold them for now, but he was old and near stepping down, and who got the co-op directorship was the prize the younger Lis were fighting over. Unlike the united Zhaos, the Lis had fallen to infighting. and I sensed faintly that Lee and his daughter-in-law had something not quite ordinary between them. "What are you thinking, Brother Yuan?" Chunny asked. "Nothing. I'm director now. I can look after you properly." Her pretty face flushed, eyes shining, and she asked low if I'd take her around the county tomorrow. Her first wish to get out since her mother died. I agreed at once. At dawn we set off, caught the village tractor at the fork, and rumbled toward the county. 80 li of dirt road, over 5 hours, 2 water stops, the tractor having to reverse up the steep slopes, tail first, to keep the oil from running back. By first light we reached Songlin, the only county town for hundreds of li around. The driver gave me an introduction letter for the guest house. The commendation was that afternoon, and when I tucked him 2 coupons and asked how many rooms, he grinned and glanced at Chunny. "1, surely, but your brother and sister, 1 room's fine." I took her hand and went into town. We made straight for the guest house, Chunny's nose red with cold, worn from the road. A 4-story red brick building, Siberian-styled, plainly Soviet-ade. Though inside only the ground floor was real wood, the upper floors plank over cement, clean but plainer. The Soviets must have pulled out halfway. The attendant checked the letter, confirmed we were brother and sister, and led us up to room 203 in the corner. 2 beds, a washroom, leaving bath tickets, hot water tickets, canteen tickets, and instructions. Fetch hot water from the corridors in before 7. The bathhouse on the north ground floor closed at 8. I took Chunny in. The comfortable beds and clean table gave me an odd feeling of my old life. Then a chime. Chunny's value reached 100. How had Chunny's value suddenly hit full here? 100, bringing a transcendent draw and the same wholehearted devotion as Yakin. In the quiet room, I turned to her. Her little face still red, fingers pinching the hem of her flowered jacket. Eyes like a fawn's, pure and lovely. Her mouth pressed in a way half frightened, half expectant. I understood her then. The simple hill girl thinking that a man and a woman alone in one room meant that thing. So pure it made me want to laugh, and moved me too. Chunny had handed me her whole heart. The kid loves and trusts me utterly. So I held the line where it has to be held. "Chunny," I said gently, "there are 2 beds. Take whichever you like." She kept pinching her hem, a mosquito-thin voice. "I want to share with you, Brother Yuan." Then turned away burning red, hands clapped over her face, her whole frame trembling with embarrassment. I pretended not to hear, stroked her hair, and steered it clean somewhere else. "Go have a hot bath. There's a proper bathhouse here. You've never tried one. It's lovely." She made a small sound, neck scarlet, and opened her bundle. At the bottom, the 6-leaf ginseng and the clothes and snacks for old Lou, and on top, fresh underthings she'd secretly packed for the trip into town. I looked away and didn't dwell on it. That's hers, not mine to make anything of. I cleared my throat, took the bath tickets, and walked her to the bathhouse. I bathed fast, didn't even soak, and went back to lie on the left-hand bed under a real quilt at last, too comfortable to move. After a while the door opened, the latch went, the curtain drew, and the room dimmed. I dozed. I roused only as Chunny, having bathed, came toward the bed, and I sat up at once and steered it straight. "Sleep in your own bed, Chunny. You're worn out, and I snore something awful," I said, light and easy, and made a show of yawning and rolling to the wall. Whatever the system chimes, she's a child, and I will not lay a finger on her or let her drift toward a thing she's too young to choose. She stood a moment, then climbed into her own bed. Soon her breathing went slow and even, a child asleep. I lay awake a while, then quietly tugged the legging cloth I'd been lying on out from the sheet and dropped it into Peach Spring. The spaces wash and sterilize was too useful, and dressed in clothes pulled fresh from the space, still carrying the smell of sun. At dawn I fetched hot water, wetted and wrung a towel, and gently wiped Chunny's face and hands warm. She woke to it, eyes reddening with feeling. I checked my watch. "Time to get up. Chunny, I've the commendation, so let's get you to the clinic first to see your dad." I'll do as you say." We ate at the guest house canteen. No match for Red Star's cooking, but balanced, even eggs and milk. Then walked to the clinic, me shouldering the big bundle. The clinic was a row of low brick houses, lime-washed, a peeling wooden sign reading Songlin County People's Clinic, the smell of alcohol and iodine, and a coal stove inside. Old Lou was half reclined in the innermost ward, for iron beds. washed pale blue-white striped sheets, and he was playing Chinese chess with an old man in the next bed. Night jumps. Check. Both fired up. You're good, old Lou, and you said you never learned. Old Lou chuckled. Picked up a few moves from a soldier in a dog fur cap. When I was young, rusty now. Dad, Chunny cried happily, and old Lou finally saw us and got off the bed. Lie down, uncle, mind your wounds. Huh, you think your old uncle's so feeble? I've been up and about for days. He introduced his neighbor. This is old Zhang. Call him Uncle Zhang. Old Zhang was delighted, pressing fragrant peanut brittle on us and mixing malted milk drink in enamel mugs. From his thick southern accent and the malted milk, unheard of up north, and the fine snacks under his bed, I pegged him at once. A big southern city, very likely Shanghai, and no ordinary background, either a senior intellectual or a worker's family. Chunny laid out jerky, sour radish, fried eggplant, honey candy, shy that her things couldn't match his, but old Zhang's mouth fairly watered. Good stuff. Mountain game. Huh. Old Lou, I won't stand on ceremony. A hearty old man, to my taste, so I had Chunny spread it all and let him eat freely. Then Chunny brought out the 6-leaf ginseng, and old Zhang, mouth full, went round-eyed and lapsed into dialect over how the whiskers were like dragon beard pastry. 50 years old at least. Chunny and old Lou blinking, lost, till I translated that he was praising the root, and he caught himself. I've never seen such a top old root in my life. I took Chunny's little knife, cut it clean in half, and handed him a piece. Uncle Zhang, it's yours. Right up until I left, old Zhang sat clutching the half-root, stunned. Mannered and well-spoken, I'd struck him as an educated frontier youth. He'd never have guessed I'd dug the ginseng myself, and only on asking my name learned I was the county's bear-killing hero. Civil and martial both, a young talent, he marveled. Then his son-in-law came in, big and powerfully built, in a construction crew's clothes. My son-in-law, captain of the shock brigade sent down to help build, old Zhang said, and told him about me. The captain went anxious. Dad, how could you slip up like this? A 6-leaf root's worth 600 or 700 caddies of coupons at least, and you just took it? Old Zhang looked embarrassed. The truth was he couldn't bear to give it back. If you truly want it, I'll scrape together coupons and we buy it. We can't accept gifts. Well, you find 600 caddies. Old Zhang fretted, and the captain sighed, rubbing his hands. He led the Southern Construction Shock Brigade aiding Songlin, 200-odd builders he'd trained himself, and in that post couldn't afford a breach of principle. Sharp Chunny had heard it all and pressed her lips in a smile. Brother Zhang, you build houses? I do. Those camp houses down your way, we built them. Her eyes lit. My brother's Yuan's the new Red Star director, and the camp's got no cabins yet, only lean-tos. Could you help build? The captain's heart stirred. He answered to the command on paper, but in fact chose where to build himself, and with his father-in-law unable to muster the coupons, building cabins for me would square the debt of that ginseng. He fell to talking warmly with Chunny. By then I was back at the guest house, where Uncle Wang's jeep waited, and I was carried to the county hall, flowered and dazed, up onto the stage for the commendation, certificate and prize in hand, a speech of thanks to the leaders, 2 hours of it, soaked through. Uncle Wang took me round to pay respects to each leader, quietly opening my network. Another half hour, and I'd finally grasped Songlin's power map. For main bodies, the county chief over the 5 bureaus, the Joint Defense Armed Department, the commune over production, and the construction committee over the camps. And Uncle Wang was the demoted down construction committee commissioner. After, we ate at the canteen. No liquor, everyone quick, and in the jeep he tossed me a cigarette, and we smoked. Ziyuan, your acting director. The organization still has to vet you. So at the coming hunting grand contest, you must show results. A hunting contest? Songlin's rich off its treasure forest, but past the county there's grain shortage, famine even, so the county's mobilizing every camp for a hunting grand contest. The take, beyond self-sufficiency, goes to aid the neighboring counties. I turned the prize over in my hand, a Red Star diary and a fountain pen, and said dryly, Uncle Wang, the winner's prize isn't this sort of thing too, is it? He laughed. I know it's shabby for a bear-killing hero. Name your terms. I thought. I didn't care for prizes, I wanted autonomy. He grew impatient and clapped my shoulder. Don't dance around with me. Guns, cannon, supplies, say it plainly. The old Wang's bearing showing through. Nothing material, I said. Win the contest and give me autonomy. What autonomy? Full management of Red Star. To recruit, to develop the surrounding forest, to set up camp departments. His eyes moved, and he smacked his lips. You little devil, staking out a hilltop to play Mountain King? Not staking a hilltop. Fighting the bully houses. His eyes lit, moved by it. He knew the camps were carved up by factions, the corruption beneath. Done. I'll find a way through the meeting and give you the power. But you take the contest championship and win it handsomely. Uncle, I'm Tuanjia's first hunting god now. Off the jeep, he asked after his granddaughter. Xiaoshuang wants to be a hunter. I took her into the woods once. And, didn't bag a hair. He shook his head. No knack and still meddling. She studied accounting. How she to hold a gun. I was glad to hear it. Xiaoshuang was finance trained, a scarce talent once the camp grew. I filed it away and took my leave. Wang said nothing. Only had the guard fetch 2 cartons of big production cigarettes. His own ration, I knew, and I took them moved and palmed out the white sea filters from the black market, 5 in a fistful, and gave them over. Now Wang was the overjoyed one. White sea, Soviet filters. You've got a hand, boy. 2 old smokers. We lit up grinning, and I tossed the guard one too. Back at the clinic, a big man clasped my hand. Brother this and brother that. The captain. Hearing Chunny out, I was overjoyed. A shock brigade captain, 200+ builders, volunteering to build the camp. Charcoal in the snow. We set tomorrow to go to the camp and settle the plans. Old Lu, meanwhile, had changed and was clamoring to leave. Chunny coaxing him. Old Zhang loath to part with his chess brother, until a nurse came to say old Lu had healed well and could recuperate at home. Then a commotion at the door, and a clinic cadre came out frowning. That half-Russian woman. Thrown out already, and back making trouble. Half-Russian woman? Curious, I went out and stopped short. A woman stood there, flushed and agitated, a stunning mixed-blood beauty. Luozi, half a Russian. And this one was something, standing a full meter 80, a figure I'd only seen on later world supermodels, snow-white skin, high nose, blue eyes, black-brown hair soft in the light, padded jacket unable to hide the curves, those long legs taut in old trousers dazzling even at a stand. Natasha, we've told you can't work at the clinic because your father's a foreign reactionary. Natasha bit her lip, golden waves shaking, and answered in fluent Chinese. My mother's from Songlin. I graduated top of the Katyusha Medical Institute. Why can't I be a doctor? My skills better than the provincial experts. The cadre flared. Katyusha Institute? What backwater's that? We don't recognize Soviet schools. Clear off, or we'll haul you to a camp to fell trees. Her great eyes filled, and she had to yield. Let me be a doctor. My cousin at home is starving. We can't earn coupons. We can't even eat. He waved her off coldly, and she turned, stumbling away. Chunny, I've an errand. Back soon. I called, and followed her quietly to where she lived. The old expert's dormitory, now a pig farm. Only a broken-doored tile shack left in the corner. Natasha was holding a girl, weeping, not mixed blood but a pure golden-haired Russian girl, a relative on her father's side. I straightened my clothes and knocked softly. She whirled, wary. Hello, I'm the Red Star director, Chen Ziyuan. She wiped her tears, then started. The hero who killed the bear and caught the criminal. Never mind that. I followed you because there may be a job, if you're willing. She jumped up and came right to me. Comrade, whatever the work, I'll take it. Then she remembered something and stepped back, reddening. But if it's the job that county bastard meant, I won't do it. I frowned. Which one? What did he want? She bit her lip, redder. The bastard from the Camp Patrol Brigade said I'd be his housemate, and the first day he wanted me into the bedroom. I understood. The Patrol Brigade belonged to the Forestry Bureau, first in real power among the 5, and at the commendation Uncle Wang had said the patrol captain was the bureau chief's brother-in-law. That settled my resolve. Natasha, you're a doctor. I want you to head the future clinic at Red Star. She blinked. Future clinic? It's not set up yet, but after the hunting contest, I'll have the right to open one. Her face fell. That's a month off, at least. No, The contest's in 10 days, 3 to 5 days of it, half a month at most. I knew her bind. I had her wait, found a quiet spot, and filled a sack from the space, flying dragon, row, leggings, coupons, and brought it back to her. She nearly knelt with joy. Hold out half a month, and I'll come fetch you to the camp myself, and that patrol bastard won't dare pester you. But you have to learn to protect yourself and your sister. I'd have taken her now if I could, but such a thing couldn't be hidden. The county was a wall I couldn't yet pass. I comforted her and went back to the clinic, where old Lou was packed. We waited at the guest house, and soon the captain turned up with a truck. I put old Lou and Chunny in the cab and rode the bed with the captain, picking up a brigade technician on the way who called himself Wang Madu, the captain's prized man. The captain's name was Zhang Jianxi, not Shanghainese but a Shandong man married into old Zhang's family, hence the bull-strong build. Wang Madu, half a pencil over one ear and a peeling Red Star tape measure in his pocket, claimed to be the true Shanghai native. Back at Red Star, Wang Madu hopped down and surveyed the ground by the lean-tos. Zhang Jianxi lit a cigarette and asked how many houses I wanted. Brother Zhang, see that ground west of the camp, river in front, mountain behind, fine spot. I'd like it done properly. He nodded and counted off on his fingers. Dormitory, director's office, storehouse, clinic, kitchen, latrine, bathhouse, and I saw he'd run away with it, building a whole town. That plan's a year or two of work. He laughed proudly. Any other crew, a year and a half. My shock brigade, half a year. We can't expand like that yet. The county won't allow it. Quickest you can give me 10 cabins. Just 10? I've 200-odd men idle for the winter slack. I'll bring half over. 100 brothers putting their backs into it. How fast do you think? Wang Madu came up grinning. Let us use the storehouse timber, and we'll have them up in 10 days. Red pine on site, double mortise and tenon, walls 30 centimeters thick filled with insulation. Not little cabins, big ones, for rooms each, with Kong heating. Zhang Jianxi blazed with drive. 100-some men in 3 shifts, prep stock, raise frames, roof them. You'll move in 8 or 9 days. I was delighted. I'll feed you, and 10 caddies of coupons each besides, confident I could muster the 1,000+ caddies, with the 6-leaf ginseng still in hand. Wang Madu drew up plans on the spot, and I rode back to the county with him and went straight to Uncle Wang, who convened a meeting at once and, riding the commendations afterglow, approved the chit. The Red Star storehouse timber could be used to build the camp dormitories. The storehouse cleared, the cabins assured, I bowed and bowed. The shock brigade assembled that very day, and next morning Red Star broke ground in a roar of work. Overnight the place transformed. I handed the supervising to Xiao Shuang and the cooking to Yakin and Xiaomei, then slipped to the county black market, sold 2 6-leaf roots for 1,500 caddies of coupons, got hold of plenty of vegetable seed, and only then quietly took old Lou to see the greenhouse. He was thunderstruck. I gave him the seed. The greenhouse is yours for now. We'll rearrange when there's a better fit. He wept for joy. Injured, hunting was hard for him, and here was a chance to grow vegetables. To a hill man, the finest work in the world, and such a big greenhouse at that. What thrilled him most was my saying it could grow fresh vegetables even in winter, which to him was an immortal's trick. He learned the basics fast. No hill hunter's mind is dull, and we two set to bringing the snow cave's groundwater across. Once it ran in, he rubbed his hands. Go see to your work, Ziyuan. Leave this to me. But I stayed to watch him sow the first seeds before heading back to a camp now showing 2 big storehouses, the old one refitted and joined to a roomy new one, and west by the river, for rows of cabins, foundations laid, frames up. Pleased, I paid the shock brigade their coupons early. Zhang Jianxi and the rest took them for county money I'd drawn and pocketed them happily, working all the harder, for besides coupons there was game every day. Ziyuan, the meat's gone, and the county rations won't stretch. Yakin came fretting. The brigade had its own rations and Uncle Wang's aid, but my hospitality, a great pot of game daily, outran them. Don't worry, Yakin, I'll hunt today. I took the cub, called Chunny and Xiaolan, and began the hunter training plan, going all out. Chunny drilling Xiaolan while I worked the map and stripped it bare, the kills piling up in the woods until I tallied them, sent most into the space, and left just enough for a pot a day. Even so, When Zhang Jianxi's men came to Hall game, they were staggered. Brothers Yuan, you're a god. 10 row in one day? Those hairs are a mountain. How? If you don't win this contest, who does? That stirred me. Time to scout the contest grounds. I crossed Red Star's territory and explored north into forest other camps had worked, a 100-li range of staggering abundance. The map a blur of points. But I left it untouched, marking the gathering spots, since this was the contest zone, and withdrew. Chunny and Xiaolan were back, the cub with them, so I felled it at once. A chime. Pet Daofeng had earned hunting experience. Beast taming art now level 2. The pet grown and the mind link strengthened. At level 10 the bound pet could evolve once. The wolf could level and evolve. I rubbed my eyes. The cub seemed a touch bigger, still a cute pup, but with a wolf king's air now. At level 2 he'd shown his worth this hunt, a hair in his jaws, and only gave it up to me, showing off. I ruffled his head and let him keep it. Xiaolan, flushed and thrilled, had her own catch. Brothers Yuan, I shot 2 grouse. Chunny praised her without stint. First time in the woods and 2 grouse, real hunter's stuff. The talent bonus was plain. Of the camp's women, simple sweet Xiaolan had a hunter's blood waking in her. I'll get you a good gun, Xiaolan, I said, and gave her a full polar suit as reward. Her value rose to 70, so it was work and a vocation that moved hers. Back at camp the Bai sisters cheered her, only Xiaoshuang glaring, sourly unbelieving. The days after, I took Xiaolan and the cub out hunting while Chunny slipped off to help old Lu, minding him and pushing the greenhouse along. Everything advancing, I got a rare hunting holiday. In the end the spaces game stacked a wall high, and Flying Dragon Slope, Ginseng Ridge, Sable Wood. I nearly cleared them, and remembering old Lu's teaching, I stopped. The forest needs its chance to recover. After the contest, I'd cross Ginseng Ridge and start on the no man's land out past Red Fox Valley. The vast Dashing, hundreds of thousands of square kilometers, an unexplored stretch over 1,500 li long, and a fearsome 500 wide. Northwest of Red Fox Valley lay a whole 30,000 square kilometer region, my future ground to open up. 9 days on, 10 cabins stood at Red Star, rough log halls like iron giants in the howling wind. The camp made new. I walked the women through them one by one. All the storehouses best red pine, logs half a meter thick, walls 30 centimeters deep, full of a wild strength. The inner walls were fresh cut, heavy with pine resin. The Kong was lit, and heat rushed the channels and filled each cabin. The thick pine sealed the cold out, and the women shed their coats, sweating. Warmer than the county's brick houses. Director Chun, these'll stand 10 years, the brigade men crowed. Where there'd been 2 ragged lean-tos and a wreck of a storehouse stood rows of big cabins, 2 storehouses, and the latrine and bathhouse Zhang's men had thrown up besides. Moved. I gave each man 30 more caddies of meat and a pelt. That day they cleared the building waste and brought oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, quilts, daily goods. After I saw them off, I took supplies to old Lu at the greenhouse, where green sprouts already showed, spinach, garlic shoots, cabbage, radish, chives, though the tomatoes and cucumbers I most wanted were hard in this kind of greenhouse, and old Lu was working at it. Reckon a month or so to the first harvest. Satisfied, I went back and told the women to pick their rooms, for to a cabin, take any. Naturally Xiaolan, Xiaomei, Chunny, and Xiaoshuang chose to live together. Yakin had to take a room alone, and the 1-2-story cabin in the middle became my director's office. Late that night the cub by my feet pricked its ears, and through the level 2 bond one felt something. I took it and the stripped Lao Haixing to the mountain road from the camp to Tuanjia. A staggering figure appeared ahead, slim, and I started. Sister Tsawa? At my call Wang Tsuehua seemed to lose all her strength and pitched to the ground. I ran and lifted the lamp and my heart sank. Lips white, blood on her, one shoe gone, her upper body wrapped only in a padded jacket and below only an undertrouser. I scooped her up and ran to my cabin. On the warm Kong her color slowly came back. I heated a basin and undid her clothes. No wrong thought in me then, only fear she was badly hurt, and found only a stone gash on her calf. She came round, pulled the quilt over, eyes shy. A hill woman can be wild, but only in the dark, and no one bears a man's stare under a bright lamp. Still, Given what had passed between us before, she didn't resist as I drew the quilt up. Sister Tsuehua, the cut's small, but you're half frozen from the road. Drink something first. I'd changed how I called her, dropping Andy. She wasn't old, and this was warmer. She caught the rich smell of the soup I brought. The ginseng and grouse yakin had secretly stewed for me. A jarful kept in the unheated cabin, a natural icebox where reheated soup came back as fresh as the pot. She drank, and her tears fell. What happened, Sister Tsuehua? Did Zhao Chunxing do this? I'd guessed near right. She wiped her eyes. That beast Chunxing. He forced me to go wait on some patrol captain down from the county. The dog of a patrol captain, drunk, dragged me onto a truck, swore he'd take me to the county. Halfway he got his hands on me, and I bit him and jumped down and ran. Didn't dare go back, so I ran to you. Fury rose in me. Chunxing had sold off his own wife. She'd been lucky. The truck had stopped on the road 3 li from the camp, and she knew the hill paths and found the way. 3 li where a single beast would have meant her death. Sister Tsuehua, rest easy. In my camp no one can bully you. But she was anxious. Ziyuan, there's more. The Zhaos have thrown in with that patrol captain, Captain Liu. They mean to do you harm in secret. I started how? She dropped her voice. I heard it while they drank. That Captain Liu is the judge for this hunting contest. The Zhaos mean to have him redraw the contest rules. I understood at once. The Zhaos were entering too, and Chunxing was scheming. Think about it, she said. They set the rules. That's to ruin you. Your camp's nothing but a few girls. How could you come out well? Even used so cruelly, she was full of care for me. Sister Tsuehua, I said, heat rising in my chest, stay? The camp's got cabins now. It's about to grow. She shook her head bitterly. I can't drag you down. If the Zhaos learn it, they'll seize on it against you. I gripped her hands. I have a way to hide you where no one will find you. When I take this contest, I'll have the power to bring you to work at the camp. Her eyes filled. She'd no wish to go back to that beast of a husband. Can I really be hidden, Ziyuan? Yes. A chime. Her value reached 100. With that I had 3 women at full value. Yakin, Chunni, Tsuehua, and 2 draws waiting, Chunni's transcendent and Tsuehua's ordinary. The warmth between Tsuehua and me that night was our own, faded clean, no number to it. After, I fetched a pair of leggings and put them on her myself, praising the look. She, having found a way out at last, brimmed with feeling, stroking my hand, murmuring her own simple words of love. I changed her into fleece and hunting trousers and, before light, slipped her over to the greenhouse, where old Liu had a temporary lean-to. He wasn't much surprised. Half the village knew Tsuehua's plight, and counseled her, pipe in hand. Girl, Ziyuan's a man who does big things and shoulders them. If he means to protect you, he will. When I told him the rest, he struck his pipe hard. Chunxing, lower than a beast. I asked him to teach Tsuehua the greenhouse and let her keep it for now, and to help me at tomorrow's contest. He'd hunted the last one and warned me. Before the main contest, each camp sends people for a small contest. Be ready. A small contest too? I was interested, but no time to ask. I crept back to the cabin and couldn't sleep, turning over the camp's next steps, what I still lacked, how to deal with the Zhaos, for the Zhaos and I were now to the death. At last I thought of the draws, 2 banked, and I should use 1. System, an ordinary draw. A chime, a super hunting knife, indestructible, named Tao Tai, with the pouting butchering skill, perfect division of pelt, hide, meat, bone, sinew. Exactly what I'd wanted. The blade looked forged of some meteoric alloy veined with strange beast bone. The hilt of 1,000-year lightning struck wood with a mysterious power flowing through it when gripped, a recurved knife. Edge a foot long, the spine toothed like a wolf's fangs, the sheath finely figured to hang at the waist. My own knife at last. Its great used the dividing of game, which till now had cost Yakin and the others long hard hours, and wasted much hide and fur. I held it admiring till dawn and finally drifted off. Next morning old Liu came first. Then the women rose, some cooking, some feeding the wolf, the rest helping me pack. With the contest, the work had to be split, and who to take became a question. My thought. Besides old Liu, take Xiaolan and Chunni and the wolf, the other 3 holding the camp. But the moment I said it, Xiaoshuang flared. Chun Ziyuan, come out here. I followed her to the storehouse. Take me to the contest. Leave Xiaolan. Chunny and I will pair up. I can be a big help. Xiaolan bagged 2 grouse her first day. You didn't. She blinked, then turned unreasonable. Impossible. Xiaolan never held a gun before. Chunny must have helped her in secret. Chunny wouldn't do that. Xiaoshuang, your strength is elsewhere. Once the camp's running, I want you over the money. If I wanted to do accounts, I'd have worked in the city, not come out here to eat bitterness. No, you have to take me. And she took my hand and started wheedling. The city girl's way's different indeed. But I hold to my reasons. This contest decides the camp's future. My choices are all for the camp's good, so follow orders. She pouted. I'm not even camp staff. Grandfather posted me as inspector. That stopped me. True, she was a guest here. She pressed closer, sweet. Brother Yuan, last time I just slipped and fell in the snow cave before I'd fired a shot. Take me to try again. And down in that cave you took advantage of me. Careful, or I'll tell grandfather. I was startled. How did I take advantage? She reddened. You took off my clothes and held me. To save you. Don't care. You got the better of me. So I count as your sweetheart, don't I? You have to take me hunting. For a place in the contest, the girl would stop at nothing. I looked her over. Can you handle the woods? Don't drag us. She threw her chest out. My fitness is plenty strong. Don't believe me, feel. Then I'll feel, to check her fitness. I rolled up my sleeves, had her stand, and looked her over properly. She'd snared herself. I checked thoroughly while she, for the sake of the contest, kept up a show of composure, her face burning redder. Right, you're coming. She lit up, a flush at her neck. Thank you, Director Chun. A chime. Her value rose to 75. Back at the cabins, I called Chunny and said the camp's safety needed an able, experienced hand I trusted completely. Xiaoshuang wasn't reliable. It had to be her. Moved and glad. She thumped her chest. She'd guard the camp, and any troublemaker she'd riddle full of holes. Old Lu rode to the village and brought back a tractor. I left a gun and took Xiaolan, Xiaoshuang, and the cub off to the camp command post south of Tuanjia, the headquarters for every camp around, a row of low cabins under a hill. The contest judges were all there. Secretary Yang of the command post, Captain Liu of the County Patrol Brigade, Section Chief Zhang of the Forestry Bureau, the scorer a woman cadre named Zhou, and assorted lesser cadres come to watch, among them my old acquaintance the Tuanjia Brigade Secretary. Then the camp directors entered, and the joint defense personnel, with so many guns and rounds issued, the armed department had to oversee it. Old Lu and I were placed at the very back, the other entrance ahead. The first item began. The main camp's representatives marched out in a clatter of gongs and drums, hoisting their hunting banners, and I learned my Red Star wasn't even qualified to march, only to watch. Ziwan, that one with the banner is the Zayajitan camp's hunter, Old Lu murmured, on edge. A burly hunter, fully suited, a rare double barrel on his back. What gun's that, uncle? Old Lu squinted. Good stuff. Our local copy of a Soviet gun, the 16-shot, fierce. I smiled. The Lao Haishing was in my hand, but in the space was the scoped Siberian sniper rifle. For gear, who could match me? Don't fear it, Old Lu added. It wastes rounds, low accuracy, short range. Then Zhao Chunqing appeared with the clan's hunting team, and Old Lu's eyes went wide. Where'd the Zhaos get such fine guns? 6 men besides the banner bearer, all with long-barreled hunting rifles, 3 fitted with crude scopes, imposing. Ziyuan, this is wrong. Only the County Patrol Brigade has guns like those. Chunsheng, passing the platform smug, shook hands with a fat man in patrol uniform, Captain Liu. Chuanqing's thrown in with that Captain Liu, I said coldly. Even handed over his own wife. A few guns are easy. The Lys fielded a team too, for the Daleswang camp. All bows and knives, conspicuous among the rest. Ziyuan, the Lys spent big. Not their own people but Solon hunters, Old Lu said. The Solon, once the Blackwater's mightiest hunting people, White Mountain hunters, still living deep in the range. So the Lys, holding the co-op, had the money to hire mercenaries. Then a whistling rose, the surrounding hunters pressing forward. Not the later world kind, but hill men's bird and beast calls, meaning the same thing. The men had seen a beauty and gone keen. I pushed forward too, and Old Lu laughed. Li's daughter-in-law's coming out. These little rascals. I stood on a rock, curious about her. She's pretty, uncle? More than pretty. She's the flower of Songlin, the loveliest in 10 villages around. A woman appeared bearing the Daleswang banner, and before I'd made her out a chime sounded. A special kindred soul detected, value under 40, can't link. I jolted, the third special soul. First Chunny, who'd given me Peach Spring, then Xiaoshuang, who'd given the beast taming art. Now another, and Li's daughter-in-law at that? The hunters whistled, the Tuanjia Li stood and cursed, but the banner-bearer carried herself grandly, mounting the wooden hunting stage cool and unbothered. 27 or -8, in a black padded jacket embroidered with peonies, fashionable riding breeches below, long leather boots, more stylish even than the city's Xiaoshuang. The black jacket made coldly striking by the peonies. Phoenix eyes, brows fine as willow leaves but sharp at the peak, a wildness past words, skin white all over, even the hand on the banner white, unlike a hill girl's. A tear mole at her eye, brows like blades, beauty hiding an edge. No wonder she was called the flower of 10 villages. Her name's Lin Yuding, and she's formidable. Don't provoke her, Ziwan, old Lu warned. I hopped down. Don't worry, uncle, I'll remember. I'd no plan to provoke her so soon, but after planting her banner, Lin Yuding came looking for me. She moved down the camp lines calling. I'm looking for comrade Chen Ziyuan. Red Star's Chen Ziyuan. Where is he? Someone pointed me out, and she came to the back. Every man's eyes on the flower of 10 villages, some all but drooling. But she was the co-op accountant and the Li clan's eldest son's widow, so they only dared look. The crowd parted, and she came swaying up in her boots. Your comrade, Chen Ziyuan? A light flickered in her eyes. Plainly, I wasn't what she'd pictured. With the doubled constitution my build and bearing outdid even Zhao Chongjuan's, and I carried a refinement the hill men lacked, a man of both letters and arms. The spark crossed her eyes, and she pressed it down, cold again. Your comrade Lin Yuding, I'm Chen Ziyuan. She only nodded. Comrade Ziyuan, I've something to discuss. Have you a moment? No hill accent, her manner like a city girl's, an uncommon background. I do, but it's loud here. She pointed west. Over there, I've tea and fruit set out for you. Toward the least temporary lean-to. I asked old Lu if he was thirsty. He begged off to mind the two girls, who were bouncing about watching and needed watching. I went with her to the lean-to. Comrade Yuding, what is it you want to discuss? She didn't smile, her tone flat. Father says you're Tuanjia's hero, a true man, so I've a favor to ask, big brother. Courteous words, but all cold in her face, the father being directorly. Her chill nettled me. Oh? What favor? There's a small contest shortly. The county set it as a marksmanship trial, and my Li team carries no guns, so I'd ask you to shoot for the lease. So that was it. I asked evenly what the small contest meant. It's for ammunition, she explained dryly. The winner gets the largest share. Ammunition has to be won. She gestured at the teams. Everyone has guns. It's rounds that are scarce. Only the best hunters get more. Each grand contest held this trial. By rank, the hunters drew different amounts of ammunition. Unfair seeming, but Songlin's old custom, born of shortage. The county had scraped 1,000 rounds. The command post and patrol brigade another 1,000. 2,000 among so many was thin. Then what's the point? Too few rounds. How does anyone hunt? She said flatly, you're too honest. You think the Zhao hunters carry no rounds of their own? They do. And so do the other teams. No one minds having more. And the better shot taking more, the worse shot less, is itself a kind of fairness. I saw it. If your Daleswang team carries bows, why join this trial? A man fights for a breath, a tree for its bark, she said proudly. We can't let the Zhaos lord it. Will you help or not? Comrade Ziyuan. I'd long since understood. This was a Li probe, an attempt to pull me in. They reckon me a lone hand with no roots in Tuanjia, useful against the Zhaos. A pretty hope. Sister Yuding, I'll help, but not like that, I said, changing how I addressed her, my tone colder. Her eyes moved, surprised. What do you mean? Red Star's just built. I won't go making enemies. You Lis are crosswise with the Zhaos. If I win the trial for you, I hand the Zhaos a grudge. She couldn't hold it. Big words, Chen Ziyuan, you reckon you've won before it's begun? She was angry now. Director Li had sent her, and she set little store by me herself. A city scholar down to the frontier, the bear and the criminal Hunahaotru, likely staged by that Commissioner Wang, whose orderly had hauled the very bear to the village. She'd long seen me for what I was, Wang's deliberate protege. Believe I'll win, Sister Yuding? I teased, seeing her temper. Colder still. You know who carries the Zhao banner? Zhao Changjun, second in Songlin's last grand contest, a famed hunter. Don't think you're the only hero. Changjun's no less than you. Was Zhao Changjun a soldier? Yes. How did you know? She blanked. His walk, the way he holds the gun. She was taken aback. A city scholar with an eye then. Young as he looks. Why'd he leave the army? She scoffed. Discharged. A serious offense, they say. Came back and got hot instead, the Zhao's top hunter. I had her measure. She pressed again. Enough talk. Will you help the lease or not? Since we're here, what do I get for it? A cold smile. As co-op accountant, she was a traitor and caught the language at once. Help us press the Zhaos down, and the co-op will supply your camp specially, and I can help move Red Star's mountain goods to other counties. A fine offer, just what I wanted. Then I'll help. Hold on, she blinked. What if you lose? I looked over her fine figure and teased on. Sister Yuding, shall we make a wager? What wager? She blanked. If I lose, I give you a 6-leaf old ginseng. If I win, you give me one thing off your person. What? Her own thing if she lost. What thing? She looked down at herself, her color changing, then drew up cold and untouchable, about to turn on me. Before she could, I smiled. Don't think crooked, I mean your boots. Fine long boots, refashioned from Soviet cavalry boots. Her taste ran ahead of the times. I'd taken a real liking to them. Yakin's legs were long and made for such boots. Stung by my loose talk, she was vexed. The flower of the Blackwater, the least famed pretty widow, never bested at words. She glared and said coldly, if you lose to the Zhaos, a 6-leaf root won't do. Bring me a 7-leaf spirit ginseng. Deliberately impossible. She'd no wish to bet at all. But I went into the trees and came back with a deerskin, opened it on the 7-leaf dragon whisker white root. Her eyes flew wide. You really have such a treasure. I whisked it away. So, Sister Yuding, do you dare the wager? I do. She couldn't lose by it, and she truly needed that root. Lin Yuding kept a secret, and the 7-leaf ginseng meant more to her than the Li clan's interests. We struck palms, and she half hoped I'd lose to the Zhaos outright. By now the leaders had finished speaking and roused the crowd for the grand contest. Now the small contest's rules and prizes. Captain Liu waved, and the goods were laid out. Bright cartridges of ammunition gleaming in crates, and a sleek black long-barreled rifle, handsomer than the Zhaos. The field stirred again. What hunter doesn't love a gun? I came out of the Li lean-to, found old Liu, and saw Xiulan and Xiaoshuang red-faced and drooling at the rifle. Brother Ziyuan, let me shoot. I'll win that gun for the camp, Xiaoshuang wheedled. Can you even see the target? Of course, it's just target shooting, not far. Then the target was hauled out past 300 paces, and she gaped. That far? Can you see it now? She squinted long, awkward. I can see a big board, all red on it. I rubbed my head. The girl was nearsighted. Reddening, she nudged Xiulan. You go. Xiulan shook her head hard. I can't. I barely know the gun. Didn't you shoot 2 grouse last time? Xiulan flushed too, and it dawned on me. Chunny had shot them. Xiaoshuang had guessed right. Old Liu laughed and went to sign up. On the platform, Captain Liu read the entrance. Zhao Changjun, for Zhejiatin. A roar from the Zhaos. Lu Dachuan, Dongfeng Camp. Wang Yonghong, Ziguzi Camp. At the end he paused, frowning. Chun Ziyuan, for Red Star, and Lalizhuang Camp? He looked over at the lease. Director Li rose smiling. My lease all carry bows, no gunmen. So we've asked Comrade Ziyuan to represent us too. The Zhaos frowned, and Chunxing stood. Director Li, that won't do. Since when does one man represent another camp? Li returned mildly. Comrade Ziyuan agreed. And we lease truly have no guns. Unlike your Zhaos, every man with a patrol brigade weapon on his back. Captain Liu's face changed, and he smoothed it over. Speaking for the county, irregular, But we adapt to circumstances, seek truth from facts. And to soothe the Zhaos, Chunsheng, your Changjuan's sure to take first in this trial. Who matches his marksmanship? No need to quarrel. Chunsheng grudgingly nodded. Gongs and drums again. 16 camp representatives stood at the slope's foot, the target 300 paces off. Changjun drew the loudest cheer. Then me, the bear hero and criminal catcher. With the county's commendation, my name spread wide. A touch less only because the Zhaos had brought a cheer squad. Zayajitan's propaganda troop at the side. Small wives in flowered jackets twisting through a yanga, twirling kerchiefs, and not badly either. The first round began. Rows of 5, 300 paces, 3 volleys each. Best score ranked, half cut. I raised the Lao Haishing. Under the divine sniper art my vision doubled, hits certain. So while the others were still aiming, I fired 3 in a row, and the field went silent and murmuring, even Changjun staring. After 3 rounds, the joint defense rode out to call targets. Zhao Changjun, 3 for 3, all 10s. Chun Ziyuan, 3 for 3, all 10s. The leaders and judges and the secretary all ran to the bark targets to see the 2 perfect scores, and the difference showed at a glance. Changjuan's 3 holes were scattered, all within the 10 ring, but 1 grazing the 9 line. Mine nearly overlapped in a perfect little triangle, each driven dead center, the wood grain torn clean. Heavens, Comrade Chen put 3 through 1 hole. Changjun shoots true, but Hero Chun, that's an army sharpshooter's level. And 3 in a row, no aiming. Chuanqing's face darkened. Changjun looked unconvinced. Off to the side, Lin Yuding's eyes went wide, and she touched her boots with a bad feeling. The trial went on. After 3 rounds, only Changjun and I remained, as all expected. The leaders waited eager for the last round. Captain Lu looked sour, drinking leaf tea. Then Changjun switched guns and strode up. I've something to say. This target's too close. It doesn't show my skill. Captain Lu brightened. How far do you want? 500 paces. The Zhao drums beat again. Lu clapped, laughing, worthy of Zayajitan's top hunter. Then to me. Comrade Chun, dare you take the challenge? I shrugged. 500 paces, let me think. Jeers rose. Changjuan's lids drooped and he spat. Some bear hero. A coward, I'd say. I ignored the noise. Chunsheng, all puffed up, came with Changjun to shake hands falsely before the trial. Lazily, I ignored Changjun and asked Chunsheng instead. How come I don't see Sister Tsuhua? His face changed. He stammered she'd gone to the county. I sighed. Last night, I heard a commotion on the county road. Rode out for a look. Seemed a woman wandering the hills. Looked a lot like Sister Tsuhua. His breath quickened. Where'd she go? I scratched my head. Toward Ginseng Ridge, by the look of it. A place you don't come out of alive. Oddly, he relaxed, grunted twice, and made to pull Changjun off, but Changjun rounded on me. I hear you're the county's first man, Chunziwan. Now I look, you're nothing. Lose to me at the gun and stop flaunting that half-baked marksmanship. I smiled faintly. Changjun, I could shoot you wetting your trousers with my eyes shut, believe it? His face twisted. Cut the talk. When I was hunting, you were still kicking in your mother's belly. I went quiet. He wasn't done. His eyes slid to Xiaoshuang behind me. And mark this, Chun, that city girl Xiaoshuang. I've taken a fancy to her. Win the contest, and I'll go to the county and have her. My face changed in an instant. Killing intent flickered across it. He'd just marked himself. I stepped up, fixed his eyes, and drove a fist into his gut. He folded, near bringing up last night's dinner. Get out, I said cold. His temper flared and he swung. I cried out, staggered back, and shouted that I'd been struck, and the leaders, hurrying over, saw only Changjun with fist raised, savage-faced. Zhao Changjun, what are you doing? The secretary snapped. Chunsheng went iron. Chun Ziyuan struck first. But everyone had seen me hit, and no one had seen Changjun take the blow. Director Li smoothed it. Young men, bound to bump heads, the contest matters more. Fair words. But Changjun, humiliated, bellowed. Dog, dare you wager? You lose, you kneel and call me grandfather. Tired old stakes. Though to hill men kneeling to call a man grandfather was the deepest disgrace. A man so shamed couldn't lift his head the rest of his life. So I agreed cheerfully. Done. and whoever loses is a son of a turtle's spawn. Chongjun, fired up, swapped to a scoped rifle, one of the patrols, and dropped a mountain fruit from a distant red pine with one shot, the field gasping. A soldier's trick no ordinary hunter learns in a lifetime. Behind me, Xiaolan and Xiaoshuang went tense. Uncle, I think Brother Ziyuan's going to lose, Xiaoshuang fretted. Xiaolan, nervous, insisted he won't. Old Lu smiled on his pipe. Don't fear, girl. Your brother Ziyuan's already won. Neither I nor Chongjun could afford to lose now. They drew for order, and Chunxing said at once, Comrade Ziyuan's the county sharpshooter. Let him go first. Chongjun, cradling his gun, agreed coldly. I'm shooting the 500 pace target. Let him go first, and after I'll show a trick that beats him cold. Everyone knew shooting first was the disadvantage. Lin Yuding, for the lease, naturally wanted me to shoot second. But I said, I'll go first. Lin Yuding panicked and pulled me aside. Are you mad? He's waiting to top you. Even if you both hit, the later man gains. I smiled. I know. That's why I'll give him a trick first, a trick Xiao Chongjun can't afford to play. She stared. You're sure? I eyed her boots. Sister Yuding, get ready to take them off. A rare blush crossed her. Then she went stiff and swayed off. Lise, all of you, out here. Cheer for Chun Ziyuan. At her call, the Lise rallied. A great drum and a brass gong set against the Zhao troop, and the scene hit its peak. Every eye on the distant target, and I had vanished. When I came back, I held a fistful of small beetles, the red pine kind common in winter woods, with long, thin wings. They stared lost. Trouble the joint defense comrades for some thread, and hang these 7 beetles on the targets. The field went slack-jawed. Comrade Ziyuan, you mean to shoot these at 300 paces? 300? Where's the fun? 800 at least. The whole place erupted. 7 targets went up at 800 paces, each with a fly-sized beetle on a fine thread, the beetles struggling, wings spreading. I stood before the targets and studied them. In theory, even the scoped sniper rifle couldn't make out beetles at 800 paces. The PU scope showed at most something kettle-sized. But the divine sniper art with the holographic map had a loophole. Under doubled vision, once I'd seen the quarry up close, I could back off within sight range and, with the map's aid, hit with one shot. So I fixed on the beetles, let every detail enlarge in my eye and lodge in my mind, then slowly retreated, keeping them in view, to 800 paces, opened the map, closed it, and the beetles' details swam up before me again. Then I raised the gun and fired, 7 shots, near instant, the motion flowing like spilled mercury. No one believed I could hit. Even Xiaolan shut her eyes in despair. Old Lu forgot his pipe. What's the boy thinking? Beetles at 800 paces, 7 of them. He's gone mad. As I lowered the gun, the field hushed, then broke into laughter. Chongjun laughed himself silly. If that hits, I'll call you grandfather and mean it. The leaders frowned at the foolery. Ride out and bring the targets, someone said. I listened to it all calmly. Then the joint defense men fetching the targets cried out, and a wave of shouts and screams followed. When the 7 targets were carried back and set before everyone, the gasps rose into a symphony. The keen-eyed saw it first, then the rest. The beetles still lived, but every one had lost half a wing, a scorch mark from my round beside each. Section Chief Zhang and Secretary Yang gaped. Even Captain Lu's eyes bulged, mouthing meaningless sounds. A marksmanship the hill men couldn't dream up in a lifetime, alive before them. The Zhaos crowded in nearly against the targets. Chunxing muttered and sat down hard in the dirt. Last to look was a stunned Chongjun, who crouched at the targets with bull eyes for the length of a tea drinking and wouldn't rise, mumbling, How? How does that hit? I appeared before him with a fistful of beetles. Chongjun, your turn. I know you can't shoot that far. 300 paces will do. Another chance. You needn't take the wing. Just land one round on a beetle's wing and keep it alive, and I'll call it a draw. 300 paces a fly's wing? He couldn't have done it dead. Not 300, not 100. Chunsheng, seeing him slumped, kicked him. Dog, go on, try. But the bluffer had lost his nerve. If he wouldn't shoot, he hadn't lost. If he hadn't lost, he needn't kneel. Ayo, my stomach, he howled, crouching. I can't shoot today, my stomach hurts. The Zhaos flushed crimson, worse than losing. Is Zhao Chongjun even a man? He's worth less than the pig in my yard. Laughter rolled round, every eye on the Zhaos full of scorn. Changjun crouched and wouldn't rise. His own teammates ground their teeth, wanting to kick the cur to death. Chunsheng, enraged, dragged him up to leave. What's the rush? Lin Yuding said proudly. A hill man keeps his word. Kneel to Comrade Chun and call him grandfather loud. The field jeered. Chunsheng signaled, and the Zhaos hauled the playing dead Changjun off, spat at and whistled after, hiding their faces in their lean-to. I said nothing. To me, Changjun was already a dead man. Set your mind on Xiaoshuang, then you die. So amid the field's cheering, I took first in the small contest, mounted the platform for 500 rounds and the new long rifle. Coming down to Xiulan's and Xiaoshuang's worshipful eyes, I heard the chimes. Xiulan's value to 75, Xiaoshuang's to 80. I handed the rifle to old Lu and told the two girls, study hard, improve daily. Soon I'll test your hunting myself, and whoever's come further gets this gun. They blazed with drive. Even the cub at old Lu's feet gave a howl. After the trial came a night's rest before the grand contest opened next day, the hunters all staying, raising temporary lean-tos by the command post. At dusk, I went toward the lean-to. Lin Yuding had a branch-built shelter of her own, a cloth curtain at the door. Two Li hunters appeared as I came, eyes shining with worship, and after greetings her voice came. Is that Comrade Yuan? Come in. The two stayed outside. I lifted the curtain to a wooden basin and heated water beside it. Lin Yuding was still in her day's dress, her face faintly flushed in the lamplight, shifting on her feet in those long boots, oddly ill at ease. I didn't fence with her. A bet's a bet. Please take off the boots, Sister Yuding. A chime. Lin Yuding's value rose 10, still under 40, can't link. Hearing it, I had to sigh inwardly, like Chunny once, a special soul, her opening value fearsomely low. I half suspected her hidden value with me ran negative. The aim, then, was to drag it to 40 and link. She sat dazed, struck by my words. What did you say, Comrade Ziyuan? I said it's time to take off the boots. Her face went scarlet, but she held it. I'm not Zhao Changjun. Going back on my word. Let me wash my feet and change shoes, and I'll have the boots sent over. I sat easily on a pine stump, smiling faintly. Sister Yuding, I'm a plain man. It's not that I doubt you. I just want to watch you take them off yourself. Near to teasing, she heard it and shot up. I stayed calm. There are plenty of people outside. Raise a fuss, and what will they say? She dropped her voice. Chun Ziyuan, you're bullying me. How so? If you can't part with the boots, never mind. Would I force you? I rose and turned to go. Come back, she said low, and I stopped. Sit down properly. I sat. She smoothed her hair, took the basin, sat on the stump, then called outside. Ergu, Heizi, move off. Guard the door from a distance. The two Li hunters answered and obediently withdrew. I started, a grown man in her shelter, and she sent her hunters away and spoke of guarding the door. It meant only that the two were wholly hers, won over completely. They're obedient, Sister Yuding. I probed, forgetting the boots. Her phoenix eyes glinted in the lamplight, and she snorted a laugh. What are you on about? They're family. Of course they listen. That sudden laugh was 100 flowers opening, all charm, and it stunned me. Then she went cold and aloof again. She poured the heated water, tested it, crossed her legs, touched the boot, lifted her phoenix eyes and glanced at me. Don't you mind? A hill woman's feet, a day on the road, all foot sweat. A sharp line that flattened the mood at a stroke. I half regretted pressing her. Then she laughed again. Look at you, want to see a widow's feet but think them dirty, and pulled off a boot. Beneath was a white wool sock over the under-trouser, clean, and laid in the sock a curious patterned cloth strip, giving off pine resin and flower scent. I watched surprised. Cold again. What are you staring at? There's mountain pine grass in my socks, soaks sweat and smells sweet. You city folk know nothing. She drew off the sock, her white foot dropping into the hot water. Now I was the awkward one. Soon both feet were soaking. I made small talk. You don't seem like a hill woman, Sister Yuding. How so? I grew up in the mountains. I just think you're finer looking than a city girl. She ignored it and pushed the boots over. Take them and go. I set the boots aside and lit a cigarette. I'd no wish to leave, not before I'd drawn out some value. Why won't you go? she said sour. I'll wait till you've washed your feet. If I walk out now and run into someone, it'd be hard to explain. Guilty conscience, she said coldly. I smiled inwardly. I'd seen through her. The proud, icy front was all a guard. I followed the thread on. Truly mountain-born, Sister Uding? Not quite. We lived in the next county before. Any kin left at your maiden home? A simple question, but her body shivered. She looked up, stared at me a long moment. All dead. Only me left. Surprised, I apologized. I spoke wrongly. Wrong how? Who in Tuanjie doesn't know my family's story? I said sincerely. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have raised it. I truly didn't know. She eyed my cigarette. Give me a pull. I passed the half-smoked one. She breathed the smoke softly. Nothing to it. Grandfather was a warlord, mother a spy. The county held a trial rally and shot them all. I understood and had no words. Her ruin and helplessness stood plain. A warlord's young lady, family gone, married into the lease as a mercy. She tapped ash, flat. When I married in, my man was a consumptive flat on his back. We'd barely bowed before he died. The hill folk called me a husband-killing, family-killing broomstar, but for father shielding me, I'd have been sunk in the river long ago. I sighed. Director Lee's a good man. Her eyes flickered, silent, but the twitch at her mouth showed her loathing of him. The water cooled. She reached for the cloth to dry off. I rose instead, took the still warm water, poured it in, and pressed my hands to her feet, kneading the soles gently. You, what are you doing? Get off. Her whole guard dropped, eyes wide in alarm. A chime. Lin Yuding's value rose 10, still under 40, can't link. The move worked. I said nothing, took her slap on my back, and silently went on washing. Then, from outside, a Lee Hunter's challenge carried over. Who's there? And Director Lee's voice. It's me. I heard it clearly, and my hands froze. Deep in the night. Why had Director Lee come? Director Lee had come at just the wrong moment. The two Lee Hunters, Lin Yuding's own people, were stalling him outside. In the shelter, she stopped slapping me and only looked puzzled. What's the matter with you? Your face is all wrong. Has something happened? Your father's here, I blurted, then caught myself, puzzled too. You didn't hear? She looked disbelieving. From that far off, how could you? I realized. The doubled constitution had pushed my hearing past an ordinary man's. Outside, Director Lee was losing patience and had sent the hunters off, so I stood. My ears are sharp, I heard. Then footsteps came, and Lin Yuding panicked at last. If her father-in-law saw her washing her feet with me right there, there'd be no explaining. The shelter was small, no place to hide a man but the straw pile she used for a bed. She scrabbled at the loose straw over its pine boards and pointed. Get under. I wasn't keen. My father-in-law's no good man. He can eat you alive in a rage. You may not fear it, but I won't die for the lease, she hissed, and I crawled under, and she swept straw over me as the footsteps sharpened, and I lay face up holding my breath. Yuding, it's your father. Are you asleep? Director Lee stood at the curtain, and luckily the cloth was thick and showed no lamplit shadow within, and having met the Lee Hunters, he didn't dare just lift it. Dad, I'm washing my feet, she said, kicking the basin for the splash. Oh, I'll come in later then. Outside came the sound of him striking a light to smoke. She looked at the straw bed in alarm. Too little to cover me. Anyone stepping in would see. Don't panic, Sister Yuding. Lie down up here, I whispered. She gritted her teeth and lay on the straw and pulled the bedding over. But it wasn't enough, small as she was. Even spread out, she couldn't fully hide me. Lie face down, I said, and she rolled over and lay flat on top of me, arms spread to hold the bedding out, which barely managed it. Yuding, your father's got something to tell you. Say it and go, Lee pressed. Sweat beaded her brow. Take off your jacket and drape it over the sides, I said, calm, still thinking it through for her. She glared, stripping to lie on a man. What kind of thing was this? From outside again. Yuding, what are you doing? Dad, my stomach hurts. I'm on the calm. Whatever it is, tomorrow. He didn't answer. He lifted the curtain. She went rigid, then flung her jacket off to the left and lay flat on the straw. And beneath her I held my breath and served as her bed. He came in to see her shedding her jacket, and in the dim lamp saw nothing. But the man didn't withdraw. He sat smoking on the wooden stump. Dad, Go out and let me dress, she said, clutching the quilt. He blew rings, eyes fixed hard on her bare white arm, and chuckled. All family here, what's to fear? She went quiet, shifting, and beneath her I near broke, my breath quickening. Feeling it, she was terrified and spoke fast. Dad, what did you want? Pinching his cigarette, he came to it. Yuding, your father wants to ask, that young Chun, what do you make of him? She feigned thought. Chen's able, but full of tricks. By the look of him, hard to bring to heel. He laughed. A man even you can't bring to heel? And stood, about to come over. She coughed. Dad, there are people outside. Say it from there. His breathing thickened, after a long moment. Yuding, your father only loves you. Arlie House leans on you for everything. And he sat back down. Outside truly was full of people, so he had to press down whatever stirred in him and get to business. Yuding, this Chin is no small thing, civil and martial both. I asked around the county. He's truly caught Commissioner Wang's eye. Wang even sent his granddaughter to Red Star. So I reckon Chin's a knife to use against the Zhaos. We have to win him over. She said nothing. He smacked his lips. I see it. Chin's like a mountain wolf, the kind that gathers a pack. He means to build his own power off Red Star. She put in. Then let the Lees sit the hill and watch the tigers fight. Let Chun and the Zhaos tear at each other. He shook his head. Not seasoned enough, Yuding. Chun alone, however able, can't move the Zhao's roots, but brought into the Li house, he's a knife that kills. She only wanted him gone. Then say what to do. Dad, I'll follow. I've thought it out. We find a girl and send her to Red Star. At that, both Lin Yuding and I under her started. Dad, that's a trap for someone. Chin's camp already has 3 by women, she objected. He laughed. It's just that weakness of his I've marked. A young hero, undone by a beautiful face. All those women at Red Star, and the man still a bachelor. From that alone, I see what he is. My face went hot. The Li patriarch read men shrewdly. Then he fixed on her. But our Li girls, I fear, won't land Chun. No learning, none a match for you. Yuding. She went ice cold. What? You mean for me to go to Red Star and seduce Chun? His mouth twitched, and he dropped the mask. Truth told, if you weren't a Li daughter-in-law, sending you would be best. Her breath came fast, and she turned on him, teeth bared. Get out. His lids drooped. He rose and paced. Lin Yuding. Give you an inch and you breathe hard? Aren't you a dog the Li house keeps? Outside the lease, who'd shelter a spy's daughter? She only screamed, out. He turned and went, cursing back. Damn you. One day I'll have you, you little bitch. I was stunned. That last line came so abruptly, an honest-seeming man turning vicious in a breath. 2 faces flickering before me, the smiling director Li and this exposed old lecher. He went off, and the 2 hunters took their post again. She pulled on her jacket, her back to the lamp, tears falling drop by drop. All desire long gone in me. I rose, set down the deerskin-wrapped 7-leaf white root, took the boots, and left without a word. Not far from the shelter, a chime. Lin Yuding's value rose to 40. Link available. Link. Neither of us slept that night. Next morning I fed the cub and came to the cabins by the command post. The camp's hunters all keen to set out. From afar I saw Lin Yuding, in deerskin ankle boots now, packing the Li hunter's gear. She glinted a glance at me and gave a small nod. I smiled and called for Xiao Shuang and Xiulan, and saw Xiao Shuang come striding up in the long leather boots, bright and dashing. I blinked. Xiao Shuang, why those boots? Her eyes went wide. Didn't you bring them, Brother Ziyuan? Weren't they for me? I rubbed my nose, lost for words. She pouted. Xiulan doesn't like tall boots. Out in this gully, who else would they be for? I nodded. They're yours. They look fine on you. She brimmed with delight. At 80 value she was just then coming to feel for me. Old Lu came up and took the cub, teasing it. Ziyuan, you'll need carriers for the game. Kills have to be hauled back or someone lifts them. Hillfolk are honest, but there's no shortage of bad seed. The other camps had whole logistics teams, those without used homemade pack frames. The better off had mules and horses that could take the woods. The best had tractors waiting at the forest's edge. I had the space, but couldn't use it in the contest and was fretting when Director Li arrived. Same smiling, honest face. A chill ran through me. Swallowing my disgust, I went to greet him. Fretting over hauling game, Ziyuan? He pointed. My lease have it arranged, look. 8 mules with hide sacks, 2 logistics men to each, and a track over the slope where the least best driver could take a tractor 20 li in. All to help you, he said, smug. The Daleswang team are White Mountain hunters. They've their own ways. I let out a breath. The mark of real power. For all my ability, before a great clan like the Lease, I was still green. The Lee logistics team had assembled, looking at me with worship. Yesterday's small contest had made every camp's hunters see me as a god, and even the Zhao hunters passing carried deep fear. I called Old Lu and spoke. Folk, I take the game. Old Lu leads the hauling. These 3 days, you follow Old Lu's command. They assented in a clamor, and Old Lu glowed, finally getting a taste of being in charge. Experienced, he split the lease into 3 relays, picked 4 strong men with mules for his own first echelon. First team carries to the forest staging point, second runs it out, third tractors it back to the command post. All set, the rules came down. Individual and team divisions, judged crude and simple. Game straight onto the scale, weight decides. So hares and grouse meant little. The bigger the kill, the better. The Zhao team led off straight into the northwest, where the map showed row country. They planned it, spending the first day's full ammunition on row, 60-some caddies, each and easy. The Lee White Mountain hunters swept off whooping toward wolf dens. A mountain wolf runs 50-some caddies and packs up, a good haul caught together. The other camps scattered to their choices. My eye fell on the northeast, where red danger points blinked. Brown bears, 400 to 800 caddies, 4 of them, all adult. I smiled cold, set my target, and called Xiaolan, but Old Lu stopped me. Take Xiaoshuang. Xiaolan's no hunter yet, but she's a fine hand at hauling with me. Xiaoshuang's worse than Xiaolan. Old Lu smiled. Don't underrate the girl. A poor shot needn't be a poor hunter. And remember, Xiaoshuang's a proper camp inspector. I caught it, the old ginger's bite. As inspector, she was half a judge in this contest, and the judges were the county patrol's inspectors. Having one at my side was worth much. I put the new rifle in Xiaoshuang's hands and tied a sack of rounds at her waist, and she flushed, trembling with excitement. Move out. We pushed along the forest, Xiaoshuang tying a red cord to a tree every li to guide Old Lu behind, the cub bounding ahead. Halfway she flagged, red-faced and gasping. I'd gone near a dead run, but she gritted her teeth and forced-marched without a word. I stopped, hoisted her on my back without asking, and went on. She lay there ashamed, weeping, hating that she dragged me. Don't cry. I brought you out to toughen you. I'd be carrying Xiaolan too. That eased her. By noon I reached the spot. The other teams left far behind, the scattered shots gone, only wind in the trees. I set her down, signed, and crouched into a deep gully ahead, the Siberian sniper rifle in hand now. Behind, she clutched the cub, still weak, and couldn't keep from peeking. Then shots. 1, then 3 more. She waited, breath held, but I made no sound, and she grew frightened and called my name. Nothing. The cub broke free and shot into the gully. She stumbled after, slipped, and rolled in. Brothers Yuan, eyes brimming. Then the cub trotted back wagging, looking down its nose at the crybaby, and I came after, rifle on my back, smiling. Why cry? The hunt's over for today. Her tears not yet dry, she gaped. Over already? How? I pulled her up and she cried out. A turned ankle. So I carried her again, to the gully's north, where a great cave mouth opened and 4 big brown bears lay sprawled by it. Hibernating, not at their fattest, but 300 or 400 caddies each. She couldn't shut her mouth. She'd heard only 4 shots, 1 bear apiece. She'd half doubted the story of me killing a black bear alone. Seeing the real spoils now, a worship rose in her, and she hugged my neck tight. Xiaoshuang, we're exploring the cave. I smelled sulfur inside. Sulfur? It means the cave may lead to a hot spring. The Dexing had 2 known springs once, Tatsi Spring North, Ershin West. But in this era the hill folk had no notion of spring bathing for health. Only the White Mountain hunters knew their power, treating them as holy springs for the injured, since their primitive ways couldn't grasp the why. She brightened against my back. I know hot springs, grandfather's army comrades told of Yang Guifei's bathing pool. We pushed deep, her lifting a little lamp, the heat rising, until steam hit our faces. Deep in the cave a warm spring bubbled up, an eye-shaped fissure of valley above. A fine place. Beast tracks ringed the murky main pool, but a smaller spring hid in a side cave. No tracks near it. Its water jade green from mineral deposits, but clean. I opened the map and fixed the spot, then drew a line from the spring cave to Red Star. 70 li straight, one camp in between, Zajiatan, as it happened, and west of the line lay the no man's land I meant to open next. So to take this spring, I'd have to take Zajiatan camp. Lost in plans, I heard splashing. Xiao Shuang had pulled off the boots and was paddling the spring. Soaking your feet? Truth is, Brother Yuan, I want a bath, she said, fretting at the leggings. Warm, but the one-piece cut made even foot soaking a bother. I'll keep watch at the mouth bathe. That's not right. You hunted hard. You should bathe first. I smiled and began to undress. Ah, what are you doing? You said for me to bathe first. She bit her lip, fled to the mouth, and I stripped and sank in. Heaven, a natural spring, maybe the first human ever in it. The water oddly slick, my skin smooth as if soaped. A line came to me. Hot spring water slick, washing the white jade smooth. What, she called. Now I see why they wrote that of Yang Guifei. Real hot spring water truly, is this slick. The minerals washed and nourished the skin. The old poet hadn't lied. She got itchier the more I said, and kept poking her head round. Done yet, Brothers Yuan? Nearly done. Still not done. Vexed, I said. If you're in such a hurry, come in. You're still in there, how can I? Out of patience, I called up a strip of legging cloth and tied it over my eyes. It's too good in here, I'll soak a while. I've covered my eyes, can't see a thing. Come in if you can't wait. Stretched, the cloth had gaps I could see clear through, but I said it earnest as anything. She crept over on tiptoe and waved a hand before my eyes. I played blind, and she came round happily and slipped in, modest still in her underthings in the small pool. The warmth between us there was our own, brief and clean, no number to it. Though at 80 I held it short, no further than the simplest closeness. After, I dressed, lifted the cub, and washed it in the spring while she pulled on her boots, red to the back of her neck. Chun's Yuan, the spring. Don't tell a soul, or I'll tell grandfather you bullied me again. Fine, I won't, you won't, no one knows. I let her out, and had her fire a signal skyward. Soon old Lu and his 4 strong men came, and their eyes near popped at the 4 bears. I pointed at the cave. Dangerous in there. Could be more beasts. Let's cover the mouth and mark it so no one blunders in. Old Lu agreed. We covered it with branches and set a pine plank before it. No writing, just smeared with bear blood. He sent a man off on a mule for more help. For bears I'd taken in some dozen seconds, but hauling them out took 4 full hours. Wood frames, 8 men dragging up, mules to the staging point, tractor to the command post. Worth it, though, for the other teams were just then weighing in. Time to open their eyes. The Zhao team came back earliest. Their row ground rich though the beasts didn't take much killing. A huge haul. Chongjun, head high again at the rear. 17 row, 8 of them his alone. Chunsheng, full of himself, magnanimously let the Li White Mountain team weigh first. 11 gray wolves, 640 caddies, already crushing the camps behind, whose best was barely 400. Chunsheng couldn't hold his grin, and when the crowd had gathered, he had the Zhao troops strike up gongs and drums, then put the 17 row on the scale. Sister Zhou the scorer noted it precisely. 10-20 caddies. The field buzzed in praise. Tuanji's Zhao's, such a first day, first place all but theirs. Chongjun, feeling himself again, made a show of looking round. Where's that Red Star fellow, the small contest winner? Not back yet. The Zhao hunters held their tongues. They still feared me. Only Chunsheng spoke up. Shooting targets and hunting aren't the same. Comrade Ziyuan shoots well, but lacks hunting experience. Probably got nothing and is too ashamed to come back. Just then a tractor roared up, and old Lu and the Li team leapt down, chests out, and a brown bear was lowered to thud on the ground. Every eye turned. Chunsheng went slack-jawed. Chongjun set down his celebratory cup. Lin Yuding, who'd watched the field, let out a breath and searched for me, and at last a suited, handsome figure appeared, setting her heart skipping. Comrades Yuan, worthy of the bear hero, a brown bear this time. The secretary and directorly clapped. The bear scaled 480 caddies. The Zhao stared. Changjun eased. I took 8 row, over 500, still my win. Then the Li team brought a second bear, bigger, 520. Chun's Yuan, current total, 1,000 caddies even. The field shook. The individual first was already mine, and I'd entered alone against the Zhao's 7. Chuanqing's face wouldn't hold. 7 hunters, 20 haulers, a dozen troop wives, and they'd beaten me by 20 caddies? Then a third bear came, the biggest, and the field gasped. 720 caddies. Chunqing leapt out. Unfair. Sister Zhou bristled. What now, Chunqing? How is it unfair? The bear's caked in mud. Weigh it clean. Then your Zhao game gets washed too, she snapped. And your Zhaos do the washing, we've no time. So the Zhao hunters labored, melting snow under Chuanqing's eye, and washed my third bear clean. 708 caddies. Changjun, worn out, muttered. Washed or not, we've lost. Brother Chunqing, you make too much trouble. Crack, Chunqing slapped him. I came up smiling. Chunqing, my other 2 bears. Your Zhaos washed those clean too? His face went red and green, hands on hips, breathing hard. Sister Zhou announced my total. Red Star, Chun's Yuan, 1708 caddies. Congratulations, first in both individual and team. Thunderous applause. Director Li led his people in gongs and drums as if he'd won. Chunqing rallied his men. First day, we're second, still a chance. Tomorrow we take it back. His weary hunters cheered raggedly. As Zhou made to announce second place, I said easily, Wait, sister. There's another bear back in the woods. The field froze. Why not say so earlier, Comrade Yuan? I'll have to re-record. I glanced at Lin Yuding by the fire and said slowly, That fourth bear isn't mine. It's the lease. Comrade Yuding's hunting team took it. Lin Yuding was stunned. Director Li overjoyed, and the old fox jumped in at once. My fault. Yuan did say so. I'm a muddled old man, too busy watching the fun. Zhou waited. 550, plus the Li Wolves 600 made 1150, edging out Zhejiatin. Second place, Lalizhuang Camp. Chunqing nearly choked, mouth opening to cry foul, that I'd secretly helped the lease. But the words didn't come, and the day's contest closed. That night, I was the absolute center. Everyone toasted me. The county leaders shook my hand. Even the Zhao Tide Patrol Captain Lu came to talk a while. The Zhaos huddled in their lean-to drinking bitter. Changjun, come with me. Furtive, Chunqing gathered Changjun and a few Zhao Corps men with sorghum liquor and jerky, and when the drink was in them, he draped an arm over Changjun. This Chun has to go. Changjun shivered. What do you mean, brother Chunqing? Chunqing drew a map in the dirt. Tomorrow we lure Chun into Wild Boar Gully and set an ambush. You were a soldier? Changjun, you know ambushes. You make it look like a stray shot, and you do, Chun. Changjun smoked hard, then nodded slow. The Zhaos will protect you. At worst it's an accident, common enough in hunting. Captain Lu's our man. The leaders can be smoothed. A spell in detention, and you come out our first hero. Changjun's eyes flickered in the firelight, and after a long silence he grunted assent. Next day I came out of the lean-to, Xiaoshuang trailing red-faced, small fists thumping my back. What were you doing last night? So shameful. I was baffled. You started it. I just wanted sleep. Redder. Then tonight Xiaolan shares your lean-to. I'll sleep in the camp. I looked at Xiaolan cooking and nodded. All right. All right, nothing. You want to ruin Xiaolan too? No. I'll watch you tonight, so that simple girl isn't bullied. I dropped it, scooped up the cub, and went to eat. Ziyuan, that Changjun loitered outside our lean-to a good while last night. Old Lu murmured. Up to no good. I was surprised. The Zhaos dared move on me here at the command post? Unlikely. Changjun's a paper tiger, no nerve. Old Lu shook his head. Careful all the same. Then Xiaoshuang came up smug and slipped me a piece of bark paper, a map drawn thin on it. What's this? I passed where the Zhaos were eating, and they'd thrown hunting maps all over, grabbed one. She pointed to the middle. They're marked boar ground. See the dots, sure to be big boars. Old Lu frowned at it. Wild Boar Gully, dense woods, plenty of game. Looks like they mean to ring the woods and shoot boar. I laughed. A plot that simple, and it took you both in? Xiaoshuang blanked. Old Lu mused. Xiaoshuang, use your head. They dropped it on purpose, hoping you'd carry it back to me. They didn't know I'd pass, she protested. Even if you hadn't, they'd have found a way to slip it to me. So the map's fake? No, the map's real, the gully's full of game. But look, woods dense as a wall, a ravine down the middle. The Zhaos ambush both sides. I go into the ravine, and like the boars I'm there to eat lead. She gasped. Old Lu's lids jumped. But I was calm. Today I go alone. No cub, no one. Xiaoshuang flared. I'll come. We'll counter-ambush them. A general's blood, scheming a strike back. Old Lu knew he couldn't dissuade me. There's a spot beside the gully I hunted in my youth. Get into it, and the Zhaos groped blind, and offered to scout the path himself. I'm no reckless fool. Before the other team set out, I went with him to Wild Boar Gully, to a slope between the woods, stones beneath the snow. I slid into a crevice, opened the scope, both flanks plain in view, and sent Old Lu back and crouched to wait. Sure enough, the Zhao team came, set off homemade firecrackers to flush a drove of boars, and patiently drove them into the gully, then lay in ambush waiting for me. By midday, no sign of me. The Zhao hunters lost patience and began hunting, cursing, their shooting middling, the boars fast in the ravine, half a day for 7 boars. I noticed Changjun never fired, and when the Zhaos began hauling game, he vanished. Into the gully? I opened the map, and my skin crawled. A point was creeping up the slope behind me. Changjun. I'd underrated him. Did he know this hidden spot too? I whisked the sniper rifle away, called up the Lao Haishing, and slipped out. He stood across a snow slope, gun not raised, just looking at me. I came here too as a boy, he said dully. I frowned. What was this, a chat? His eyes were full of conflict and pain. I knew you'd be here. Can't say how. Just felt a real hunter would pick this spot to strike back. Then, as if steeling himself, he drew his hunting knife. A knife, not the gun. I set down the pistol and drew mine. But he stood oddly still, eyes flickering. Just then a boar that had survived the gully bolted up. Changjun started, dropped his knife, fell back, and I stepped in and met the maddened boar with a savage thrust. The Taotai knife took it through a vital point at once, and I hauled the heavy body up and slammed it down. But before I could pull the blade free, the Pouding skill seized my hand, and I couldn't stop it. The knife moved me, flowing through a butcher's dance. To Changjun, it was a gorgeous performance, a knife work beyond this world. A flick of the wrist, a silver arc, the tip touching the throat and gliding the grain of the hide, so the whole skin slid off like a shed coat. Clean, no clinging. The edge running the fascia between muscle and bone. The shoulder blade parting at a tap of the spine, the leg joints unhinging at a flick. The blade sliding the spine's natural curve, so the joints opened like a letter long prepared. When the knife stilled, the hide lay spread flat as a carpet, the skeleton clean, the meat in 8 portions, the organs laid out on the snow. Thud, Changjun dropped to his knees before me. I was shaking myself. First time I'd drawn the Taotai, and the Pouding skill had run the whole thing, the knife leading my hand. Marvelous. But the kneeling Changjun left me full of question marks. Changjun, what's this? Red-faced, he suddenly shouted, "Grandfather," 3 times. I was startled, then moved a little. You're keeping the bet? He nodded. I wouldn't trust him easily, and toyed with the knife. Yet I feel you're acting. Old Lu put it well. Plenty of honest hill men, but no shortage of bad seed. Still kneeling, head down, he came out with it. Chunxing had set him to ambush me. I smiled. Why not do as Chunxing said? With the Zhao's pull, you might have gotten off with a few days' detention. He shook his head. I was a soldier. That gave me pause. He wasn't lying. I went over and looked at the broken man. What now? He didn't know. Failing Chunxing's task meant no good return. He couldn't bring himself to kill and silence me, and the Pouding knife work had cowed him into the truth. Then, can I go to Red Star? No, I said flatly. Then, your case I'll think on when I'm back. Now I hunt. I gathered the divided game and went down into the gully. The map showed 100-odd red points. Turning Changjuan's matter over, I fired without restraint and, coming to, found the gully strewn with boars, 40 or 50 at least. I fired 3 signal shots, and Old Lu's haulers soon came. and behind them, unexpectedly, Director Lee, a Type 93 military field glass at his chest, captured from the Japanese and still used in joint defense training, gotten somehow from the county. They stared at the slaughter. Heavens, Ziyuan, you mean to wipe the boars out? Old Lu joked. Just then a scream came from the snow slope, and a figure rolled down, blood spraying in the sun. Director Lee stiffened and raised his glass. Old Lu squinted, aghast. My heart sank. Chongjun. We ran down. Chongjun face up, a mess of blood, the killing wound at the back of his skull, as if pierced by a thick tree root. Old Lu felt for breath and pulse and shook his head. Gone. Director Lee, brows knit, looked through his glass at the slope again. How did Chongjun fall? His hunters shook their heads. He hadn't been drinking. An old hunter. He wouldn't just fall. We covered Chongjun with pine branches, loaded him on a mule, and hurried back. The boars left for now. Word went over, and the Zhaos wailed. The county leaders came, took the account, held an urgent meeting, and suspended the contest. Only then did Chunxing return with his team, and seeing Chongjun on the planks, he crumpled to the ground weeping. I walked over and, with a sudden stagger as if by accident, knocked the crouching Chunxing over. He sprawled, feet up, and I fixed on his shoe soles, eyes flickering, and turned away. Chun Ziyuan, what the hell? Damn you! He cursed, scrambling up, everyone taking it for grief and rushing to comfort him. I drew old Lu aside. Uncle, help me decide. He'd never seen me so grave. Boy, don't frighten me. What is it? Lo. Chunxing pushed Chongjun off that slope. No accident, murder. He pressed his pipe, voice down. How can you tell? On the gully slope, there's boar blood from my kills. When I knocked Chunxing over just now, his soles had blood in the mud. Old Lu shook his head over his pipe. Hillmen out hunting carry blood on them. That alone won't catch the cur. I held my hands to the fire and told him of Chongjun coming to me. Old Lu sighed. Not your fault, Ziyuan. You couldn't save him. But I can destroy the Zhaos, I thought. Next day, the county sent investigators, who looked at the slope and declared Chongjun a fatal accidental fall, a serious incident. The contest ended hastily. My boars were hauled back, and Sister Zhou brought my freshly inked certificate, though the prizes went unawarded. The Zhaos struck their camp early to bury their dead. That afternoon, I found Lin Yuding packing, her face uneasy. She'd taken the 7-leaf white root, a debt past any sum of money or coupons. Sister Yuding, a question. The contest game, Director Lee convoys it to the next county? Yes, the co-op has goods going too. One truck does both. I'm the accountant. I have to ride along. Can I come? She pressed down her gladness. Of course. You're the contest's first place. Hundreds of li of mountain road. With a great hero guarding the convoy, we'll all rest easier. I stepped close and dropped my voice. Then do me a favor, Sister Yuding? Depends what. Put word out that when Chongjun fell, Director Lee saw it through his field glass. Her eyes went wide and she froze. My father-in-law, what exactly did he see? She asked. I smiled. How would I know? With a glass that good, he watched the slope a long while. He might have seen something. Her eyes moved, unable to read me, but the rumor reeked of trouble. I can do it, she said after thought. Don't let anyone know it came from you. Her phoenix eyes blinked. I've my ways, so many wives in these hills, gossiping the moment they meet. Drop a word, and by half a day the whole village knows. Then I went to Sister Zhou and offered to ride with the truck. You'll guard the convoy yourself? Wonderful, we were short of hands. The county Jiefeng truck had come up the road, fuel in the bed, 300 or 400 li to the next county, refueling midway. The game was split 3 ways, some for the county, and even share for all the camps, the rest loaded to aid the neighboring county. I climbed in with the Lao Haishing. Plain outside, but roomy within. 2 rows, driver and Director Lee in front, a long bench behind where Lin Yuding, I, and 2 joint defense escorts squeezed together, a canvas hood over a sturdy double rear wheel chassis. Outside, Old Lu, Xiaoshuang, and Xiulan waved me off as if I were going far. I felt warm, but I reckoned this trip would bring trouble before long. For the moment the contest ended, a terrible rumor had spread among the camps in Tuanjia that when Chongjun fell, Director Lee was right there in the gully and saw it through his glass. That an old hunter like Chongjun couldn't have just fallen, so someone had pushed him, The Zhaos had made too many enemies, and that Li, glass in hand, had seen the killer. Lin Yuding's planted word had wrapped the whole thing in mystery. Out of the mountains, Director Li raised it. They're all saying I saw the murderer. What a wrong. I saw nothing. The slope was empty. I believed him, but I meant to stir the pot. Uncle Li, I think someone's spreading it deliberately. He shivered, thoughtful. Beside me, Lin Yuding stiffened too. The two escorts on the left, me in the middle, she deliberately at the far right. So she and I were pressed together, and I could feel the charming woman's reactions. Her eyes spoke. You dare sell me out? I grinned, and in the blind angle behind, my squeezed arm stroked her back. Cold, Sister Yuding? Her eyes full of vexed fury, her mouth polite. Not cold. It's not the cold season yet. But past Tuanjia's road the temperature dropped, wind and snow coming, and the cab went truly cold. Only one engine pipe of warmth for the driver. Director Li, a frequent rider, had a rawhide hand warmer he filled with hot water at a water stop and hugged contentedly. The four of us behind froze, whined through the gaps. Hide bedrolls in the back, the driver called. The escorts dug them out and gave me a big one, a piece sable bedroll. I draped it over Lin Yuding and me, marveling at how much it'd be worth in later times. Then a cold little hand settled on my leg. I glanced over. She feigned looking out the window, head back, while the chill hand slid snake-like into my suit. I drew a breath. Wrong. At a mere 40 value, she'd no feeling for me. So why this in a packed truck? What was she playing at? Time passed. The truck swaying. All gone quiet. The others snoring. Even Director Li drooling. The truck stopped. The driver bundled into his sheepskin and got down to refuel. With the rest asleep, Lin Yuding leaned to my ear, teeth gritted. What did you mean by that? You said it on purpose. I put the word out for you, and you'd use me. Her hand fiercer as she spoke. Pinned, not daring to move, I whispered. Sister Yuding, I'm setting a trap, waiting for someone to jump in. Meaning? Just wait. Whoever killed Changjun may ambush us on the road. Too much at once. Even she blanked. What are you saying? Her hand withdrew, wiping on the hide. I shifted. Chunxing killed Changjun. I put out that Director Li saw it to startle the snake, to panic Chunxing. She understood, incredulous, near against my ear. Chunxing's no fool. He'd just swallow the bait? And even if he did, would he dare strike straight off? He'd dare. He lost the contest. He's desperate. He can't afford to lose. And this game truck crosses no man's land. Past Tuanjia's Pan Family Gully. Woods both sides. Men have died on that road more than once. Her breath caught. Heavens, we just passed Pan Family Gully. My eyes flickered. Sister Yuding, how long has the driver been down? Why no sound this whole time? The driver had been down a pipe's length of time. He lay now against the truck's side, clutching his neck, eyes wide on the man before him in a black bag mask. 2 holes for eyes, 1 for the mouth, terrible in the headlight's glow, his legs twitching, his cut throat making a beast's rasp lost in the howling wind so no one in the truck heard. 3 more black shapes flickered through the headlights and hid by the truck. Chunxing tugged his black bag mask, a bean-dreg sack, the powder not cleaned out, scratching him. Having had to come himself this time, bringing his 3 closest nephews, bloodkin, for now he trusted no one else. He'd known something was off with Changjun after ordering Chin killed, so at Wild Boar Gully he'd trailed Changjun and seen his betrayal from behind the slope, and in his rage had done the killing. Only to have his old enemy Li see it through a glass. Li had carried the body back and kept furtively eyeing it, so Chunxing was sure. Hence tonight, he'd called his nephews and lain in wait in the woods past Pan Family Gully, claiming an errand in the county. Uncle, shall we move? Chunxing glared low. Quiet. Want them to know I'm your uncle. We'll kill them all and feed them to the wolves anyway. Let's take off the masks. The 3 desperate Zhaos lifted their guns. Chunxing, stalled, found it reasonable. Just then a crisp shot. A nephew beside him pitched down, a blood hole stark on his skull. Chunxing stood thunderstruck. 2 more shots, the other 2 nephews dead in an instant. He bolted into the woods. For shots behind him, the 4 horses tied to trees fell dead. His skin crawled. It had to be Chun, only Chun shot like that. I stood at the forest's edge, map open, watching Chunxing flee. In the truck the 2 escorts had jumped down, guns up, gaping at the dead driver, and the three masked corpses, dazed. Director Lee cowered under the seat, shaking hard. But Lin Yuding took the lamp and leapt down without hesitation, glaring at the escorts. Why stand there? Comrades Yuan's gone after him alone. Go help. They eyed the black woods and didn't dare. She was afraid too, but more worried, and snatched a gun and ran after me. For shots in the woods, then a dreadful quiet, then one more shot. Lin Yuding came gasping white breath, the lamp on her gun swinging, and a figure appeared. She raised the gun. Don't shoot, Sister Yuding, it's me. I came up dragging a leg-shattered Chunching, smiling. Her heart twisted, tears near falling, and a chime. Lin Yuding's value rose to 45. She cared, then. I told her I was fine. Chunching struggled. She charged up and clubbed him with the gunstock, his mouth bloody. The escorts finally found their nerve and ran over. I pointed. This is Tuanjia's Zhao Chunching. He led the ambush to kill us. They dragged him to the truck, and only when all was safe did Director Lee get down, stunned at the corpses and Chunching's broken leg. What happened? I said lightly. I asked him in the woods. Chunching said he killed Changjun and got seen by you through your glass. So he ambushed us to silence everyone. Lee swayed, all after fright. The cur, he really came for me? Yes, uncle, and they carried powder, meant to kill us all and blow the truck. Bold beyond bounds. Lee's eyes reddened. The Zhaos mean to turn the sky over. Move. Back to the county. Reported at once. But the driver was dead, the escorts couldn't drive, and I couldn't work the old truck. Lin Yuding hopped nimbly into the driver's seat, wiped the wheel, and had an escort fetch the crank to start it. The corpses were loaded and back with the game. Chunching trussed and pushed onto the bench under guard, and I rode beside with the gun at his head. As the truck turned, goose-feather snow began to fall. By dawn we reached Songlin, straight to the joint defense gate. The duty guard reported, and the leaders were roused. We were shown into the joint defense office to thaw by the fire over tea, awaiting questioning. The case was plain, a live captive taken. Before long Chunching confessed everything, including Changjuan's murder. With the escort's testimony and Lin Yuding's and Lee's witness, my merit was clear. 3 killers shot, the ringleader taken alive. The leaders, taking the report seriously, came to praise me in person. And Lin Yuding laid bare the 2 escorts' funk, a touch shaming to the joint defense. I spoke for them, saying they'd assisted greatly, equal merit holders, which made the joint defense men deeply grateful. They even laid a table for me in the canteen, while Lin Yuding the accuser was left in a side room with corn cakes and plain water. Director Lee, after this, fell ill and checked into the clinic. I ate my fill and went to the side room, smiling at the sulking Lin Yuding. Sister Yuding, the county's put us up at the guest house. Let's go. At the familiar guest house, I bathed and sat in room 203 drinking hot water. A knock. Lin Yuding, also bathed, in a padded jacket, a towel round her hair. I shut the door, and before I could speak she came and held me, weeping against my chest. Not for last night's ordeal, but venting some nameless feeling. When she'd cried it out she looked up. Why didn't you wait before firing? I understood. Why not wait till Chunxing's men killed Director Lee first? I sat her down. It was too urgent. They'd killed the driver. The escorts on the back bench were next. Only then could they safely deal with Lee. And we sat on that bench too. She thought back and saw it. Maybe the one Chunxing most wanted dead was you, she said, eyes shining now. Sister, you've won me over. Single-handed you play the whole Zhao clan in your palm. You must have a way to deal with the Lees too. I felt her bone-deep hatred of the Lees, but could promise nothing, and would say nothing of moving against them before her. Sister Yuding, I can only promise this. From now I'll look after you, protect you, never let you be harmed. Simple words, but sincere. She held me again, and feeling the change in me, hesitated, then slowly reached for the buttons. Yuan, I know I've nothing to give you. My man died sick after we married. This body's still clean. I went still, and heard no value chime. I hesitated too, then gently stayed her hands, lifted her, laid her on the bed, and tucked the quilt over her. Her eyes changed, with a strange gladness and feeling. A chime. Lin Yuding's value rose to 50. Just so. A woman so weathered is frozen in her feelings. Only by opening her heart, not taking, Can you enter it? Warm under the quilt, she opened up and told her story. My grandfather was a warlord, but he turned to serve the country and won real merit. Only he couldn't shed the warlord's ways, broke a rule of principle, took off the uniform, and brought the family to settle in Songlin. Many of his friends were capitalists or warlords too, often visiting. That's how my father met a young lady, my mother, then a mission school student. Then came me. The good days didn't last. Somehow mother became a spy. Later I learned it was all the Lee's doing. Her eyes filled with hatred. You may not know, Director Lee was once my grandfather's stableman. I understood without thinking. Lee had shamelessly framed the Lins, destroyed her family, and forced her into the Lee house as a daughter-in-law. I wiped her tears gently. Ziyuan, your great kindness to me began with that ginseng. What did you use it for? She sighed. Sent it to my little aunt. She's gravely ill, needs the finest ginseng to hold her life. Another relative? Where is she? Still at university, in the city. How old? Still studying. She smiled faintly. She's my maternal grandfather's concubine's daughter, 5 years younger than me, actually. She lives in the city, keeping the old house. University students still tested in by exam in this era. The recommend and select system was 8 years off, and students did heavy labor besides, so a strong body mattered. And her sick aunt, doing production support work at an industrial university, was barely holding on. Word had come she might not last and urgently needed ginseng. That 7-leaf root was to save a life. I nodded. I'll get more good ginseng. Your aunt will be fine. By now, in her eyes, I was her closest person. Worn out, she slept fast. I told the attendant comrade Yuding and I had swapped rooms, not to disturb her, and left. In a quiet spot, I called up the bike and rode to the department store, traded all my remaining coupons for goods tickets, and bought a jar of vanishing cream, some enamel cups, and Friendship brand toothpaste, dearer than the cream. A ticket plus a yuan, where the cream was 80 cents. It took all my goods tickets and the 2 yuan in my pocket. But the camp wages were due. As director, I drew a full 70 yuan a month. Then I rode to the old experts' dormitory, now the derelict pig farm, and from afar saw a seal pasted on Natasha's door, blood-red slogans on the wall. Thoroughly reckoned with the capitalist thief Natasha. My eyes narrowed. The room empty, everything smashed. The game I'd left her had brought trouble. I rode straight to the construction committee. Uncle Wong came out delighted. Yuan, I'm in meetings with the county to commend you again. Overjoyed, not only my new merit, but that one of Tuanjia's 2 bully houses had finally lost a major villain. He poured me tea. That son of a bitch Chunsheng. I marked him bad from the first. I said the commendation didn't matter. What mattered was that Red Star urgently needed to grow and I was short of people. Thrilled, he ruled on the spot. Name the talent you need, I'll sign the chit now. The camp needs 2 doctors, and I told him of Natasha. He took it seriously. I've heard of those 2 sisters. Their father came to aid construction, and they can't get by. They should be looked after. I left out the sisters' ordeal and invited him to the pig farm to meet them. He agreed gladly. With his orderly, we came to the farm and saw the seal and the blood-red slogans, and his face went dark. Go invite the joint defense here. I'll ask what's going on myself. The joint defense captain arrived baffled and started at seeing me, but the plump captain was warm. We'd drunk together at his post not long before, and I'd given him a ginseng root. Though to Commissioner Wong, one of Songlin's 4 powers, he showed no such ease. Wong pointed at the seal and demanded an account. Hearing the person was one I wanted for the camp, the captain panicked. This wasn't us. I'll have it checked. I'd already guessed who, but said nothing. Soon the report came. Old Lou of the Forestry Patrol Brigade took them. They're held in the patrol yard. Says the sisters stole camp game. I said flatly, that game I gave them. A misunderstanding. The captain mopped his brow. I'll have old Lou release them. His easy, old Lou, showed the patrol captain and the joint defense were close. I swallowed my anger and rode in Uncle Wong's car, the captain following. Now you see what Songlin is, Ziyuan. A petty patrol brigade seizing people, and the joint defense captain calling them brothers. His eyes burned. I soothed him. We deal with these people slowly. Yes, first pull the 2 Tuanjia bully houses, clean up the nearby camps, then go after these curs in the county. At the patrol yard, a barbecue was going. The sight of grilling meat on an iron rack gave me an otherworldly feeling. Captain Liu and his men were drunk inside, and Liu came out reeking, offering cigarettes, calling the joint defense captain in for a warming drink. Wang swept his eye over the game heaped in the yard. All contest spoils, my boars among them, and the bear's gallbladders already cut out, sold off in secret by the patrolmen. Could Wang's temper bear it? In the car, he'd spoken of patience. Now he slapped Captain Liu and roared for the joint defense to arrest these on-duty drinking, gallbladder-stealing scum. The joint defense captain dawdled, hinting that Wang ran the construction committee and arrests were the county chief's say. Wang drew the orderly's pistol and glared. I've shot 2 battalion commanders dead on the battlefield. One more word, and I shoot this cur now. The captain dared not stall and had Liu's lot loaded into the car. Watching Wang's fury, my heart ran hot. I'd followed the right man. In the patrol's private cell, I found the Natasha sisters, chained like dogs, a wooden basin of cold cornmeal gruel before them. Natasha had thinned in days. The frail younger sister Anna was down to her last breath. Natasha had been warming the gruel in her own mouth and feeding it to her to keep the girl alive. My heart ached. My own slip had failed them, and Captain Liu went to the top of my must-kill list. Natasha, too weak to weep, only kowtowed. I lifted her, carried Anna on my back, and rushed them to the clinic. Natasha proved only malnourished. Anna had a lung infection. Knowing how deadly pneumonia was in this era, I had to get black market antibiotics fast. Wang's orderly came with a carton of cigarettes, 20 caddies of coupons, 10 yuan, and sighed low. That cur Liu will be out by afternoon. The chief's badly angered. I'd known it would go that way and grieved for Wang. Worse, the county brass had even rebuked him for drawing the gun and given him 2 days' leave. I patted the orderly's shoulder. Go comfort the old man. Tell him Chen Yuan, will get this anger back for him. He nodded hard. Brother Chen, we all think a hero like you should be patrol captain, not that Liu. I'd no wish for the post. I preferred the camp. I had him drive to fetch Xiaoshuang to see her grandfather, and carry back the cream and toothpaste, and tell old Liu I'd be a couple of days. That night Anna woke burning with fever, but the clinic hadn't even basic antibiotics, and I could only watch her struggle. Natasha pressed to me praying. I asked of the black market. She shook her head in pain. It opens in 3 days, and even then the drug may not be there. I went silent, told her to watch her sister, and returned to the guest house, in no mood to see Lin Yuding, and shut myself in. I made my own silent wish and called the system. I had 2 transcendent draws and wished for something to save Anna. 1 transcendent draw. The system went long as the Peach Spring draw once had. Longer means better. Draw complete. Congratulations. Host obtains a Peach Spring component. Choose from the following. 4 space components appeared. Component 1, a hardware factory. 2, a food factory. 3, a textile mill. 4, a clinic. My heart pounded. Peach Spring could take components and grow industrial. My eye fixed on the clinic. Torn. Give up the splendid hardware factory, the much-needed food factory, for a Russian girl I'd just met? I wavered only a moment and chose the clinic. A chance to save Anna, and a true need for the camp. If Yakin or the others fell ill with no cure, I couldn't bear to think. People first. Gold light flashed in the space, and a clinic rose on the open ground, about the size of Tsonglins, but more professional. It stored medicines and basic instruments seeming to refresh on a cycle. A thought, and I found an ice-packed wooden box full of drugs. Another, and in my palm lay an ampoule of penicillin, 2 packs of tetracycline tablets, a bottle of aspirin. I bolted out, near colliding with Lin Yuding. What's wrong, Ziyuan? Charging about. Rest, Sister Yuding. I'll come find you tonight, and I was gone. She flushed, checked no one had heard, heart racing, biting her lip. Come find me tonight? Even if he means it, he shouldn't say it aloud. I rushed to the clinic, where Natasha stood anxious at the door, all her hope on me. She'd silently sworn that if the man saved her sister, she'd give everything. I came in snow and wind, said nothing, took her small hand, and laid the penicillin and drugs in her snow-white palm. She looked down and cried out in joy. Top medical school, an excellent doctor. She knew at a glance her sister was saved. Brother Ziyuan, Sasha is yours from now, she said, and kissed my cheek hard and turned to save Anna. I caught her. Find a reason to fool the clinic staff. Don't let them know you have the drugs. She nodded quickly. Lo, give Anna the injection and the tablets tonight. Tomorrow I take you both to the camp. There I can get these drugs anytime. Her eyes shone like stars. She felt her dead mother had guided a hero to save them. A chime. A space kindred soul. Natasha. Value 40. Link? Link. And explain a space kindred soul. One whose every draw yields a space component. I near leapt. In my eyes, Natasha was now the finest treasure under heaven. Mistaking my burning look, she kissed me again. Sasha will repay you. Repay. Gratitude, not real feeling. I steadied. If I took advantage, now her value would crawl. So I said sincerely, Sasha, I do this for your skill and your goodness, not to covet anything. At the camp, you'll have your own clinic. Tears welled. She couldn't believe a man so understanding, sincere, and gentlemanly. She wiped them and resolved to repay the trust. She secretly got a syringe, sterilized it, gave Anna the injection and the tablets, then came out eager, but I'd gone, back to the guest house, thrilled the whole way. Natasha, a space kindred soul, every draw a component. And Anna, the same as her sister? In the guest house, Lin Yuding sat restless in 203, full of plans for the space. I came in without a word and paced. What's the matter, Ziyuan? Catching my mood, she fidgeted. I pressed down my joy and sat. I found a fine doctor. Red Star can have its own clinic. Curious, where from? I told her of Natasha. Her phoenix eyes glinted. You haven't fallen for that big white ox? Who gave her that nickname? She snorted. The Russians, all big white oxen. But be careful. Give people a handle on you, and it's serious. What handle? She rolled her eyes. Your Red Star, except for old Lu. All girls. The three bays, Chunny, Xiaoshuang, and now the two Russian sisters. Conspicuous indeed. I felt the danger and asked humbly, how do I keep tongues from wagging? She blinked. There's a high, middle, and low plan. Like an ancient strategist. I dragged a chair over and pleaded. She teased. Help you scheme. And how do you thank me? What do you want? She flushed, all her old chill gone. I'll note the favor and tell you when I've decided. Then she laid it out. To stop talk, adjust the camp's personnel. The low plan, bring in young men, mix the sexes. I shook my head. Bad idea. She'd seen through me. I knew it. You mean to build a women's army and play emperor at the camp? I smiled awkward. The middle plan's simple. You're single, marry at once, and a couple running the camp silences gossip, though some might still report. I sighed. The camp's women flickered before me and asked me to choose. I truly couldn't. She slapped the table. So you do want to play emperor with a harem? I started, Rai. You've got me wrong, Sister Yuding. I've the wicked heart, but not the nerve. I'm young. This is the time to build the camp and serve the country. Before Red Star's built, I'll take no wife. She blinked, moved, and turned earnest. Then there's a high plan. You get a certain county woman to the camp, and no one dares talk again. Which woman has that power? The deputy director of the county women's committee, Zhou Shulan. The committee does women's work, and Zhou's long wanted to develop women's work at a camp. I gave a thumbs up. Brilliant. Form a women's production team at Red Star and get Zhou over, and county women's work would be rooted there, with the slogan that women hold up half the sky. Who'd dare gossip? You know her. As co-op accountant, I've taken women's committee study classes. We're acquainted. Then let's call on her now. She stayed me. She's in the city at meetings, back in about half a month. So I let it rest. Lin Yuding made ready to go, warning me to head back to the camp and stay out of Tuanjia for now. The Zhao's lost 3 strong men, and you took Chunxing to the county. He'll likely be shot soon. You've made mortal enemies. I saw her out, and stealing a moment kissed her little hand. To her alarm, on the street, get off. She left red-faced. I waited a day in the county, and with Xiaoshuang brought to see her grandfather, I ate at Uncle Wang's place. Next day, Anna's fever had broken and Wang's leave ended. He had the orderly drive Natasha and Anna back to Red Star with me. The camp came alive. Yakin and the others, hearing the sisters were county-sent doctors, treated them with respect, bustling to pick a cabin and lay bedding. Natasha, after such bitter days of being cursed and beaten, had never felt such warmth, and near wept. While the women fussed over the cabin, I slipped to the greenhouse, where the first vegetables had sprouted green, and found Wang Tsuwa. For reasons of her own, she flushed at seeing me, and before I could speak the words about my errand, the warmth between us was its own, faded clean. After, she came out buttoning her jacket, hair loose, eyes deep with feeling, and said suddenly, "Ziwan, I have to go back to Tuanjia." I started. "We agreed I'd look after you. There's a room for you here. Why go back to that wolf's den?" She held me. "You've struck at the Zhao's roots. They won't let you be. I'll go back as your eyes behind enemy lines. Chuanqing's as good as dead. So I'm a Zhao widow, aunt to those young curs. We'll place to gather word. And I'll try for a small group leader post in the production team to help you more. A hill woman who truly loves a man loves like this. Heartbreaking, thinking only of him, ready to walk into the tiger's mouth." I wanted to dissuade her, but she'd decided, and added that if we met in the village she might play the enemy and treat me coldly. "After all, you killed my man and made me a widow. You'll have to act it out with me." So she went back, clever enough not to take the Red Star Road, but to circle by the county, since she'd have to explain where she'd been these days. Uneasy, I came out to footsteps. Only Chunny now knew the greenhouse secret besides Tsuwa and old Lu. And it was she, basket on her arm, eyes full of longing. The camp was crowded with women and she shy, so she'd had no chance to speak since I'd returned. "Brother Ziyuan, where's Auntie Tsuehua?" "Back to the village. Your father minds the greenhouse now." Hearing Tsuehua gone, her face went red. She opened the basket, warm corn cakes, fried mountain mushroom, grouse soup, and said shyly, "Eat, Brother Ziyuan. My dad's back in the village too. It's in chaos there. The Zhao's holding funerals." I sat and ate, watching her blush, and there in the quiet warmth let it be only what it should be, a meal, a kindness, and no more. She's a child, and the line holds. That evening Chunny and I came back to the camp one after the other. From afar Xiaomei and Xiaolan came to meet us, and I blinked. Once one had short hair and one long, easy to tell. Now both wore twin braids and the county cotton clothes, indistinguishable, and where Xiaomei had been the fuller, now both were alike. "Brothers Yuan," they cried together. I gaped. How am I to tell you apart? Chunny, rubbing her sore back, pointed. "That's Xiaomei, that's Xiaolan." They linked hands, giggled, spun in place, ducked behind me, and when I turned I'd lost track. Forcing my big move. "Are you? Your values differ. Xiaolan 75, Xiaomei 80, I thought." Then a chime. Xiaolan's value rose to 80. Now even that matched. They leaned in left and right, the left one grinning. "I'm Xiaomei," the right softly. "I'm Xiaolan." I seized the right one. "Liar, you're Xiaomei. How did you tell?" I wouldn't say it was a pure guess. We came to the cabins, a fire burning, a flute playing, Xiao Shuang on the county flute, Natasha dancing by the fire. I watched Xiao Shuang's puffed cheeks and drifted. At 80, would she swap instruments if I asked? A slender figure leaned out a cabin wall. Anna, blue eyes wide and curious. Natasha and I helped her lie down, and I drew drugs and an old glass syringe from the space. Natasha boiled water, sterilized it, and treated her sister. "Go to your work, Brother Yuan. I'll see to her." I nodded and stepped out. After the snow, Red Star lay in silver, a fairyland, but resources were still thin. We'd only solved the simplest food and warmth. Then hoofbeats. Old Lu rode up the Tuanjia road with a lamp. "Trouble in the village, uncle?" My worry was Tsuehua. He dismounted. "No, they're choosing a new secretary. The team group leaders are gathered, and the camp representatives must go back to meet. I rode to tell you." As Red Star's director, I held a vote now. "The old secretary's quitting?" Old Lu warmed his hands at the fire, grave. "Retired himself. Says he's failing. Off to the next county where his daughter married." "Forced out." He nodded. "Everyone sees it. Chunqing taken. 3 Zhao laborers dead. Changjuan's death. The old man couldn't hold the line, so they pushed him out to run their own man for the team's top seat." I had yak and heat him ginseng soup and asked low, "Who do the Zhaos put up?" He stared into the fire, lids twitching. "This time, they're serious. Zhao Mingyuan, the clan's backbone, was a clerk in the commune security section. He's come back to stand for secretary." The commune's power could near match the county chief's, and a commune security clerk was first-rate in ability and standing. Old Lu, deeply worried. Word just came from the county. Chunxing hanged himself and wrote a blood letter on the wall before he died. Your name's in it, Ziyuan, charging the Zhaos to avenge him. My lids jumped. I couldn't tell whether Chunxing truly killed himself or was silenced, for had he been interrogated further, the ambush would have implicated the whole clan. Dead, it ended there, and the Zhao's foundation held. A clean stroke. Ziyuan, my meaning is, take leave, find any excuse, don't go back to the village. Tuanjia is a dragon's pool now, and the Lease are cowed. They won't truly protect you. I'd long known it. Uncle, I have to go, or Red Star's standing. The name we built at the contest, all suffers. He knew he couldn't move me, and as director I was the camp's backbone. My decision was in order. Then I'll go with you, for some cover. We talked it over, and I called Xiaoshuang, grave. I'm going to the village. The camp's defense is on you. You and Xiaolan, one gun each. Don't act rash. Mind your safety, and if it comes to it, take them all out through the snow cave. She beamed. Brother Ziyuan, is there going to be a fight? The gravity collapsed. I laughed from the heart, hugged her tight, and kissed her. She went scarlet, then hugged back and whispered, when you're back from the village, let's soak the hot spring again, Yes, wait for me. I changed into the suit, drew enough game from the space for the women, and rode off with old Lu for Tuanjia. At the village mouth, the wail of Suona. The Zhao quarter hung with lamps, yellow paper burning. Every household gathered to watch for funerals at once, the scale so great it thinned the grief. Old Lu, dark-faced, said he'd go to his old house for something, and his resolute look set me on edge. I parked the bike and waited, and the villagers spotted me, and the Zhao funeral ground broke into uproar, a crowd of them, men and women, old and young, snatching up weapons and rushing me red-eyed, closing in a ring.